Deeper and deeper I go, someone once said. A Cornelius is Latin for a dagwood? Oh, dogwood. Dagwood's different. Dagwood's the sandwich guy, right? He works at Denny's. And if you say the right words, you'll get extra fries with your sandwich. It used to mean corn used to mean wheat, like einkorn. Wait, no, einkorn's a unicorn, right? Or is that einhorn? Oh no, chat. We're drifting swiftly towards transphobic movie 90s territory. If we're not careful, we'll fall right in. We'll fall right into that hole. Which I did. A dagwood is a sandwich. Yeah, you can get it at Denny's, right? If people want to understand what American cuisine is, just go to Denny's. There it is, right there. Moon's over my hammy. You know, you can get all that's American food culture right there. Denny's at 2 a.m. I mean, that's the best part of Denny's, right? It's the only place that's open when you're hungry. Yeah, you can definitely not going to get a friend a croque monsieur at Denny's. The corn gods in the history book do not mean maize gods, so they would call, like, because there was different kinds of wheat too, right? There's kamut, and then there's red wheat, and there's like winter wheat. Waffle House, oh my god, at 3:30. See, like, you might fall into like a time portal at a Waffle House at 3:30. If you're not careful, it could happen. I mean, that's where you go if you want to fight, though. I've almost gotten into a fight at a Waffle House, chat. Corn was an English word for the staple grain of a nation. So if you had could sorghum be corn? What's up, Mad Villanelle? This edible's hitting hard. Yeah, I know, me too. No, just kidding. No, just kidding. I'm not on edibles, chat. I'm not on any Sebe days or THCs. No Sebe day for me. Actually, though, yeah, it's actually true. It's actually true. You might fight Kid Rock. If you meet Kid Rock, right, on the road, you must Fortnite him in Minecraft. That's what I've heard. But yeah, like I was trying to say here, we've got 4 topics. We got 2 chats. In both of these chats, oh wow, it's a 4-way tie. I've never seen this before. It's probably because I just opened Shorts chat up, but everything's tied. But yeah, Tech Bros won a Matrix the Poor is in first place. Did Trump even get shot? Is in second place. Is Destiny losing his shit? Is in third place. And is JD Vance effing a couch? Is in fourth place. Many different kinds. So literally any grain. So by that measure, like millet would be the grain of China. Or parts of China. Rice would be the grain of other parts. I know way too much about grains, chat. Way, way, way too much about grains. You were not expecting this level of granularity. I know, like, you never know what you're gonna get here. But I don't know what you're gonna get either, right? Because like we've got this topic to cover, and that is a topic of Kamala Harris and whether she might be better than Biden at a certain subject that, you know, YouTube doesn't want me talking about, but we're going to talk about it anyway, chat. And you might have figured out, You might have figured out from the background of the thumbnail exactly what that topic is, or might not. You might be figuring that out later, but millet, yeah, millet. The only thing is millet is goitrogenic. That's the only drawback with millet. It's hella goitrogenic. And I'm from California, so I can say that. I can say hella. Which grain is my fave? Jeez, wait, what is my favorite grain? Oh, quinoa. Quinoa's awesome. Quinoa is like the tastiest. Is there a cat in my room? I feel like I hear a cat. I can't tell. There might be a cat. There might be a cat in my room. God, chat, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted over and over again. So yeah, like I said, we've got 4 possible topics of opportunity that we could do after we get done with the discussion about Kamala and Biden and their relative merits, etc., right? And you can vote for them in the stream that you're watching on. And many of you have. Looks like 46 of you have voted, and 34 of you have liked. That's not a horrible ratio. That's not the worst ratio I've ever seen. It could be a better ratio, but it's not terrible.
Because it was so peaceful.
What is goitrogenic? Do you know what a
invading radical?
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, you looked it up. Goitrogens are substances that disrupt the production of thyroid hormones. So it's goitrogenic, right? In that it could generate a goiter, which is like a large thing on your neck that you don't want on your neck. It's this big old bump on your neck that's like big and swollen, and I think is it actually a goiter? It's something that grows on the thyroid, I think. Quinoa, California confirmed. That's right. That's right. But yeah, you don't want to generate a goiter. So eat your seaweed. Eat your seaweed. You thought you had one once, but it was just a pimple. Yo, people can get pretty big pimples like on their necks, right? Like pretty big, pretty full pimples can generate on the neck. So like I was saying, oh yeah, now we're tied. Did Trump even get shot as tied with Tech Bros want to matrix the poor on the full scale stream? JD Vance F at Couch is winning in terms of the short stream, but it's pretty early and everything else is tied in second, right? So there's 2 parts to how this works, right? And one of them you've already figured out. It's voting on them. And understand this, right? I'm running 2 streams right now. God, I'm supposed to do this. Supposed to put my Cash App in here. Okay. Let's do that really quickly. And pin that. I'm doing this chat because it is getting close to rent day. It's getting close to the day that I have to pay rent. So oh yeah, and it also bears something else, right? So how does the bonus content happen? Well, it doesn't just come out of nowhere. It doesn't just drop out of a coconut tree, right? We kind of have to get there, right? And we get there by pushing the dono goal. And one of the ways that you can push the dono goal is to donate to my Cash App, which is right there. That's just one of the ways. The only reason I'm making a special point about this is because of the said impending due date of my rent, and that being one of the ways that you can get money to me immediately. The way that it works in terms of the other donos, whether it be super chat, super sticker, whether it be getting yourself a membership or giving memberships to others, whether it be over on Twitch in terms of getting yourself a sub to get yourself out of the top of the ad break, which you can do maybe even for free if you have Amazon Prime. You can use Prime to get a free sub. If if you give that to me, you will no longer see ads in my stream. They're 3 minutes in a row, right? Unskippable. It's terrible. So if you want to get out of that, that's the way you can do it for free. You can also do it for $6. And you know, you can also do it maybe by being gifted a sub, right? It does occasionally happen. And you're more likely to get it if you're active in chat. And also know that if you gift subs, that also is a donation. So I'm just going over the different things that push the dono goal forward, right? And letting you know that when you do like a super chat or super sticker or sub or membership or whatever, right? I will add that amount to the dono goal. And I will also add that amount to the topic of your choice. So we got 4 topics here today. Tech Bros want to matrix the poor. Did Trump even get shot? Did JD Vance F a couch? I love how I had to do the motion. Like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Did JD Vance F a couch, right? Or is Destiny losing his shit, right? These are the topics. These are the topics that we have today. This is the bonus content that you can get after the regular content, but on 2 conditions. 1, we hit the dono goal, and 2, that this thing gets the most percentage. Now, how does the percentage work? I'm glad you asked. A Roman Goliath says, you exist in the content of everything that came before you. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to exist. And chat, I'm almost existing. Do you know that? And that means we're almost existing, right? As a real, stable, permanent, you know, community that's always going to be here, right? Because we're very close to, you know, being self-sufficient. I consider myself incredibly lucky for that. So, but yeah, anyway, yeah, like I said, any kind of donation can count towards the dono goal, and it also can count towards the topic of your choice. So, I'm taking a poll in YouTube, the regular chat. I'm also taking a poll in the Shorts chat. If you're joining us in Shorts, did Trump even get shot is winning now. No, it's did JD fuck a couch? That's what's winning right now. But regardless, right? I'm counting the polls. Oh my gosh, it's very fluid. It's very fluid right now, chat, as far as what's winning and what's losing in the poll. So the other thing that contributes to the poll is that when people donate, they get the chance to tell me to put their money where my mouth is. If you imagined my mouth being like on Waluigi's head, which is right next to the notepad, right? It would be putting my money. I'm not going to put my mouth there, chat. If you think I'm going to do a poggers right up here, you're wrong. I'm not going to do that's exploitable, chat. If I purse my lips and put them on something, somebody's going to take a picture of it and they're going to cut me out. And they're going to put something else in my mouth, probably an eggplant, possibly a zucchini, large zucchini. And you know, it's just going to be bad. It's going to be bad memes. And we want good memes. We want happy memes. We want our vibes to be immaculate. That's what we're going for today, chat. If we can possibly make our vibes immaculate, I think we'll all be a little bit better off. So survival is insufficient, says Mad Villanelle. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously what we need is world domination, right? But it's got to start somewhere, and survival is a pretty damn good place for that. So, and considering that most content creators do not even get to survive, and their work does not survive, and their channels go, you know, vacant. Their channels look like Novak in Fallout New Vegas, right? They just get abandoned. They get covered in kudzu, chat. They get grown over by the kudzu. And I don't want to be like that, and I don't want my community or my channel or anything to be like that. So that's why, yeah, survival is insufficient. We got to keep growing. We got to keep growing. But we got to feed the kitty for now in order for the content to keep coming. Because I don't know if you know this, but I can't do the content with insufficient calories. But yeah, so basically, any kind of donation, whether it is a super chat, a super sticker, whether it is you getting yourself a membership, and thus, you know, you'd say it's high time I weasel the fuck up. Okay, then weasel the fuck up and get yourself a membership. Get yourself access to that exclusive content. Get yourself access to that premium streamium, which is going to be a deep dive into the dark rabbit hole of the tech bros. We're going to go into the PayPal mafia and see what's kicking there, and see where some of the stuff like Project 2025 actually comes from. See the theorists, see the bloggers, the renegade masters, if you will, of the neo-reactionary sphere, and see, you know, where some of this dark shit that you know is showing up in Project 2025 is actually coming from. So it gets you a golden ticket to that as well. You can also push the dono goal forward when you sign up for Patreon, when you donate on Throne, which is how I crowdsourced all of that which you see around me, other than Waluigi, right? Which I had to have a plush Waluigi, right? But this microphone, the cloud lifter it's hooked up to, the interface that's hooked up to, the lighting, the background, right? This is all crowdfunded by viewers like you through Throne, which is a pretty cool website that lets you basically make the stream better, right? So that's you know, so any sort of donation to items on Throne, which right now I kind of have my rent up there, in addition to some other things, in addition to a teleprompter and a speed editor, which also comes with a better version of the software that I'm using to edit. Speaking of which, chat, I don't know, we're gonna need to do something this weekend, right? Somebody bought me a membership. Oh, that's awesome, Christian Strand. That is really cool. When that's I love it when people like kind of take care of each other, right? That's amazing. YouTube, you've got the full screen stream today. That's right. But yeah, I was just going over the ways that we make the dono goal go forward, and the fact that it's got 97% to go forward, which is a pretty upward hill to roll that boulder up. But I believe somehow, like I said, I'm strangely optimistic. I'm over optimistic, you might even say. I had no reason to be over optimistic, but somehow when you smiled, I could brave bad weather. Anyway, chat, this is where we're at, and this is where we're going, and we're gonna be talking about Kamala Harris and really asking an important question, right? And it's a huge question. Is she breaking from Biden? Is she breaking with Biden? Is she substantially different on some very important issues from Biden to get people excited enough to have a chance of winning the meme war and retiring Trump? Because Trump's just like an item on my poll that's been around for a few days, right? It's like the egg salad, right? If I don't sell that egg salad today, that egg salad's getting tossed. It's going to be in the dumpster. And that's exactly where Trump belongs, right? But will Trump go into the dumpster? It really depends. It really depends, because Biden has done a great job of putting his base to sleep, on turning his base's stomach, on associating a vote for Biden with a vote for genocide. And the question is, can Kamala pull away from that? Can Kamala differentiate herself? And we're going to find out about that today in the the main content of the stream. And then hopefully we're going to find out, do tech bros want to turn the poor into, do tech bros, look, chat, let me go you one better on this tech bro thing, right? Because it's deeper than you think, right? It's not just tech bros and do they want to matrix the poor, which, you know, of course, if they could, they would, right? What other ideas do they have, right? Like maybe turning the poor into biodiesel? If you think I'm kidding, you might be naive. Because there's lots of stuff on that objectivist PayPal mafia menu, right? There's lots of gross stuff. There's lots of eugenic stuff on that menu that is, you know, at the cafeteria for the PayPal mafia. And they'd like to put us on that menu as biodiesel. Because guess what? If you don't have the money of a Peter Thiel, if you're not a venture capitalist, you're poor to them. But yeah, that's the top. That's the one topic. The other topics: did Trump even get shot? We want to know. Was it a bullet? Was it not? Why is there not more information coming forward? I'm not trying to be conspiracy theory. I'm not trying to be blue on here. All right. but there's just some information that we're missing. And the one bit of medical information we do have is from a strange and familiar source. The same guy that said that Trump was taller than he is and lighter than he is. The same doctor that literally lied about like Trump's like medical report, right? Is the one that the only confirmation we have of the bullet, right, is from essentially Dr. Nick. You know The Simpsons? You know Dr. Nick? That's what that is. That's what we're doing. You're so grateful that somebody made you part of the NCC exclusive group. This is a good timing, Christian, because like I said, I'm provisionally planning to do the premium streamium on Sunday. I hope that will work out. I've been super busy, so we've been putting it back, and but I think I know what I want to talk about. In fact, I know what I need to talk about, and I think Sunday would be a good day to do it. I was also thinking about maybe trying to do some kind of subathon soon, since it's the end of the month, and I get paid monthly, and I just want to make sure that August and everything after is looking good. Oh my gosh, Shakespeare, you're gonna make me try to pronounce Latin words? Well, at least this one is a little bit similar to Kingdom Hearts, so maybe Destinus sum stercor amisit. As long as that doesn't mean go Legion, we're good. So yeah, I'm adding 2%. So the dono goal, like this is how it works, right? Somebody super chats or any other kind of donation. Just ask yourself, is it a donation? And if yes, right, and that this includes a Prime sub, which technically you don't have to pay anything for, but I still count it as a donation because Twitch gives me a little bit of money for it, so it's a donation as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, if it's a donation, then it goes to the dono goal, and then it gives you the ability to put my mouth where your money. Wait, no, put your money where my mouth. No, wait, something like that. Chat. I'm gonna take money and I'm gonna put it in a mouth somehow. And I'm gonna put it towards the topic of your choice. So whether that's Tech Bros wanting to matrix the poor, Trump, did he even get shot? JD Vance, did he F a couch? Destiny, is he losing his shit? Or you want to try to make me play video games, twist my arm, force me to play video games. Or if you want to say Vox Populi, which is basically you just saying that I believe in the ability of chat to choose, right? Chat will choose in the full scale stream. Chat will choose in the shorts stream. And I would like to say that chat will choose on Twitch, but unfortunately I can't do a poll on Twitch. So if you're in Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. I'm not telling you to change where you're watching it. You watch it where you're comfortable, all right? I'm not trying to move people from one platform to the other. I'm on, all three of these platforms just so I can be there for everybody who wants to watch me in whatever way you want to watch me. But you can sneak over, you can open an extra tab, go to YouTube, and you can vote in one stream, or you can vote in both streams. And that's the secret, chat. Some people have figured this out, all right? Some people are aware of the fact that you can vote in both streams, and there's literally nothing I can do to stop you. Nothing I can do at all to stop you. So I might as well tell you all so that you'll all have the chance to get 2 votes if you so want. If you so choose to have 2 votes, you can have them, right? You just got to go to the other stream, or if you're in Twitch, go to YouTube. I'm a nocommentchick on YouTube. That's where both of the streams live. And you can vote on those. The only thing that I ask you is, if you're going to do that, could you leave a like? Because those help out tremendously. I can't stress enough, right? It doesn't seem like much. It's just hitting a button, and you're just like, the like goes up by 1. What does that even mean? It's like you're pissing into a pool full of piss. Well, if we all piss together, chat, we can fill up that pool and we can dump it on JD Vance's head in a video game, of course, in a video game. Right? I'll learn to code, and I'll write a Minecraft mod where we can do that, where we can actually, piss all over the Tech Bros, right? That's satisfying, isn't it? But yeah, that's how it works, and that's what we're doing, and we are at 5% now. I still need to get Shakespeare and Charlie Martini. You have been the sole donors so far in the stream, and I need to know. It means Destiny has lost his has lost it to the dunghill? Wait, which part is the dunghill? Is Staircore a dunghill? Damn. Maybe someday, Shaxby, when I play Kingdom Hearts, you can help me figure out what the fuck is going on in that game. Because there's Destati Island and all this stuff. Irene giving away the pull cheat code.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
But that does tell me at least where some of this money goes, and that's right down here. So extra 2% for Destiny losing his shit. Staircore is a poop pile. I mean, I guess there are dung piles in Rome. Lots of them. Yeah, we're still waiting to hear from Charlie Martini. So if Charlie gets back, I can put the rest of it somewhere. Otherwise, yeah, just let me know when you donate in whatever way you choose to do so. Where you want me to put that money, what topic you want me to... Like, it basically adds points to the topic of your choice. And even if that topic is just like Vox Populi, because you're like, I want the voice of the people to be the only deciding factor, right? You can say that, and I will put it on Vox Populi. Anyway, with that being said, I feel like I've been edging you for long enough. I didn't even realize that this stuff is like, you know, like edging and gooning. It's like, to me, this is like, these are words that I'm familiar with. But apparently, like, to other people, they're like, what is gooning? I'm like, really? You've never heard of gooning? I mean, blessed be, right? If your brain is not rotting at this point, I'm amazed. I couldn't make heads or tails. I know, Rhapsody, that's my problem. I still don't understand Kingdom Hearts, and I've played through most of it. Not most of it. I played through Birth by Sleep, which I feel like is the most important part. The most important part. I still don't understand it. All right. All right. What are we doing? We're doing this. All right. So, yeah, yesterday, Kamala Harris spoke, and I'm realizing she also made a tweet. And one of these things might give us some hope. The other thing is pretty dim. It's pretty grim. All right, so maybe I should give you the bad news before the good news. Here's the bad news, all right? So yeah, Kamala's been out there making her moves, and some of them are good, some of them are encouraging, some of them are not so good. This one I would file in the latter category, right? This is a statement from Vice President Kamala Harris, right? The context of this is that Bibi Netanyahu made a speech. It was, I think, Wednesday. Yeah, he spoke on Wednesday at the like a joint session of Congress. Half of the Democrats did not show up for that. Some of the Democrats who did show up were showing up in protest. It was, you know, kind of, there was a protest going on, but there was also a lot of people clapping for Bibi. So generally not a good thing, right? Kamala did not show up. She had some excuse. She had some alibi. But there, you know, there's a lot of people that thought, okay, well, this is snubbing Bibi. Good start, Kamala. Good start. Well, don't get too excited, right? Because while this, you know, while the speech was going on, while Bibi was speaking and lying, and we'll go over the myriad of ways in which Bibi lied to the joint session of Congress yesterday, there was a protest. And look, I mean, shit happens at a protest, all right? Lots of shit happens at a protest, right? Including shit that is done by people who don't even, care about the issue. And oh my god, I'm gonna need to close my he got 70 standing ovations, Bibi did. But regardless, right? There's no reason that Kamala Harris would think that she, needs to comment about this. She doesn't really need to give her opinion. Now, why do I say that, right? Because there was pressure on her. She didn't show up for Bibi's, Bibi's talk. She didn't show up for Bibi's speech, and she did, she skipped it, right? So people started putting pressure on her, and they were like, don't you disavow Hamas? Do you disavow Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? There was a Hamas flag. Somebody had a Hamas flag. You need to condemn the protest, Kamala. You need to condemn the protest. She doesn't, though. She absolutely doesn't, and it does her no good. And the thing about it is, I'm even speaking from a pragmatic point of view. I'm even speaking from a way in which, you want to win the election? This isn't helping. This isn't getting you where you need to go. This isn't doing shit for you, right? This is just giving right-wingers a chance to dunk on you, because no matter what you say, they're going to associate you with those Hamas flags. They're gonna find some piece of graffiti that they say is anti-Semitic. I actually haven't seen the anti-Semitic graffiti. The most offensive thing I've seen was just like "fuck Israel" or something like that, right? And I don't know if it needs to be said, but Israel does not symbolize the Jewish people as much as Bibi Netanyahu and all the fucking groypers, all the Nazis on Twitter might want for Israel to symbolize the Jewish people. It doesn't. All right. There's people in the country that do not believe in Zionism, right? There are people obviously in the diaspora, Jewish people, who do not believe in Zionism. In no way does that flag or that country, or especially like the fucking army of that country, who's perpetrating war crimes right now, in no way does that stand for the Jewish people. But yeah, anyway, they started this whole thing up. There's anti-Semitic graffiti. Kamala, you need to disavow. And she takes the bait. This is Lucy with the football. And I hate to give you this boomer metaphor, because I barely remember what this is, right? But this is like Lucy's the character from the Peanuts, and is like, hey, Charlie Brown, do you want to kick the football? I will hold it for you. All right. And Charlie Brown doesn't trust her because she never holds it for him. She's always going to take it away, and he falls on his ass, right? And this is it once again. They're holding the football. Kamala, come over here and disavow Hamas. Kamala, come over here and disavow the protesters. Tell us how you're not with them. You're not about that. Come on and do it, right? And she does this. She puts out this statement from Vice President Kamala Harris. Yesterday at Union Station in Washington, D.C., we saw despicable acts by unpatriotic protesters. Okay, so a flag was burned. That's what she's talking about, I think. And dangerous hate-fueled rhetoric. Oh my gosh, not wanting genocide is apparently hate-fueled rhetoric. Now, I condemn any individuals associating with the brutal terrorist organization Hamas, which vowed to annihilate the state of Israel. Yeah, somebody's being annihilated right now. It's not the state of Israel, all right? There's people that we should be worried about, right? There's they say 40,000 deaths. Actually, it's looking more like 200,000 deaths, right? They can't count the bodies. They can't count the amount of people that are dying, but it's more than 40,000. But yeah, like there's an existential danger to somebody here. It's not the state of Israel, all right? But no, they got her talking about this instead. Pro-Hamas graffiti and rhetoric is abhorrent, and we must not tolerate it in our nation. It's weird that you don't hear that about like any other form of protest, right? Including protests that are literally done by like Nazis. Nobody's asking like, you know, Trump's not coming out and disavowing Patriot Front or whatever group is out there, you know, doing Nazi shit, right? I condemn, and you know why he doesn't do it? Because if he did it, he would be more associated with it. He doesn't take that question seriously. People do ask him to disavow this shit, and he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it because he knows that, you know, in the mind of his opposition, he's going to be tied to that stuff regardless. In Trump, I think it's actually warranted, right? He said stuff like "Proud Boys, stand back and stand by." You know, he's a lot more associated with, you know, right-wing groups than Kamala is with any group that was out there protesting, right? But he knows better than to make this "I disavow" statement because it doesn't actually help him. It doesn't help him at all. It just hurts him. I condemn the burning of the American flag. Okay, so free speech, not cool. The flag is a symbol. The flag is a flag. The flag is a piece of fabric, all right? And yeah, it's a symbol of our highest ideals, which we're not living up to because we're allowing 2,000-pound bombs paid for by taxpayers to get shipped overseas to kill people. That's not the highest ideals. I would hope that this country could do a little bit better than fucking that, but it remains to be seen, doesn't it? Represents the promise of America. It should never be desecrated in that way. Oh, please clutch your pearls harder, Kamala. This is not helping her win, right? I know what she thinks. She thinks she's got to walk a tightrope and she's got to do, like, skip the speech with Netanyahu, make the speech or make the tweet condemning Hamas. You know, she's got to do one for each, one for me, one for you, whatever, to win the election.
Communist invading radicals.
But she actually doesn't. She actually doesn't need to do, and this hurts her, right? And I'll tell you that if you look at this thread, right, you're gonna be scrolling through pages and pages of people that are like, we know that you're with Hamas. We know that you support Hamas. Kamala, what about those protesters in Minnesota who you bailed out? No, you're with the protesters, Kamala. It doesn't matter. This does not help her at all, right? But she's gonna do it anyway because she's getting bad advice, and this is worrying me. This is worrying me, right? I support the right to peacefully protest, but let's be clear, anti-Semitism, hate, and violence of any kind have no place in our nation. So can I just remind everybody out there, right? As far as Trump versus Biden, there was a point in the polling where Trump started to overtake Biden. That point is right around October. So when October 7th happened and Biden, like, you know, rubber stamped all the propaganda, all the Hasbro that was coming out of there, the 40 beheaded babies that never fucking existed, like all the inhuman acts supposedly perpetrated by Hamas, and it's never acknowledging the acts perpetrated by Israel, never even acknowledging the horrible diplomacy done by his predecessor, the nepotistic diplomacy of sending Jared freaking Kushner, fail son-in-law, over to negotiate between Israel and countries like Saudi Arabia and cutting Palestinians out, right? That was the cause. That's what brought about October 7th. But you don't hear that from Biden. But that's when Biden started to lose to Trump, right? Now, do I know that 100% that's like a, you know, those two things are, you know, causative? No, I mean, polls are, you know, most of what you can draw from a poll is like a correlation. Most of the time, but I know it hasn't helped, and that there's a lot of people whose stomachs were turned by Biden's silence over what's happening to the Palestinian people and uselessness in terms of getting a ceasefire. Now, we're going to hope that on that matter, the matter of ceasefire, that Kamala is going to do a little bit better. But again, it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. So there we go. First big mistake of Kamala's campaign, I think, right here, this tweet. All right, now she also gave a speech. Let's take a little look at that. You ready? Oh, I think we need to make this unmuted, don't we?
House where Vice President Kamala Harris is speaking to reporters after meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
How it does so matters. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 1,200 innocent people, including 44 Americans.
So, you know, she's swallowing a narrative hook, line, and sinker. and she is dissipating the momentum that came to her by meme magic, right? Her own goofiness, her own awkwardness, her own weirdness was memeified by mostly Zoomers who were kind of wish casting. And the wish that they had is, I wish we had a president that gave a fuck about the genocide that's going on right now.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took 250 hostages. There are American citizens who remain captive in Gaza. Sagi Deko Hen, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. Idan Alexander, Keith Siegel, Omer Nutra, and the remains of American citizens Judy Weinstein, Gad Haggai, and Itai Hen are still being held in Gaza. I have met with the families of these American hostages multiple times now, and I've told
Peter Martin says she has to get elected first. Look, I told you why this isn't helping her get elected, all right? I called the fact that Biden was not going to be the candidate, right? I think I know what I'm talking about here, and I'm telling you, this isn't actually, you know, that tweet that we saw is not helping her, right? We'll keep an open mind about the speech, right? Because, you know, it's going to be a little bit more nuanced than the tweet.
I told them each time they are not alone, and I stand with them. And President Biden and I are working every day to bring them home. I also expressed with the Prime Minister my serious concern about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. And I made clear my serious concern about the dire humanitarian situation there, with over 2 million people facing high levels of food insecurity, and 500,000 people facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity. What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating.
Okay, so let me give her some credit there. Let me give her some credit, right? Because this is one of the lies. Yo! 2 in a row? It is Thursday. Can we get 3? Can we get 3 for Thursday? Oh God, I want that 3 for Thursday. I need that 3 for Thursday. Anyway, chat, we may or may not get that. All right, oh my God. Zateo, you're trying to get me to subscribe. I wish I could. So Netanyahu said the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, I think he meant prosecutors of the International Criminal Court has, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving people in Gaza. This is utter and complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter into Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food, and that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. This is like Destiny shit, right? Destiny literally, like, he'll say stuff like, I looked at those Gazans. They don't look like they're starving. They look quite well fed, if you know what I mean. Like, I mean, just monstrous shit, right? So what he didn't say, and I'm getting this from Mediasan, Netanyahu did not mention how the world's leading aid agencies, Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders, Save the Children, UNICEF, all reject this rosy image of the aid situation in Gaza and all accuse Israel of blocking aid into Gaza. He didn't mention that in April, Oxfam reported that the people in northern Gaza have been forced to subsist on an average of 245 calories a day, less than half a can of fava beans. And that's not a Silence of the Lamb joke, chat. Fava, is a pretty common, food in that area, right? That's why they're saying fava beans. Since January, the organization also found that the total food deliveries allowed into Gaza for the entire 2.2 million population since last October amounted to an average of just 41% of the daily calories needed per person. Yeah, 3,000 calories would be, at or above caloric sufficiency, right? We're talking about 41% of the calories needed per person. He didn't mention how some aid trucks that were destined for Gaza have been blocked by right-wing Israeli protesters. Those protesters are on tape throwing food packages onto the road and ripping bags of grain open. He didn't mention how many aid trucks pass into Gaza, yes, but then get fired upon by Israeli forces. He didn't mention that the Israeli airstrikes on a convoy of the World Central Kitchen trucks, in which 7 food aid workers were targeted systematically, car by car, according to celebrity chef and WCK founder Jose Andres. He didn't mention the flour massacre, in which more than 100 Palestinians were killed after the shots were fired within close range of the crowds that had gathered for the food. So she's at least acknowledging that they are not allowing enough food in, and that people are impacted by malnutrition, no matter what kind of fucking chucklehead logic Destiny or Netanyahu want to throw at you. That's the truth.
Stating the images of dead children and desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety, sometimes displaced for the second, third, or fourth time. We cannot look away in the face of these tragedies. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent. Thanks to the leadership
So yeah, here we go, chat. This is, there's some nuance in here.
of our President Joe Biden, there is a deal on the table for a ceasefire and a hostage deal. And it is important that we recall what the deal involves. The first phase of the deal would bring about a full ceasefire, including a withdrawal of the Israeli military from...
So now she's still talking about the Biden ceasefire, and I think that this is like insufficient, and that Biden has insufficiently pushed this. There's not enough accountability for Israel as being the obstacle to any sort of real ceasefire, or the fact that Israel, despite claiming to have offered, a ceasefire, that it's not a ceasefire if you don't cease fire, right? And the ceasefire that Israel has said that they would sign on to is one that doesn't include, any sort of provision that you got to stop attacking people. They're like, no, we get to keep going after Hamas, but we'll do a ceasefire. That's not a ceasefire.
But now there are freaking communists.
I mean, Israel has said that its goal is not to kill civilians. They're going after Hamas. Those civilians are just being used as human shields, right? And they're getting in the way, and that's why they're dying in ridiculous numbers, right? It's not it's not the intention, even though we're finding kids' bodies with sniper bullets in them. How is that sniper bullet getting into a kid? All right. It's not because some Hamas dude just like grabbed the kid and held them up as a literal human shield, right? They're sniping children right now.
Population centers in Gaza. In the second phase, the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza entirely, and it would lead to a permanent end to the hostilities. It is time for this war to end, and end in a way where Israel is secure, all the hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can exercise their right to freedom, dignity, and self-determination.
And also, a sad thing is Kamala thinks she has to say this to win the election. There are some things that she might have to say that I'm not going to be, and you're not going to be super happy about, right? There may be some things, but the tweet that she made, that's not one of them, all right? She's getting bad advice, and that's what's got me worried. Now, she has changed up some of the leadership in the campaign. She has fired some of Biden's people, especially the people, the sort of warmongers, and she is, she is choosing somewhat of a different path. And even in the speech, I'll acknowledge, right? This is not what Biden would have said. This is not what Bibi once said. Bibi is apparently meeting with Donald Trump himself right now in Mar-a-Lago. So he's made his choice as far as, his team is, his blunt rotation is Trump and Putin and Orban.
There has been hopeful movement in the talks to secure an agreement on this deal.
Let's see if I can do something.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, it is time to get this deal done. So to everyone who has been calling for a ceasefire, and to everyone who yearns for peace, I see you and I hear you. Let's get the deal done so we can get a ceasefire to end the war. Let's bring the hostages home, and let's provide much-needed relief to the Palestinian people. And ultimately, I remain committed to a path forward that can lead to a two-state solution. And I know right now it is hard to conceive of that prospect, but a two-state solution is the only path that ensures Israel remains a secure, Jewish, and democratic state.
There we go, two-state solution. So now this is really frustrating, right? The Knesset just voted against ever doing a two-state solution, right? There has been no partner in peace. The two-state solution has been on the table since before Oslo. But to the Palestinian people, it must seem like a talking point, a false offer, something that's not really on the table, because yeah, Oslo was, poison pilled, right? Oslo came with conditions that no leader of Palestinians would sign on to unless they wanted to see them no longer be able to, lead the Palestinian people. It's the kind of shit that if you signed on to, you would be considered a collaborator, right? You would be considered to be on the other side. So yeah, there has not been a real partner in peace for the Palestinians for the longest time, and this two-state solution has been used to drag out the process all the while they're doing settlements in the West Bank, and now they're talking about doing the same thing in Gaza. And who knows what, chat, will happen. Like I said, this is different than what Biden would say. This is,
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Netanyahu is not happy about their discussion in private, right? So she is doing better than Biden, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. But at this point, I just wonder if it's too little too late. And, the idea of a two-state solution at this point is fucking shambolic, right? When the Knesset has voted against such a thing happening, right? It's where's this even coming from, right? This is frustrating.
And one that ensures Palestinians can finally realize the freedom, security, and prosperity that they rightly deserve. And I will close with this then. It is important for the American people to remember the war in Gaza is not a binary issue. However, too often the conversation is binary.
Too often the conversation is, what's the unitary, singular, does not even include two sides, right? Too often in the conversation relies on tropes about angry Arabs that come from fucking racist movies that people have watched, right? Too often the conversation comes down to civilization versus barbarity, right? With the Palestinian side being called barbaric, when in actuality the inhuman acts are being enacted mostly on the other side, right? But I guess according to where she's assuming that the discussion is at, a binary or a more nuanced conversation it's definitely an improvement from where Biden was at. Biden has, not even most of the time does not even give lip service to the fact that there's two sides to the situation. He talks about America is always going to be the ally of Israel, and America and Israel Name a more iconic duo, right? And that's kind of true, unfortunately. Israel and their settlements are reminiscent of the worst parts of the American empire.
When the reality is anything but. So I ask my fellow Americans to help encourage efforts to acknowledge the complexity, the nuance, and the history of the region. Let us all condemn terrorism and violence. Let us all do what we can to prevent the suffering of innocent civilians.
See, she still thinks that she's getting credit for condemning Hamas, and that's just not how it works. The people that are asking you to condemn Hamas will not be satisfied with anything that you do. And if they were satisfied, it would be something, you know, you'd be signing off on on human rights atrocities.
And let us condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and hate of any kind. And let us work to unite our country. I thank you.
All right, so that's short and sweet. I mean, I guess it's probably smart of her not to take questions. Look, I feel like the more that she dwells on this, the worse it's going to be. And the more that she feels, she got pushed around, chat. She got pushed around. The reason that this statement exists is because she got pushed around. She did the right thing in not talking to Netanyahu. Netanyahu's down at Mar-a-Lago right now talking to Trump, right? He's made his choice, you know, clear, right? They're not getting any credit from that side of the issue. But she did allow herself to get pushed around, and making the statement, it's the exact kind of thing that is going to kill her momentum before her campaign even gets off the ground. Free Palestine from chat. Here's a direct quote from a Republican politician. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. Lang told a Republican audience. Yo, but no, remember, it's the Democrats that are using the violent rhetoric, right? It's Joe Biden talking about targeting Trump, putting a bullseye on that guy in ads, right? That's definitely getting all those Democratic shooters out there to... No, that's right. The shooter was a Republican. I keep forgetting it was a Republican. It was a Republican who maybe was more conservative than Trump even. The call's coming from inside the house, Donald. The fucking bullet is coming from inside of the house. But it might not be a bullet. We're not like 100% on that, are we? And that's what this poll's about, right? So I got a poll I'm taking. You can see it if you're in YouTube chat, whether you're in Shorts chat or you are in the full stream, you're having the full experience over in the full screen stream. I've got a poll for each of you, and I'm counting up those numbers. I'm seeing which of these topics that you want to see next, right? We're going to cover Kamala in depth. We're going to talk about her attempt to differentiate herself from Biden and really how well it's going. What we can expect, we can read from these tea leaves, right? And, you know, the speech is a great example, right? There's something there. There's definitely, and this is, you know, what her aides have said. This is what we've heard before. This is what her coming out before Biden even did to ask for a ceasefire has told us, right? That she does have a different opinion about this stuff than Biden does. She is, you know, potentially gonna, you know, shift her policy, but it's like how much, and you know, will it be enough? Will it be enough to make a difference to the people in Palestine? That is the real question, right? But yeah, after that content, right, which you're gonna get regardless, right? Because I'm here for you and I got you, and I'm gonna give you that potentially for free, chat. It's looking like so far. Anyway, I don't want to get too down in the dumps, right? But we are only 5% of our way to the dono goal. If that dono goal is not 100 when I get done with this content, and you know, it's gonna happen quicker than you think, then that'll be the end of the stream for today. That's not necessarily so, though, and that's why I've got this poll, because I want to know what you want to see next after this, right? We can only see it if we hit the dono goal, which is at 5% now and needs to be at 100%, but I am polling you to see which of these topics appeals to you, right? Tech Bros wanting to matrix the poor, and not just matrix the poor, but also turn the poor into fuel. I mean, I guess it's basically the Matrix. That right, the Matrix, they were using people as fuel, using people as energy. So it's kind of the same idea. That's the Tech Bros that want to do. And by the poor, I mean you and me and all of us and Waluigi and everybody who's not fucking, you know, you don't own the means of production. You're fucking poor to these assholes, to these Tech Bros, to these VC ghouls. All right, these absolute Peter Thiel monsters. Right, you are the poor to them. Right. We've got. Did Trump even get shot? That sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's not. Now, if I was to say, was this a psyop? Was this staged? That would be a conspiracy theory, and that's not what I'm saying here. That's not the content that we got. I got no information to suggest that this was staged or a setup or anything like this in terms of the assassination. What I do have is some information that casts doubt on the idea that it was a bullet that hit Donald Trump's ear. And now, again, we don't know. Maybe it was a bullet, but some more stuff has come out. So that's on the menu as well as did J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate for office, did he fuck a couch? Why am I asking this question when I should be asking, did he fuck a dolphin? But no, we're going to start with the couch, then maybe we can get to the dolphin some other day. First, we need to know about like where he's putting his sausage, right? And is he playing hide the sausage with the furniture? That's what we want to know, chat. Is that man hiding his sausage in the furniture? I don't know. We'll find out if you vote for that. And we've also got, is Destiny losing his shit? I've got a very disturbing video for you to potentially watch of Destiny going off about like Russian bots and the dead internet and who knows what, chat. I don't know. Is he okay? Is he losing his shit? Find out by voting for that, right? So if I look at the full scale stream, we got Tech Bros want to matrix the poor in first place at 36%. We got, did Trump even get shot, in second place at 32%. We've got, did JD Vance F a couch in third place at 17%. And we got, is Destiny losing his shit in last place? Because Destiny, guess what? Nobody cares about you, Mr. Divorcelli. No one cares. No one cares except for the people over in Shorts chat who have a completely different order to their poll, right? So in Shorts chat, we got in the first place, did Trump even get shot at 32%? In second place, is Destiny losing his shit at 30%? In third place, Tech Bros wanting to matrix the poor, wanting to put all of you brokies in chat. And I can tell that you're brokies because we're at 5%. Just kidding, chat. I'm not actually doing that shit. We're not going to have a Bad Bunny moment here. All right. We're not going to have a Kira Chats moment where I say it's just $5, because it's not just $5. If you're watching me on Twitch, understand it is not just $5, right? There's an ad break at the top of every hour. You might have experienced one 20 minutes ago. You're going to experience one again in 40 minutes. That's a 3-minute unskippable ad break. That thing is coming it's coming hard, right? It's a juggernaut. And there's no way to get rid of it unless you get yourself a sub, and you can do that for $6. And you can also do that possibly for free if you have a Twitch Prime. If you have a Amazon Prime, right, you get a free sub to use on the channel of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads in chat anymore. You could also potentially be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. There's sometimes some very generous people hanging around watching in Twitch, but it's more likely to happen to you. I'm being real, 100 with you, all right? It's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, right? And again, the donos are the fuel that fires the fuel that fires the furnace. That is the bonus content, right? I'm having you vote on it because I want to know legitimately what you want to see, but it's all academic if we don't hit the dono goal, and it is now at 5% out of 100%. That is 1/20th of the way, and I feel like we're a bit more than 1/20th through the stream. But again, chat, it's very early. It's still very early in the stream. Just understand, I'm trying to get the streams shorter, so we might end earlier than you expect. If you're used to those 6-hour, 7-hour streams, understand that I cannot do those forever, and those are only happening by bad planning on my part in biting off more than I can chew, and covering more topics than I really have time to talk about. So I'm trying to shorten that. So again, the end of the stream will come faster than you think, but we're not there yet. we're a ways away from that. So there still is hope. And I'm, let me just say, I've been surprised before, right? I've been surprised before. Sometimes miracles can happen, right? Right. Christian Strand, sometimes, sometimes you get a free, sometimes somebody gifts you a free membership, and you get to watch just in time for the premium stream too. That's really fortuitous. And that's the word of the day, chat, fortuitous. If something is fortuitous, it is, wait, do I have to look up the definition? I know what fortuitous means. Fortuitous. Fortuitous, happening by accident or chance rather than by design. Or the definition that I really like for fortuitous is happening by a lucky chance. Fortunate. Yeah, there we go. It's easier than I thought. It's just fortunate. Fortuitous. It's like a $15 word there for a $2 word. But that's what we're doing, chat. We got a good exchange rate here. The dollar is strong in my chat. And once again, the donos are what drive us towards this dono goal, and what open up the chance for a slightly longer stream, possibly even more than slightly, because I take forever. I yap. And some of this stuff I have a lot to say about, like the tech bros wanting to matrix the poor, or whether Trump even got shot, JD Vance fucking a couch, right? Any of these topics could be a follow-up for the Kamala topic if we hit the dono goal before I get done with that. So just so you understand, things like a super chat, a super sticker, things like whether you get yourself a membership and weasel the fuck up, or whether you pass on the weasel to other people, right? These all count towards the dono goal. Not only do they count towards the dono goal, but they also allow you to put your money near where my mouth is. I mean, it's pretty close to my mouth. Is again, chat, I'm not gonna literally put my lips up here, but you get the idea. You can put your money where maybe Waluigi's mouth is, right? Sort of, right? And you can actually help out the topic that you want to see, right? Which may or may not be doing well in the poll, but you can increase its performance at the rate of 1% per US dollar when you donate, by just letting me know afterwards that, you're like, I want that to go to Destiny, or I want that to go to JD Vance effing a couch, or I want to see about the Trump, did he get shot, or I want to see the tech bros, are they going to matrix all of us brokies? Are we going to get matrixed by Peter Thiel, right? If you want to find out, then when you donate, let me know which of these topics is of your liking, and I'll put it there. I can also put it on Vox Populi, which is what people say when they just want to reinforce the poll. If they are like, the chat is voting, and I want the chat vote to count. And it does count, right? To some degree, but sometimes the donos also, sort of steer us in a different direction. But if you'd rather have the donos de-emphasized, you say Vox Populi, and then I start taking percentages from all of these things. So yeah, this counts, for any of those donations on YouTube, super chat, super sticker, or membership or gift membership. This counts for any of the donations to on Twitch, whether it be sub or what is it called? A Twitch Prime sub. Yes, that's what it's called. Or gifted subs, right? That counts as well. Also counting our donations to the wish list to make the stream better. I've got a number of items on there that we're crowdsourcing a better version of the stream, a better version of the channel. And, it's thanks to viewers like you that I have a cool background like this. I think it's a cool background. I don't know. Maybe you think it's a cool one too. And, this mic that you're hearing me through is thanks to viewers like you on Throne. So, and also signups for Patreon count, as well as do donations to the Cash App and to the PayPal. So that's what's going on today. Maybe if we get to that dono goal, again, we're 5% of the way there. That is 1/20th. That is not giving me a whole lot of confidence. But again, chat, I have been surprised before. And sometimes, surprises are nice. Sometimes surprises are not so nice, but a lot of times surprises are pretty cool. Let's take a look and see what we got next. Oh yeah, I wanted to read you the rest of this. So I got the information that debunk.
But now
Let me take a sip of Void coffee here. Communists invading radicals, hell yeah.
Void coffee.
Oh. Void coffee. So I got the information debunking Netanyahu's speech from, I think it was Wednesday. I got this from Zateo, and if you don't know, here, let me like put this in chat, all right? I just want to promote this a little bit. Chat, I'm promoting way too much stuff, but you got to check out Zateo if you haven't already. It's a YouTube channel, and it is a media company run by the one, the only, Mehdi Hassan. Right there. And right there. Give it a look, right? Oh my god, I didn't hit the right button, did I? I hit the wrong button. Here, let's hit the right button. Let's hit the good button, chat. Always the good button. All right. I'm always punching that good button, right? This is my thing. I'm known for hitting that good bean. Toss a like to the streamer while you're at it. Yeah, it really helps out, you know. It's underrated, right? You can vote in the poll the channel that you're in. You can vote in the poll of the channel that you're not in by crossing over to the other poll and voting in there. And all that I ask, if you want to cross over and get 2 votes instead of 1 vote, is that you leave a like in the other stream as well, because it helps me out greatly indeed. So yeah, there's the Zateo link if you want to check that out. This is Mehdi Hassan's media company, and like I said, there's also a YouTube channel called Zateo with a lot of Mehdi Hassan's content. He's too spicy for cable news, chat, so he's got to be his own thing now. And I think he's a lot better than Pierce, right? As far as people that have spun off a cable media career for, as far as people who've spun off a cable media career for a job on the internet, you know, the most precarious type of work you could possibly do, I feel like Mehdi Hassan is doing a lot better for himself than I am right now, definitely. But look, I'll play real good for free if that's what's up. Anyway, so I wanted to read you the rest of this article, if I may. Right? So yeah, Netanyahu spoke on Wednesday. Let's see, is this one the best one? Let's I gotta hit the buttons. I'm so good at hitting the buttons, chat. I've had a lot of practice. Yeah, all the practice in the world at hitting the buttons. What? Why is there no sound to it? That's pissing me off. Did I lose the rights to the sound? Oh my god! Wait, you're hearing it, aren't you? Wait, maybe you're not hearing it. Let's try one more time. Oh my god! You heard it? You could hear the sound? And so it's just not appearing in my headphones. Try it one more time. Why? Oh, wait. Mute it there. Well, anyway, if you're hearing it, that's what's important. This is Bibi Netanyahu. This is a bad man. Even if you are somebody who, you know, you're like, Israel deserves the right to defend itself, and Israel needs to maintain itself as a Jewish-only state, and, you know, every second-class citizenship for everybody else, right? Even if you're that kind of person, right? You got to admit that this guy's no good. This guy's giving you a bad name. I think even Destiny admits that Bibi is no good, right? He is head of a right-wing coalition full of war criminals, full of violent, scary people, and he is enacting a massive ethnic cleansing. And I say that because I'm not sure YouTube wants me saying the other word that starts with a G for what's going on right now in Gaza, but this is the guy doing it, right? And I think we should all be able to agree that he's a bad guy. Even the, you know, like, right, even the people that, you know, want the US to stick with Israel and keep arming them, right, agree that this guy's gone way too far. So yeah, he spoke at the to a joint session of Congress. This is how fucked up our government is, even though most people are not with this guy. Or, right? The Congress is, because of the effect of money in politics. So Benjamin Netanyahu was met with sustained applause and dozens of standing ovations from members of the United States Congress on Wednesday afternoon. Those in the chamber, a majority of them Republicans, didn't seem at all bothered with his non-stop gaslighting, not just the number of brazen lies he told, but also his many blatant omissions and evasions. I was bothered. This is Mehdi Hassan speaking. I was furious, in fact. So I put together a fact check on his hour-long address to his Republican and Democratic pals. And again, like half the Democrats didn't show up for this, so it's not all the Democrats, but it's way too many of them. It's way too many Democrats. A receipt-filled debunking. So he's got Mehdi has arrived. Mehdi Hassan has arrived, and he's got receipts. He's got receipts, y'all. Let us see. Is this a better way to read it? Yeah. Yeah, that works. All right, so I read you the first thing about the aid and the caloric sufficiency that he claimed 3,000 calories when actually we're actually talking about more like 245 calories. And there's a lot that Netanyahu's leaving out, right? It doesn't matter how many trucks you send if the food is getting intercepted and thrown out and stomped on, right? On the way there. And if it's not even safe for Palestinians to pick up, i.e. The Flower Massacre. Netanyahu on civilian casualties. What he said: John Spencer is the head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatant to non-combatant casualties. Well, that's easy. That's an easy clap. That's an easy thing to achieve when you're like literally counting any male over 16 years old as a combatant, which is what they seem to be doing, right? Casualties in the history of urban warfare. What he didn't say, what Netanyahu didn't mention, is that the Israeli military conveniently defines almost, there we go, okay, almost every adult male it kills, and by adult, I think we're talking about 16 and up. I don't think we mean 18 and up, right? As a combatant, as one soldier told the Israeli publication 972, every man in Gaza between the ages, yep, I was right, between the ages of 16 and 50 is suspected of being a terrorist. The soldier added, it is permissible to shoot everyone, a young girl, an old woman. What Netanyahu didn't mention is what Israeli newspaper Haaretz has extensively reported on, that there are kill zones inside of Gaza where any Palestinian who crosses into them is shot. Per Haaretz, Israeli army says that 9,000 terrorists have been killed since the war in Gaza began. Defense officials and soldiers, however, tell Haaretz of these are often civilians whose only crime was to cross an invisible line drawn by the IDF. In other words, into the kill zone, right? You go into the... Netanyahu quoted John Spencer, a pro-Israeli U.S. academic, but he didn't quote U.S. military historian Robert Pape, who has called Gaza one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history. This is group punishment, right? This is a tactic to, I guess, combat Hamas, but not by going after them, but by, going after the civilians and trying to reduce their support via, immiserating civilians. From what I understand, though, it has not worked. And if you know anything about the, history of counterinsurgency, the Battle of Algiers being a movie that kind of comes to mind, right? You'll understand why that does not work, right? He didn't quote former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Andrew Gilmore, who said, "We are witnessing probably the highest kill rate of any military killing anybody since Rwandan genocide of 1994. He didn't quote the U.S. Marine Corps veteran Philip Clay, who argued that even if we accept the IDF's claim of 12,000 of the roughly 29,000 Gazans reported dead by February 20th were enemy fighters, that would still mean that for every 100 Israeli airstrikes, the IDF killed an average of 54 citizens. In the U.S. campaign in Raqqa, the American military caused an estimated 1.7 civilian deaths per 100 strikes." Netanyahu on Rafah. What he said. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. I feel like there's orders of magnitude more. Well, last week I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, "How many terrorists did you take out in Rafah?" He gave me an exact number, 1,203. Yeah, that much certainty. I asked him how many civilians were killed. He said, "Prime Minister, practically none." With the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot. Oh, it's the Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 2 people. The answer is practically none. What he didn't say, practically none. Netanyahu didn't mention the Israeli bomb that, per Amnesty International, struck the 4-story home of the Abu Radwan family in Tal al-Sultan neighborhood in West Rafah, killing 9 members of the family, 6 children, 2 women, and 1 man on April 19th. He didn't mention the Israeli strike that destroyed the Abdalal family's home in Al-Janiha, in the Al-Janiha neighborhood in eastern Rafah, killing 20 family members. He didn't mention the at least 29 Palestinians killed in 2 separate Israeli attacks on displacement camps in Rafah in late May, as CNN reported at the time. Then there is his suggestion that the dozens of Palestinian civilians, including women and children, who were killed in a horrific fire in the Tel al-Sultan refugee camp in Rafah on May 26, were not killed by a pair of 250-pound bombs dropped on them by the Israel Air Force, but by shrapnel from a bomb that ignited a nearby Hamas weapons depot. I'm trying to make sure. The New York Times carried out an extensive investigation of this Israeli claim, saying it had reviewed dozens of videos and had been unable to find any that suggest a significant secondary explosion. Netanyahu and the hostages. What he said: Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. Many hostages' families are also here with us today. What he didn't say: Netanyahu didn't mention how more than 100 hostages were released not in a daring rescue operation, but via a ceasefire deal with Hamas, which he is refusing to do again. He didn't mention that his daring rescue mission killed almost 300. Okay, so at first we were hearing 200. Now the updated number looks like more like 300. And injured hundreds more, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. He didn't mention that Israel itself has unwittingly killed multiple hostages in Gaza. He didn't mention that the former spokesperson for the hostages' family has said there were hostages' families there at the joint session that were there to protest Netanyahu, right? Families had said there was a deal on the table in October to release all the hostages, but Netanyahu rejected it. He didn't mention how many of the families of the hostages have been furious with him for several months now and have been protesting against him in the streets of Israel. He didn't mention how outside of where he was delivering his speech In the capital, at least 6 family members of Israeli, so outside, not in the joint session itself, but outside at the protest, at least 6 family members, because they gave you the feeling that what was outside, the protest, it was a bunch of like Hamas supporters or terrorists themselves, right? It was the kind of feeling, like they described them as like attacking police, writing anti-Semitic graffiti, hoisting Hamas flags, when in actuality, some of the people there to protest were the families of hostages protesting Netanyahu's intransigence towards bringing those hostages home for real. Were arrested while demonstrating against him, including the brother of a current hostage and the daughter of a murdered one. Netanyahu on protesters. What he said: for all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israeli protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there. And throughout the city, well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Yeah, something that should be mentioned, right, is those bombs that you are dropping on civilians in Gaza do not discriminate between gay and straight. What he didn't say: there is zero evidence, none, nada, for this nonsensical and offensive claim. Were there hundreds of Jewish anti-war protesters who were arrested at the Capitol the day before Netanyahu's speech? Were they all paid by the Iranian government to be there? Are you kidding me? And the majority of ordinary Americans who tell pollster after pollster that they favor a ceasefire in Gaza and an end to fighting, are they also Iran's useful idiots? This is the dumbest, most dishonest, and most desperate claim of Netanyahu's entire speech at Congress. So again, this is Zateo. It's a new media company headed by Mehdi Hassan, who, again, got fired from cable media for speaking the truth, it seems. And I'm going to give you, wow. Twitch chat, are you okay? You have not moved since the first time. This is a little bit depressing, chat. I feel like I'm talking about some pretty important stuff today, and I don't know. Is it getting through? I hope it's getting through to at least somebody out there, right? So yeah, if you want to go over and or bookmark this or whatever, that's the website. This is where this article lives, and you can also check out Mehdi Hassan on. You can also check out Mehdi Hassan on YouTube, which is where a lot of his content lives. All right, so let's move on. Let's move on anyway. Yeah, this is depressing stuff.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
A reason why this is no. Oh my God.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we continue to look at Vice President.
Okay, chat. There's something wrong.
Vice President Kamala Harris's run for the White House. We're joined by Lily Greenberg Call. She worked on Kamala
something wrong with my audio
campaign in 2019. Lily Greenberg.
Oh my God, I hate having it here. Let's
join the
do
Biden
this.
administration. But
we will take a moment to talk to chat. All right. Now I'm also
because it was so peaceful up here, but
look at that. I don't have sound for this. What is going on? All right, so it's not this thing.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, there we go. So I've got my sound. What I want is like Amy Goodman sound.
Resigned from her
Nope.
position in the
Now, chat, you can hear this, right?
to protest Biden's.
You can hear the audio was loud on that video. Yeah. So the reason that is because most people do not have their shit together. And so I have to turn up their audio extra loud, but we're having a real problem, chat, a real tech issue here today. You can hear communists invading radicals, and you can hear Amy Goodman. Guess who can't hear Amy Goodman right now? Guess who can't hear anything at all? I can hear my own voice. You need more coconut bonks? We're having all the coconut bonks today. Windows sounds came through. Yes, you're hearing all the sounds. In chat, I'm hearing none of the sounds. No sounds whatsoever. So, again, it's a good time to talk to chat, I guess, while I try to, in the background, fix whatever might be wrong with my audio. Oh, well, that's easy. Interesting. If I play this.
Support for Israel.
Oh, so good, so good. Okay, chat. Major freaking. Whew. All right, that's just yeah, coconut bonking. Did the coconut bonking play earlier, or? Like, I think I have that open somewhere, don't I? Unless I closed it. I might have closed the coconut bonking sound down. Aw. I need to get that on the soundboard. I'll work on that, chat. I mean, I could just... Here we go. The bonks. Oh yeah, it's so good. It's so good to hear. Chat, it just scared the crap out of me. That just scared the crap out of me. That just scared the living, breathing poop of the universe out of me, okay? That was scary. It's scary when, like, all of a sudden, like, part of my sound doesn't work, but yeah, I can't tell. I don't know why this happened, but it just, like, randomly muted, like, my main desktop audio, like, to me, like, my, like, you know, the little symbol with the speaker, you know, that's on your computer, right? It was, like, X'd. I didn't ask it to mute. I didn't tell it to mute, but it muted anyway, and I don't know why. But luckily, I fixed it. I was able to fix it, so that's good to know. That's good to understand. So how are we doing, chat? Bonks are fine to you, says Brad Lestat. Who will I vote for? Well, luckily, I am in a not... luckily, it doesn't matter who I vote for, since I'm in a state that is not purple. Or not even close to purple, actually. But as far as who do I suggest that you vote for, I suggest that you be strategic with your vote, especially if you live in a purple state, right? And the strategy that I want you to employ, since there are exactly 2 candidates that realistically have a chance at getting in the White House, is to vote for the lesser of 2 evils. And that fucking sucks that I have to say that. And that fucking sucks that that's what we're left with, right? But that is kind of how the system works, right? So it's not as crucial for me who I vote for as it may be for you if you live in the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio. Sorry, I should not say Ohio. I should say Pennsylvania. I should say Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada, right? Those are the ones that count. I actually follow this British Minecrafter, and in addition to his Minecrafting channel, he also has like a channel where he just talks about whatever he wants to. And right now, he's interested in the U.S. election, and he is just like massively surprised and entertained and shocked at the fact that, you know, he did a video the other day of like, these are the states that count. And it's like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. 6 states count. 6 states count, right? But like, again, I'm not gonna scold you about like what you're gonna do with your vote, right? You know, especially if you're somebody whose stomach has been turned by the policies of the Biden administration in Gaza, right? It, it might be hard. It might be hard to make that strategic vote for harm reduction. You might feel like you're voting for genocide. You might feel like you're voting for 2,000-pound bombs to be, you know, sent to kill innocent people. But unfortunately, those bombs are going there regardless of who you vote for. But again, I'm not into vote scolding. All right, I may be a woke scold. In fact, I think Xander Hall has called me one. I think Demon Mama has called me a woke scold a couple of times, right? I'm fine with woke scolding. I'm not going to vote scold though, because I just don't think it does any good. You got to vote your conscience at the end of the day, right? And I think that if you are frustrated by the fact that some people that maybe even to your left, right, are you know, talking like they're not going to vote right now, the best thing you can do is put pressure on your candidate, right? If you're just fallen out of a coconut tree, if you exist in the context of all that has come before you, right, your best bet is to try to pressure Kamala to be better. And you know, that's your best bet as far as getting those votes, which you feel should be going, you know, to Kamala out of a sense of, you know, strategic harm reduction, and that, you know, people are being iffy about whether they're actually going to do that, right? Your best bet is to make the, you know, the lesser of two evil candidate a little bit less evil, right? And that happens through pressure, and that happens through pressure before the election, and that happens through pressure after the election, right? Otherwise, Democrats have just a tendency to be like, yeah, well, you know, if we're just like slightly better than the Republicans, our voters have nowhere else to go. You got to let them know that that's not right. You got to let them know that's not how it works. You got to put some pressure on that, on them. So that's why I suggest not riding with Biden and not riding with Kamala either, right? Not letting these people take you for granted, not talking about them the way that a cheerleader would talk about them, not glazing them up, but rather pushing them to be better. That's what I think our best bet is as far as voting. So thanks for that question. That's a very good, it's a very important thing to talk about. There's chat. It disappeared. Wait, chat disappeared for you? Imagine all the mind-bending mental gymnastic delusions that Republicans go through in order to tell themselves crooks. They're still struggling with this idea that the Republican shooter was a Democrat, was an Antifa super soldier. I bet what they're doing is they're like, he looks like a soy boy to me. He looks like a soy boy. You must be a liberal. There's no way a guy like that votes Republican. Chat, for all we know, he's more, you know, reactionary than a Republican. For all we know, if he had a problem with Trump, which it sounds like he did. I mean, we don't have a lot of sources on him, but we do know that he's like a little debate bro, running around his school, acting like he's better than everybody. You know, wanting to talk politics, but you know, if you're like, you know, no matter who you support, you're a piece of shit. And he knows more about politics than you do, right? And for all we know, he wants somebody more like Nick Fuentes to run for president rather than Donald Trump. But yeah, this guy looked up he looked up Donald Trump. He looked up you know, the DNC event. He looked up Merrick Garland, right? He apparently just looking for somebody to shoot. And it turned out that Donald Trump was in the neighborhood. Donald Trump was the closest one to him, so Donald Trump got the ear piercing. We still don't know, though, like, if that ear piercing came from a bullet. And Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, in a hearing in the House recently, offered up the possibility that it might have been shrapnel. And we just don't have, like, we don't have, like, the medical information of, like, you know, this was the wound. This is how we know it's a bullet, right? And all we got is Trump's shitty doctor, the doctor that got lost his license, right? Do you chat? Do you know about? Maybe we should talk about this for a second, right? Trump's doctor, Trump's favorite doctor, Mr. Ronnie Jackson, as he calls him, but his name is actually Ronnie Johnson. Trump's got a little memory problem. Wait, am I mixing it up? It is Ronnie Jackson. Navy demoted Ronnie Jackson after a probe. Former White House physician turned GOP congressman regularly touts his military bona fides. Born in 1967, is an American physician, politician, former United States naval officer. He is the U.S. representative for Texas's 13th congressional. Look, Texas is where Ted Cruz gets elected. So, I mean, I guess, right? That's there you go. There you go, Texas. They'll elect anybody as long as they kiss Trump's knob. The district is based in Amarillo and includes the Panhandle. Okay, wait. So let's get. So this is Trump's doctor. He's kind of famous for giving Trump some kind of a was it an Alzheimer's test that supposedly he passed with flying colors for reporting Trump to be taller than he is and lighter than he is. And for running the Office of Inspector General until an investigation was opened into him. Secretary of Veteran Affairs. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's the interesting part about Ronnie Jackson, right? Or Ronnie Johnson, as Trump likes to call him. I don't know. He can't remember what anybody's name is. That's okay. That's okay, chat. He's not too old. No, it's only Biden. It's only Biden that has memory problems. It's only Biden that can't put two words together. It's not Trump. No, he's great. He'll tell you all about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. How he likes to have a friend for dinner. So, the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs postponed a hearing on Jackson's nomination. After Trump was elected president in 2016, he kept Jackson on as physician to the president. Okay, so here's where it gets interesting. Upon taking office, Trump gave Jackson an additional title, Deputy Assistant to the President. Jackson became close to Trump after delivering an hour-long press conference in which he gave a glowing assessment of Trump's health. This is probably the first time you heard of this guy, right? Praising Trump's incredibly good genes and his performance on the cognitive test exceedingly well, right? And claiming that and these are screening tests, so right? These are not tests that are like we test the best and the brightest at cognition, right? These are tests to like tell, does the motherfucker have Alzheimer's or something, right? But yeah, he tried to play it off as like he's the best. He did exceedingly well at this test, claiming that if he had a healthier diet over the last 20 years, he might live to be 200 years old. Jackson was criticized for these statements and accused of misstating Trump's height and weight in order to minimize his obesity. Trump appointed Jackson as the assistant to the president and chief medical advisor on February 2nd of 2019. In July of 2022, the Navy demoted Jackson from rear admiral to captain for his actions. Now, which actions are we talking about? Not in keeping with the standards of the Navy requires of its leaders, citing substantiated allegations in the 2018 investigation by the Defense Department Inspector Generals into a report that the physician had drunk alcohol while on duty, acted inappropriately. Now, chat, if I know there's somebody in YouTube Shorts chat right now that is typing out, it's the deep state. That's the deep state. It's the globalists. It's George Soros. That's not real. That's fake news. This is the Defense Department, all right? This is the fucking armed forces that we're talking about. Oh no, the armed forces are woke. It's because they wanted to get more trans people in the military that they said that. Yeah, sure, right? They made up his drinking on duty, I'm sure. Acted inappropriately and routinely yelled at his subordinates. Despite the demotion, Jackson continued to represent himself as an admiral. This is a perfect Trumpian, like this. Of course, this is Trump's personal physician. Of course, Trump would put like this. This guy's cut from the same cloth as Trump himself. Jackson continued to represent himself as an admiral on his congressional website through at least March 2024, when the story was first uncovered by the Washington Post. All right, so we're getting into the good stuff here. Getting into the good stuff. On April 23rd of 2018, the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs postponed a hearing on Jackson's nomination after current and former White House medical staff accused him of creating a hostile work environment, excessive drinking on the job, and dispensing medications improperly. Interesting. Dispensing medications improperly. Ranking Committee member Montana Senator John Tester handled much of the hearing, and Republican Senator Johnny Isakson, the chairman of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, supported Tester's handling of Jackson's nomination. Tester told CNN on April 24th that Jackson was known as the Candyman. Look out the Candyman. At the White House, according to around 20 people, they've only got 20 witnesses. I mean, like, what if they're all lying? What if they're all deep state agents, right? That's easily explainable. Who brought these concerns to the Veterans Affairs Senate Committee because he allegedly handed out Ambien, Provigil, aka modafinil, and other prescription drugs like they were candy. Handed them out to the Trump administration, to people in Trump's White House, right? Despite the allegations, but I thought it was Hunter's Coke, right? Oh my God, Chad, that Coke might have been sitting around there for a while. Maybe that was Ronnie Jackson's. I don't know. Despite the allegation at a press conference, Trump called Jackson one of the finest people I've ever met. Of course you did. Just like Ghislaine Maxwell was one of the finest people that you ever met, and you wish her well, and you hope that she doesn't finger you. Hinted that Jackson might drop out, and accusing Democrats of mounting an unfair attack. No, it was the deep state, right? It was the globalist, right? Meanwhile, CNN reported that during an overseas trip in 2015, an intoxicated Jackson knocked on a female employee's hotel room door so noisily that the Secret Service stopped him to prevent him from waking President Obama. Oh my God, so he's been around for a while. The Secret Service officials said they had no record of such an incident, of course. Jackson withdrew from consideration for the Secretary of Veterans Affairs on April 26, 2018, after the Senate Committee of Veterans Affairs began formally investigating the allegations. Senator Johnny Isakson, the Republican chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, defended Tester's grilling, saying he had no problem with Tester's handling of Jackson's nomination. Jackson, but no, guy's a rhino. It's a rhino. That's why he's a globalist. He's a rhino. He's a deep stater. Okay. Jackson insisted that the allegations were completely false and fabricated and said he was withdrawing because the controversy had become a distraction for Trump and his agenda. A selfless act, if there ever was one. Jackson returned to work in the White House medical unit, but did not return to his position as Trump's personal physician. He was replaced in that position by Navy officer Sean Conley, who had taken over that whole month, that role a month earlier in an acting capacity. The 115th Congress returned his nomination to Trump on January 3rd of 2019 without being considered in the Senate Committee on Armed Services. In May 2018, after receiving 12 complaints about Jackson's conduct, the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office, OIG, opened an investigation. The investigation stalled from October 2018 to August 2019 because the Trump White House counsel's office objected to the investigation. Sounds like interference, if you ask me, and considered invoking executive privilege, but ultimately did not. OIG investigators interviewed Jackson and 78 witnesses. The OIG noted that the interview of Jackson was limited in scope and unproductive because lawyers in the White House counsel's office insisted on participating in the interview and instructed Jackson not to answer any questions concerning events after his appointment as physician to the president in July 2013. In March 2021, the OIG issued its report. It documented Jackson's inappropriate interaction with subordinates and heavy drinking while on duty. The OIG concluded by a preponderance of evidence that Jackson had made sexual and denigrating statements about one of his female medical subordinates to another of his subordinates, that Jackson drank alcohol with his subordinates in Manila, became intoxicated, and while in his hotel room, engaged in behavior that witnesses described as screaming and yelling, and behavior that some complained might wake the president. This is back during the Obama administration, this part. Jackson took Ambien, a sleep medication. This is the Roseanne medication, right? You remember Roseanne making racist tweets and then blaming it on Ambien? Then Ambien had to come out and say, our medication does not have racism as a side effect. Sorry. Sleep medication during office travel, raising concerns about his potential incapacity to provide proper medical care during his travel. In addition to finding that Jackson had engaged in inappropriate conduct involving the use of alcohol during 2 presidential trips, the report also found that he disparaged, belittled, bullied, and humiliated subordinates, creating a negative WHMU work environment, and failed to conduct himself in an exemplary manner and made an unfavorable impact on the overall WHMU command climate. On March 2nd of 2021, the Inspector General briefed members of Congress of this review. After the review was issued, Jackson said that the allegations were a quote-unquote political hit job because I stood with President Trump and lied about his weight and height, right? I stood with the soon-to-be 200-year-old President Trump, who, you know, if he just ate a little bit better, he'd live to 200 years, right? This guy that he said was the healthiest, patient he'd ever examined, right? Donald Trump. And that they resurrected those same false allegations from my years in the Obama administration because I have refused to turn my back on President Trump. There he is. There's a Texas rodeo incident? What the fuck is this? In July 2023, Jackson was briefly detained by law enforcement in White Deer, Texas during a rodeo. Video of the incident provided by the Texas Department of Public Safety showed Jackson tried to help a teenager suffering from a seizure. Okay, but had he lost his medical license at this point? After a trooper requested that he step back and allow paramedics to help her, Jackson confronted the trooper, pushed past officers who positioned themselves between him and the trooper, and was subdued and handcuffed. Rising, Jackson shouted, You are a fucking full-on dick. You better recalculate, motherfucker. I'm gonna call the governor tomorrow, and I'm gonna talk to him about this shit because this is fucking ridiculous. Jackson later spoke to Carson County Sheriff Tam Terry, who reported that Jackson demanded that the deputies who handcuffed him be punished and threatened to go after Terry politically. Wow. That's Trump's doctor. The Candy Man. Yeah, like I think I've read a longer and more comprehensive list of the medications made available by the so-called Candyman, and you know, they included, I think, like fentanyl patches. Like there was a lot of shit in there that just like seems sus. Yeah, Adderall was on there. So anyway, let's take a look at where we're at as far as the polls go, as far as the dono goal goes, all right? And then we'll get back to more Kamala Harris. All right, so if I'm looking at the shorts poll, I see 34% of you have voted for did Trump even get shot? 31% of you are voting for is Destiny losing his shit? And 20% of you are voting for Tech Bros want...
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They want to matrix the poor. 16%, only 16% on shorts, right? This is shorts. Want to see JD Vance potentially F a couch. If I look at the full-scale stream, we got 72 votes, right? And that is compared to 51 likes, meaning there's like 21 of you out there potentially who have not liked the stream yet. Fix that. All right. We got did Trump even get shot at 39%? Tech Bros want to matrix the poor at 33%. JD Vance fucking a couch at 15%, and Destiny losing his shit at 12%. So a little bit of a disagreement between the polls. But I may or may not have to actually do the math to find out. It's looking like no. It looks like I don't have to do any math at all because we are 5% of the way towards the dono goal. It has not moved a single inch since we last checked in. So again, chat, none of this matters in terms of any bonus content. In other words, the stream will end at the end of the Kamala Harris content if we don't hit the dono goal. And we've not made any progress, so hope you're having fun out there. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, we got 2%. Oh my god, this is just depressing. This is just depressing. Let's move on. I guess just remembering that you know, if you want to see that extra content, it means the dono goal has to go from 5% somehow to 100%. How do you get it to move? You donate, and that is, you know, can be done through a super chat, can be done through a super sticker, can be done through becoming a member yourself on YouTube, or through gifting memberships to other people. Can be done on Twitch through a Twitch Prime membership, which costs you nothing. Can be done through getting yourself a membership, which costs you $6, or by gifting memberships to other people to save them from the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 40 minutes. I always mention this at the wrong time. So yeah, that is depressing. Almost as depressing as having to do the ad read so many times during the stream because the dono goal is not moving whatsoever. If you might have noticed that when the dono goal does move, there's a lot less discussion of the dono goal. There's a lot just less, you know, less of the horse race coverage, as it were, of what's winning in the poll and what's potentially slipping out of our grasp as far as content today, as there is today. So, if you want the stream to be more killer and less filler, that's another reason to donate. But we'll see, chat. I've been surprised before. We'll see how short or not short the stream actually is. Let's take a look at what Amy Goodman has to say here about an ex-Biden staffer that she's talking to who quit over Gaza talking about Kamala Harris and the possibility of charting a new path on Israel-Palestine. And I gotta press buttons to make this happen. Let's go. Pressing that button. Pressing that button. And last but not least, we press this button.
Israel's war on Gaza. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue to look at Vice President Kamala Harris's run for the White House, we're joined by Lily Greenberg Call. She worked on Kamala Harris's presidential campaign in 2019. Lily Greenberg Call went on to join the Biden administration, but resigned from her position in the Interior Department to protest Biden's support for Israel's war on Gaza. She was the first Jewish political appointee to resign over Biden's policies on Gaza in May.
I feel like we need to boost her volume, don't we?
To the chief of staff at the Interior Department. She just wrote an article for The Guardian headlined, "I work to elect Kamala Harris. She must break with Biden on Israel and Palestine." Welcome
Is that better?
to Democracy Now!, Lily. Explain exactly
Maybe give it a little bit more.
what the plan is.
So,
Up to 9.
Biden's unconditional support for Israel's assaults on Gaza has been widely unpopular, with Americans writ large, with Democrats, again, with American voters across the board, and even within the American Jewish community.
So again, a little bit of just like checking in and just giving you like the 100 on this, all right? Most Americans do not have Gaza and Israel as a top concern of theirs. Right. And this goes for, young voters. This goes for older voters. Right. That is true. And most people do not probably agree with my take, on what should happen in Israel, which would be a singular, secular state with one person, one vote that enfranchises, everybody. And it does not discriminate on its citizens based on their race or their religion, right? That would be, my take on that. That's not exactly, a popular view. However, most Americans don't like the killing of innocent civilians in Gaza. They want it to stop. They want the war to stop. And, they blame Netanyahu. Right. They might not, blame like I blame, the state of Israel and realize that even were you to swap Netanyahu out for somebody else, should this war end, right, it's very likely that Netanyahu would leave power and actually be prosecuted because there's a lot of charges chasing Netanyahu, just like there's a lot of charges chasing Trump. And there seems to be a perverse incentive for Netanyahu to stay in power. Just like, there's an incentive for Trump to run for president again, right? But so I'm trying to be real with you here, right? I'm not saying that my outlook on the conflict is like the popular position in America, but I will also say that unlimited, arms to Israel in its, continued killing of civilians is not popular either. But again, Americans place this down the priority list, and there is a big and important part of the Democrats' coalition that have been disgusted by Biden's policy. So in terms of the swing states like Michigan, swing states like Pennsylvania, there are voters who may not turn out to vote for Kamala, and we're definitely not wanting to turn out for Biden, based on the horrible enabling of these war crimes in Gaza. So it is an important political issue. It is not, stayed in the headlines. It is not being talked about nearly as much as it should be. There are popular support for declaring a ceasefire by those who are paying attention to it. But unfortunately, not enough people are paying attention to it. So anyway.
So Vice President Harris now has an opportunity to chart a new path, and not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's actually both the popular and politically savvy thing for her to do. At this moment, she needs to support an arms embargo to Israel. She needs to reject AIPAC's right-wing agenda, and she needs to use all of the U.S.'s leverage to broker a lasting ceasefire, a hostage exchange, and a meaningful status quo change in Israel-Palestine that means a safety and a thriving future for all Palestinians and Israelis.
And what is your sense that she would be willing to make that break from Biden policies, especially in the midst of a very shortened presidential campaign?
Well, when I was in the administration, actually, I heard reports that she was pushing the president to pursue a more humane policy that complied with international law. She was the first administration official to actually use the word ceasefire, albeit calling for a 6-week one. But there were actually some reports that was an effort by the president's staff to kind of water down her speech in Selma when she first called for a 6-week ceasefire. So, it's really disappointing to think that potentially the president and the president's staff were not only not listening to the majority of the American people and voters, but to his own vice president. I believe that she would be, more amenable to breaking with Biden on Israel and Gaza. And again, I also think she has to, right? Over 700,000 Democrats voted uncommitted in the primary, which was a protest of President Biden's unconditional support for Israel's assault on Gaza. Those voters are really important. They're progressives, they're young people, they're Arab Americans. They're part of the coalition that the vice president needs to win in key swing states like Michigan, Minnesota, and Georgia. And if she wants to actually defeat Donald Trump, she has to not just reject authoritarianism here at home, but also reject it abroad, and that means rejecting the Israeli government.
And Lily Greenberg, Carl, will you be participating in protests at the Democratic convention? And or if you're not going to be there, do you support those kinds of protests?
I think voters have the right to hold our electeds and folks seeking elected office accountable. And I do think that I'm glad to see that people are rallying around Kamala. I think it's important that we, unite the party in this moment and we do everything that we can to defeat Donald Trump. But I also think that this is a moment to hold her accountable. Again, President Biden was weak by the end of his term.
And this is what I'm saying, right? If you don't want to see this weakness in the Democratic Party, if you don't want to see a lethargic base and a lack of energy, a lack of activism, a lack of enthusiasm, a lack of younger people being involved in the race, and we're talking about the people who do the canvassing, who do the get out the vote, who do all the turnout stuff, right? Then it's incumbent upon you to let Kamala, I almost said Camilla, this has gotten into my head. I forget who mispronounced her name as Camilla, but it's incumbent upon you to let Kamala feel the heat and understand that our votes are not to be taken for granted. And that there is pressure on this side because she's feeling a lot of pressure from the other side. And we saw the result of that, chat, when she gives in to the pressure from the other side in terms of this statement right here, right? This is where that comes from, when she thinks she has to, do this shit to win the race. And again, I don't think it's helping her at all. But so if you're frustrated with people, being a little bit cooler on Kamala, today than they were a few days ago, right? You're not going to be helped by vote scolding them. You're not going to be helped by berating them, by making fun of them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to be helped by pushing the Democratic candidates to be better, right? So, oh yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. We got 5 gift subs. Look like Variant. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Let's see if I can pronounce this name. Pidheinik. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Mrs. Jones. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. WTF Dad Shoes. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And David Denuno, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That is 5 new members to the Weasel Gang, and couldn't have been better timed, right? Because we are swiftly approaching. I'm planning it on Sunday, right? I want to get we do a premium streamium. I try to do it every month, but this month has been wild. I don't know how long it's been since the last one, probably too long, right? But we try to do a premium streamium. That is a special stream where we go into a topic that wouldn't necessarily be algorithmically friendly. You can see right now I'm doing a topic that's not especially, judging by my numbers, algorithmically friendly, but I think it's important to talk about. We've got some more important stuff to talk about, but this is going to be a little bit of a deep dive into the enshittification of the internet. Who's behind this? We're going to be talking about the PayPal mafia, as they call them. We're going to be talking about tech bros, and we're going to be talking about where some of these bad ideas actually come from, because there are people that we don't usually talk about that are kind of behind the scenes. Look, if you're like a Sam Cedar viewer, or I'm trying to think, some people do talk about these guys, right? But it's you know, they don't get nearly enough of a spotlight on them as far as the originators of the ideas behind Project 2025. If you've noticed, a lot of Trump people, you know, who used to say it's not a democracy, it's a republic, right? Now they're saying, well, actually, I'd like it if it was better if it was a monarchy, right, with King Trump, right? Now they're not talking about putting a Trump, like a crown on Trump and giving him a scepter or anything like that. It's not that kind of king, but this comes from somewhere, and this actually comes from Silicon Valley, right? This comes from one of their favorite thought leaders over there that's got this idea that, and you can see this idea at work in Silicon Valley. A lot of these people, they don't just become CEO, they become CEO and they control the board, giving them monarchical power, giving them kind of a unitary executive power. They would like to bring this unitary executive power to the United States government, right? And they've already got it laid out for them by the Supreme Court in terms of their recent decision. And it's looking like, you know, with the, you know, sort of the broad, you know, immunity that the Supreme Court has given to a U.S. president, that they're kind of paving the way for this sort of thing. You know, if you look at the way in which everybody to be part of the Republican Party in good standing, to continue in the Republican Party, to not be blacklisted from the Republican Party, you got to kiss Trump's ring, right? J.D. Vance used to be against Trump. J.D. Vance called Trump an American fascist, right? J.D. Vance thought that Trump was probably guilty of a lot of the sex crimes that he's accused of, right? But he's changed his tune because you literally have to. So they want this situation in which the people that would be the guardrails, the people that would be in control of the U.S. president, including like civil servants, are now instead beholden to the U.S. president, right? This is very similar, eerily similar to the way that big tech runs, to the way that Silicon Valley runs. That's what we're going to be talking about in the premium streamium when I finally make it happen. So yeah, very fortuitous, and that's the word of the day. Again, fortuitous just means fortunately, I guess. That's an easy way to say it. It's fortunate that Narwhal by Nature gave those 5 gift memberships, because that's 5 more people that can see the premium streamium. How else can you see the premium streamium? You can see the premium streamium as a Patreon. You can see the premium streamium as a sub on Twitch. So, you know, either any of those things will get you the golden ticket that you need to see the premium streamium. And, you know, if you find that you really want to see it and you're kind of, you know, you don't have any of those things, I'll try to find a way to sneak people in through Discord or something like that. So, so we got that going up. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that, and I wanted to thank Narwhal by Nature for the fortuitous. I feel like we got to have a big sound, like whenever I say fortuitous, it should be like some kind of a. No, that's not the one. What do we need it to do? Like whenever I say fortuitous. Oh my God, I don't have anything good on my soundboard. It's the closest thing. That's the closest thing. But anyway, chat, that's what I feel like today. I feel like I'm getting bonked by the coconut. But yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, by bonking 5 more people with the weasel. They got weasels, and they'll be able to see the premium streamium, which is really freaking cool. Anyway, let me finish this segment. I'll try to talk to chat a little bit. I know I haven't been talking to you too much. I just, trying to control my yapping here. But let's finish this segment. I'll talk to chat, and then we'll take a look at where we're at as far as the dono goal, which I think, let me just give you a preview. We're 20% of the way there. That's 1/5 of the way there. That makes it a distinct possibility. Oh yeah, Narwhal by Nature, what do you want to see? What is your preference as far as the options on the poll? Germ says, keep up protest. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh wait, I need to check the Bad Lefty says I need to check the Cash App. Okay, I can do that. Wait, is that what you're saying, Bad Lefty? The least cool mafia ever. Yeah, the tech bro, the... Destiny, I got you. I got you, Narwhal by Nature. I got you. So Destiny's now, yeah. Okay, so we added that. I'll tell you where we're at when we get through with this segment. Anyway, let's finish this up.
The party was divided, and he became a political liability for Democrats in large part due to his support for the war in Gaza. And so I think the vice president...
And so now it's time to maybe talk about, let's get down to brass tacks, all right? So you know what my politics are. You know that they are far to the left of any Democrat that you're going to see running for any office, right? But I am also, when I put on my hat, a political analyst, and I can analyze how it looks from the Democratic side of things, and I can analyze how it looks from the Republican side of things. So let me put on my Democrat, my Democrat analyst hat now, and tell you a little bit about what difference a switch from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris makes, right? So with Joe Biden, the challenge for the Democrats was to win the suburbs, right? You've got your urban areas, which tend to vote for Trump. You've got your your urban areas, which tend to vote for Biden. You got your rural areas, which tend to vote for Trump. And then you've got the suburbs, which is like the land in between. And it's a little iffy, right? So as far as where the gettable votes are, the votes that are switchable, the people that are flippable, right? They tended to be in the suburbs for Biden. That is going to change for Kamala Harris, right? That is going to change for Kamala Harris. With Biden, that was the meta, was to gain as much of the sort of independent purple voters as in the suburbs as possible. For Kamala, those are not, that tactic is not going to be as fruitful, right? But what she really needs to do is kind of put back together, as much as she can, the Obama coalition, excite her base. Despite Obama's actual policies, despite the way that Obama governed, despite the way that a lot of people voting for Obama actually felt let down, he was good at exciting his base. He was good at turning out the base. And he won by, you know, some pretty historic margins based on that. Also based on the fact that John McCain had a very similar vice presidential situation to what Trump has now. In fact, I would say, you know, if you look at Sarah Palin's numbers, right, they weren't great, but she had the Republican base, and she had a net positive coming out of the convention, right? Coming out of the Republican convention, you know, there was more people that were like, yeah, Sarah Palin, than were like, boo, Sarah Palin, right? That changed when she, well, I mean, you know, it's history, right? I can see Russia from my house. She got memed on so fucking hard, right? So McCain had a vice presidential candidate who was kind of a liability for him. And Trump now has J.D. Vance, who is actually underwater. We haven't seen that before. That is new. A vice presidential candidate that is more like, has more negative than they have positive, right? That's, you know, you're supposed to pick a vice president that adds something to your ticket, especially if you're like Trump and you're generally underwater as far as your positives versus your negatives. J.D. Vance is not doing that for him. So in a lot of ways, we're going back to the meta of the 2008 campaign. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is likely to see the kind of numbers that Barack Obama saw, right? Barack Obama won states that I don't anticipate Kamala to be able to win. There were states that were in play that I don't see as being in play for Kamala Harris. But she does have the ability, if she's able to turn out her base, if she's able to get them excited, and if she's able to run up the numbers in the cities, right? That is Kamala's path to victory. And there's a narrow path, right? To just go for 271. That seems to be what they're doing right now. Just try to secure the, you know, get the bag, secure the bag before anything else. Make sure you get elected. But there's also like a wider path that might look, you know, it's every chance that Kamala could win and win convincingly, right? But it's going to start with her shoring up the base that Biden has lost, that Biden has turned away. The people that were behind Biden in prior to October that left him after that fact, right? So that's why this stuff is so important. And that's why I feel like she might be getting, you know, some bad advice if you look at some of the mistakes that she's made already. And that's why, you know, this constituency, the constituency that does have Gaza as a priority, is an important constituency for her to look to. Anyway, Democratic analyst hat off.
Needs to know that she needs to do something different.
The administration obviously has taken a lot of criticism for its pursuit of support of Israel in the war on Gaza. But the Trump administration has, Trump as a candidate has received very little questioning from the media about what his policies would be, other than to say, as he said at the convention, that the Hamas attack would never have happened if he's president. But there's no specifics about how Trump would deal with the situation.
Again, the Hamas attack, you know, the October 7th happened because of Trump, right? This is the kind of thing that you get when there's not a sense of a path to peace, of a partner for peace, and you cut out the Palestinians from negotiations that implicate majorly on their destiny, right? This is the kind of thing that happens, right? This was because of Trump's nepotistic diplomatic efforts to negotiate between Israel and you know, other countries in the Middle East, rather than to make the Palestinians part of that negotiation.
And Israel's continuing attack on Gaza. What's your sense of the media's role in this?
I mean, I think it's very clear that a Trump presidency would be disastrous, a second Trump presidency, not just for Americans, but for Palestinians, for Israelis, for people around the world. You know, I do think that, I would say in general, I don't know that the media has done a good job in the last, you know, in the last 8 years, in the last 10 years of holding Trump accountable. and showing him for what he really is, which is a fascist and a threat to our liberties and our freedoms here. But what I'll say is, I mean, for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who have been massacred in the last 9 months, the Biden administration has been just as disastrous. The Palestinian people.
So again, chat, this
About the allegations!
And for them, that is the most disastrous.
Thanks, Bobby.
Could have. So I think, we need to remember that.
Sorry for the jump scare, chat. That's what I was trying to say is that this is the protest that Kamala was talking about. These are the people that she was disparaging, right? This is the actual scene that was described as this like violent anti-Semitic, just melee, right? These, attacking cops, like, right? These are the people. These are the people that Kamala is talking shit about.
That this has been happening under a Democratic administration as well, and that's why this moment is so important and has so much potential for an actual sea change. And I hope that the Vice President and her staff are paying attention to what voters want, what the majority of American voters want, majority of Democrats, and even the majority of people in my own community, the American Jewish community, support a cutting off of offensive weapons to Israel and want a ceasefire.
Lily, I wanted to go back like 7 years to 2017, when then California Senator Kamala Harris pledged unconditional military support to Israel at the AIPAC conference then.
Our defense relationship is critical to both nations, which is why I support the United States' commitment to provide Israel with $38 billion in military.
I'm going to try to take a quick e-break, but I'm going to be listening on my phone.
Harris was senator. Again, it was 7 years ago.
Be right back.
This week, Netanyahu has already arrived in the United States. He'll be addressing a joint session of Congress on Wednesday. She will not be presiding over that session. She'll be elsewhere in Indianapolis, which I think is a statement in itself, although she will be privately meeting.
For anybody asking who this is Lily Greenberg Call. This is the first Jewish member of Biden's staff to resign over his policy in Israel-Palestine. So that's who Amy Goodman is talking to here. And if you don't know, this is Amy Goodman, right? Democracy Now! Check it out. Anyway, I'm gonna take a really quick pee, and I will be right back.
Meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Can you talk about what you understand her trajectory has been, and even in these 10 months of Israel's assault on Gaza, how she has changed?
I think, the fact that again, Vice President Harris is not perfect by any means, right? Her record as a prosecutor was harmful. She has continued to maintain ties with AIPAC, as evidence in that speech. And I think those are all things that we need to hold her accountable for. And I think compared to other people within the administration, she has shown that she's more amenable to a status quo change in U.S.-Israel policy. And she has even just, unfortunately, this is the status of American politics, but she has expressed empathy for and, humanity for Palestinians who are experiencing massacre and forced starvation, and torture. And that in itself, unfortunately, again, it is devastating that is the state of our politics, but that is a break from the status quo. And so I think, this is not an opportunity to let go of the momentum that has built. Also, 2024 and 2017 we are in a very different place now, especially how the American public views what's happening in Israel-Palestine. We have had massive student protests across the country. People are watching through social media a genocide being live streamed, and they're realizing that it's their tax dollars and American weapons being used to kill children, and they're not okay with it. And even within Israel-Palestine, the movement to bring the hostages home, there are hostage families, family members of people still, being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza who came to Washington, D.C., who are here to protest Bibi Netanyahu's speech to Congress. There is something changing right now, and I again, it is imperative that the vice president charts a new path on Israel-Palestine if she wants to not only, win the election and unite the country, but reject authoritarianism here and abroad.
We want to take you live to the White House, where Vice President Kamala Harris is speaking to reporters after meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
How it does so matters. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization. On October 7, Hamas triggered this war when it massacred 12.
For decades now, Palestine
My God. Oh. Thank you for letting me know I'm muted. See, this is how you get the chat active, though. You gotta accidentally leave yourself muted, right? It was totally not on purpose, chat. It was totally not on purpose. No, everybody's like loading their shit and everything. You're muted, girl. Let me do that. Okay, so the way I've got this set up on YouTube is if you donate like $5 or more, it reads it out in a sassy British voice. But I like to like kind of, people don't know that necessarily. So, I like to give you the sassy British voice myself. So here's how it would have been, right, Trevor? It would have been like, "You're muted, girl." Thank you, Trevor Iceberg. And again, when you donate, let me know which of the poll options you are in favor of, and I can put your money where Waluigi's mouth is, or kind of close to where Waluigi's mouth is. Wait, maybe you're not even seeing that, are you? Yeah, right there. Kind of close to where Waluigi's mouth is. If I make him go like that, oh my gosh, Chad, I feel like I'm going to hurt his neck that way. But anyway, what I was saying, chat, was that like, I like the big, we've got the Twitch alerts really big right now, and I made it even bigger because it's like absurd, and I like doing things that are absurd, but it's only absurd if people like make the things do things, right? So, Bosun, thank you for the follow. You made the emojis explode all over the place. I'm just letting people on Twitch know that if you make something happen, like, I don't know, like a hype train, or even just subs or or bits or anything like that, you're gonna see something special while I'm on this screen. So I did that just for you. We'll see if we get to play with that at all or not. But I'm kind of curious what your reaction will be. I learned about how Kamala was treated horribly as vice president by certain world leaders from Liha's video about VPs. It was stated, but I'm sure Netanyahu was one of them. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he probably hates her. He's very unhappy with her right now, for the record, right? And that warms my heart, actually. Look, you piss off BB, you gotta, you know, I got love for you, okay? And Kamala, like, for all of my concern about her tweet, because I don't think it helps her, right? Her tweet saying, I disavow the bad protesters and all the Hamas people out there, and they're doing anti-Semitic graffiti and they're burning flags. Oh my God, they're so bad. I'm not with those people. It doesn't matter, Kamala. It doesn't matter. None of the people that think that that shit is more important than the people losing their lives in Gaza right now, none of those people are going to believe you. There's nothing you could do, right? Netanyahu and Trump are BFFs. Netanyahu knows that he can get more out of Trump than he can out of your administration. So no, you're not going to fucking win these people over. I know she's trying to walk a tightrope, and, you know, she wants to kind of like do her dance of nuance, right? But I don't think that stuff like that is actually helpful. I think she actually hurts herself more. She draws more attention to it. You know, and when you disavow like protesters, right? I know what you're trying to do is try to be like, I'm not with them. I don't agree with that, right? You're not helping yourself, right? You're firming up that association in people's minds. You don't need to do that. You are not with them, right? You are a part of the Biden administration, and the Biden administration is nowhere close to where those protesters are. All right. So you don't need to, just like Trump doesn't have to apologize every time that Patriot Front goes out and does a Nazi march, even though, you know, there's probably more of a connection there than there is between Kamala and those protesters, right? You know, you don't have to get up and protest. So I feel like she's made some mistakes. I feel like she is she's underestimating the degree to which she needs to activate her base. And the first part of activating your base is letting them know, not that you're not with the protesters. And you don't have to say that you're with the protesters. You don't have to say, yay, protesters, go protest. You don't have to say that either. You just have to let people know that you're not with Biden. I mean, even though you are with Biden, you've got to let people know that you're breaking with Biden, that you've got different ideas as far as Israel-Palestine goes than Biden. You got to let them know it's a new day. You got to hit them with that coconut, right? That's what, you know, and that's both if you want to win the presidency and if you want to, you know, do the right thing, which I think, like, you know, Kamala's not a perfect candidate. Kamala's not a perfect person, but she's better than Biden. And whether she has the courage to actually show that, whether she has a courage to, you know, blaze her own trail in terms of her policy and her politics, it remains to be seen. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to say that. So what are we up to? Why am I getting ads every 5 minutes? SM, I was worried about that the other day. The other day I was seeing ads pop up. Wait, which stream are you in? Destiny losing his marbles. Trevor Iceberg interested in Destiny losing his marbles. Look, I'm not saying, but yeah, he is kind of going off on dead internet theory and hypothesizing that all of the accounts that are talking shit about him are like Russian bots. I don't know. I don't know where Destiny's at. You can judge for yourself. If we end up voting for that, right now I should probably wait. SM, are you in the which stream? What's up, Newt? There you are. There you are. I see you. Oh, but there. Look at that. Look at that. Yes. That's what I'm talking about, One Great Earth. Look at that. You made it happen, right? Oh my God. You know what I just realized? I don't know if this is happening on the... Oh shit. I gotta enable that, don't I? Why did I have Twitch alerts turned off for this one? I don't know. Yay, indeed. You made something happen. Anyway, SM, you're in the regular stream, and you're saying you're getting ads every 5 minutes. That happened, like, I thought that was happening the other day in the short stream, but then when I asked people, they said it wasn't. Anybody else getting, like, excessive ads on YouTube? Yeah, break free from Biden. That's right. Fall out of that coconut tree. Anyway, she is the meme queen, chat. We got Meme War Part 2 And this time the boot is on the other foot and it's kicking the other ass. It's JD Vance that's getting memed on, and it's Kamala that's become the meme queen instead of Trump being the meme queen. Anyway, chat, I don't know what I'm saying here. I don't know what I'm saying exactly, but there we go. There we go nonetheless. So wait, shorts, you're not getting excessive ads on shorts. Is anybody else in the full scale stream? Is anybody else getting excessive ads? Obsidian says I wasn't paying attention. Oh wait, maybe that's just something else. Anyway, let me know, chat. Let me know. I want to know what your user experience is like, and see if I can do anything to help you out on my end, because I definitely should not be running excessive ads. Yeah, the other day I saw like there's a little thing that shows up on my screen when ads play, where it says, like right now it says there's going to be an ad on the regular stream in like 55 seconds, right? But it was popping up again and again on the short stream, and then I asked short stream, are you getting excessive ads? And they were all like, no, not getting too many ads. Ads are fine, right? But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that, because it looked like it was going wild the other day, but when I asked people, they were like, they weren't getting it. Anyway, let's take a look and see where we're at as far as, yeah, so now we're 20% of the way towards the dono goal. It looks like Destiny losing his shit is actually maybe winning. That's 17 extra percent. There's nothing in Vox Populi, right? So Vox Populi is what you say if you donate and you want to kind of throw it back to the voters, right? If you're like, you know what, there's enough money in politics already, I'm going to put my money to reducing the influence of the donations, right? You say Vox Populi, and that actually takes some points away from things like Destiny losing his shit. But right now, it's an uncontrolled 17% going to Destiny losing his shit, which is already in second place in the shorts poll. And it is in... Ooh, it's in last place. Wait, wow. Did Trump even get shot? Seems like it's winning the hearts and minds of the voters, of the viewers, right? And remember, this is the YouTube short stream, and this is the YouTube full screen stream where I'm doing the polls. So if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over. I'm not telling you to change, you watch it on whatever you want to watch it on, right? But if you want to come over and vote, that is acceptable. You can vote in one of the polls. You can vote in both of the polls. There's literally nothing I can do to stop you from voting in both of the polls. If you do choose to, cross over, to the other poll on YouTube, or you're coming over from Twitch, just make sure to leave me a like on the extra streams you go into, because that helps me out a lot. So wait, if I average Destiny and Destiny together, it's like 14 and 31 is 45 divided by 2 is 22.5 plus 17. I'm doing math in my head here. 39.5. Trump, did he even got shot, is between 40% and 33%. So that's like 36.5, I think. So yeah, Destiny is actually ahead right now. I can say that with some degree of confidence. Again, chat, I'm doing math in my head, and I'm not great at doing that. So I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Destiny losing his shit is currently what's ahead. We got an ad break. We got an ad break. Oh my God. Twitch gets ad break. Look, YouTube chat, just be glad, because whatever kind of ad breaks whatever kind of ads you're getting, you're not getting those 3-minute unskippable ad breaks like Twitch. Anyway, if you switch chat, you can vote unburdened by what came before. That's true. That's true. And you can always switch and switch back. Right? That's creating a YouTube chat echo chamber doesn't help your movement. I feel like you gotta say something ridiculous or like be advertising to get banned in this chat, right? People come in and say some pretty out-of-pocket stuff, Violet Wash, and they get washed. They get rinsed. Like, that's what I'm here for, all right? That's, if they want to contribute to the stream with really bad takes, I will take those takes out to the garbage dump. And I don't mean by banning you, I mean by dunking on you. That is what I'm here for, and apparently getting dunked on, that is what you are here for. So welcome. And you can see by the fact that you're not banned that there's no fucking echo chamber at work. Look, don't complain to me. Don't come crying to me if you fall out of a coconut tree and you get, you know, like I told you myself that you gotta, you exist in the context of all that which has come before you, right? You didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, all right? You're here for a reason. For bitching about ads? I mean, that sounds like an annoying thing to do, though. It's not, see, so here's how it works, Violet Walsh. Is that what you're calling an echo chamber, though? Like, seriously? No, somebody bitched about ads earlier, and I was like, oh, you're getting too many ads? Huh, what's up with that? I tried to help them. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of banning somebody. It sounds like your complaint is maybe with other streamers. Yeah, I don't think that... Violet Walsh, I don't think you've done anything ban-worthy. I don't see anything you've said that's like... It's ban-worthy. But yeah, generally when you make the chat a less pleasant environment for people, right? That's when you get banned. That's how that works. Have I solved the mystery for you? And I'm actually looking at the chat that you're in, and I'm not seeing anyone get... I don't know what you're talking about. Like, yeah, I'm scrolling up the chat that you're in, and I don't see any bans. No, but I'm interested in what you're on about, honestly. I want to know. Violet Walsh, what are you talking about? I'm scrolling up and down and seeing no bans. It sounds like you're somebody... See, you sound like... You sound like somebody on a burner. Let me be real, okay? You sound like somebody who got banned and you're salty about it and you're on your burner now to come in here and bitch. And you don't realize that all you're doing is creating content. You are content, Violet, right now. You're the most... Oh, you banned me under the different name. You just admitted to a ban evasion, Violet Walsh. Oh my God. You literally made a fucking... That is so pathetic. You made a burner. Be normal. Yes, do that. Do that. Do that. Right? We're all in chat. We're trying to enjoy the stream. And when you're not normal, when you're weird and you're talking about predatory ad marketing, Jesus Christ, like nobody cares, Violet. Ban evasion, not invasion. Now you're the one sounding like Biden. Now you're the one with psychomotor whatever. I made a new... yeah, sure. I made a new account for other shit. Is it because you started a new channel, Violet Walsh? Is that why it was? Is this your gaming channel? What's going on? What's going on? Just be normal. Just seriously. I mean, like, look, nobody's normal. All right. I'm not trying to tell you not to let your freak flag fly. All right. You should do that. You should absolutely do that. All right. But I'm just saying be normal as in like, in your social interactions with other people in chat. How hard is that? I don't feel like it's not, I don't feel like it's that hard. Ban invasion. Anyway, I think Violet obviously meant to say, I'm exactly like Xander Hall. You're comparing me to Xander Hall. What did you get banned by Xan for? Were you woke scolding Xander Hall? Ban me right now. No, we are having fun with that. We're having fun with you, Violet. Yeah, act like you're in a, you're in a social space, says Will Florida. Yeah, what did you get? I'm just curious now. What did you get banned by Xander Hall for? For correcting him and saying game devs get bonuses and not royalty? God. Well, that's Xander Hall. So how am I like that? Exactly. I'm just trying to figure out what you're on about. Look, okay, so there is maybe a point to Violet Walsh coming in here. All right. And chat, I'm not gonna get one personed, okay? Don't worry. I'm gonna reel it in now. I'm gonna reel it all in, okay? I don't want to get one personed, but one chattered. Okay, so maybe we should have like a ban appeals process. I did unban somebody recently, right? That had been banned a long time ago and was just really trying my patience and just could not seem to be normal. But people, this person wrote me an apology, and when I got around to it, when I had time to do it and I had the wherewithal, because right, chat, what I do is not exactly easy. It's taxing in a way that's not entirely easy to explain. But yeah, I was rewarded for unbanning this person with them immediately advertising another channel in my chat. So unfortunately, they're gonna stay banned. But yeah, I really wish that people could just be normal and just chill the fuck out. You banned me on one stream when you were calling other people grifters. Who was I calling a grifter? 20-minute donation shit? Oh, look at this. Somebody has redeemed Ask Irene a Question. What's up, Fort Walden Beach? Who is trying to save me from being one chattered? What is the 20-minute donate? I don't think I talk about donations for 20 minutes. I think you get like 5 minutes of that max. It's not even 5. It's not 5 minutes. Look, I'll do it right now and I'll see if we can get way under 5 minutes. Oh, you clicked by accident. Oh, I wish I could give you your points back. I'm sorry, Fort Walton. That's frustrating. Wait, I do what? I talk about donations for 20 minutes. 20 minutes every hour. 20 minutes every hour on the hour, right? It must feel like 20 minutes to Violet Walsh. It must feel like, but no, I do want to have like a system. Like I just need to do it the right way. Cause like, look, mods, I'll be honest, right? If I'm going to ask you to deal with every fucker out there that wants to be unbanned, I feel like I should be paying you. I feel like that's a lot to ask. I appreciate what mods do on a voluntary basis, and I am definitely not trying to put more on your plate. I mean, maybe I could just have like my email address in there and just be like unban requests, right? To let people, because there's a chance that somebody could get they could get banned for like, they could be misunderstood. and get banned, you know, for the wrong reasons, and they could write an appeal and be like, respectfully, I feel like I should be unbanned, and or you know, right? Like I could see that. Link Retro says I got unbanned from here. You actually reformed. Well, I mean, you got banned during a pretty chaotic time too, Link Retro. I'm not sure that your ban wasn't a mistake on my part, actually. And I'm willing to admit when I do make mistakes. I think that mods sometimes make mistakes. I think that I sometimes make mistakes. Mods are cops. They don't need pay, says Oglobits. YouTube is predatory. Like, do you mean with the ads? I'm trying to understand. Streamers not understanding that, especially leftist streamers, are grifters. So I'm a grifter. See, you just called me a grifter, and you're not getting banned. That's like your opinion, Violet Walsh. That's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Okay, no, they're like that pit from Star Wars, which is also kind of like an asshole. Doesn't it kind of look like it looks a little bit like with teeth. It's an asshole. Opinions are like assholes with teeth. Oh my God, chat, I don't even know what kind of metaphor. What am I cooking? What the fuck am I cooking here, chat? I got Medius on the screen. I'm about to launch into a 20-minute donation, like, tirade. If I didn't confront you before saying this, you'd have banned me? I'm just legitimately curious as to what's going on in that little head of yours, right? I'm a grifter. Grifting around. Grifty McGrifterson. Chat, Violet, I do wish you'd get to your point though. If you have one, right? I do wish you'd get to your point, because like at some point, like you said that you thought I'd go on too long talking about donations, right? Because we're trying to hit this dono goal so that we can get extra content. I really just want to get to this extra content. I really want to see one of these topics pop up, right? There's only one way that it happens, is if we get that 20% to 100%, right? But I do want to know if you've got a point. You already made your point? Oh my God, I must have missed it, Violet. Can you repeat? Like technically, Violet, like, right, you're ban evading, right? And that's normally like a automatic ban. Yeah, super chat your point. Exactly. That's what Globit says. Super chat your point. Anyway. I'm not sure Violet had a point. But that's okay. Look, life is hard. Sometimes people get in a mood. Sometimes I get in a mood. All right. But thanks for, I guess, sharing your mood with us today. Anyway, chat. What was I saying? I was saying that it looks like the Destiny losing his shit is winning. Did Trump even get shot? Probably is in second place. That's where it stands right now in terms of the poll. Again, the other aspect of the poll is that the dono goal needs to be 100% for us to get that extra content. We don't have to get the extra content. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. All right. It's I love you all either way. Okay. Whether we hit with the dono goal or whether we don't hit the dono goal, whether this, community lasts or it's just another, community getting grown over by kudzu when I abandon it, right? It's all good. And sorry, that's a little bit eschatological, and I don't really need to be that way, because things are going good and things are on the upswing and things are looking good. And look, missing one dono goal, it's not the fucking end of the world, okay? And I'm not even sure that we're going to miss that dono goal today, because we are 1/5 of the way there. And I don't think we're even halfway over with the content that I'm going to do for you, even without hitting the dono goal. So I got every faith in us to get there. That being said, this is Violet Walsh's favorite part. All right. This is, I got to give it to you now. All right. So yeah, keep voting. Vote in one stream, vote in both streams if you want, because there's literally nothing I could do to stop you from having 2 votes. It's there if you want it, right? You can switch over to the from the regular stream to the short stream, from the short stream to the regular stream. All I ask is that if you do that, you leave a like. You can also come over from Twitch, and I'm not telling you to leave Twitch, right? But if you want to come over and vote in one or both of the polls, go ahead and do that. All I ask is that you hit that like button because it helps me out a lot, right? We are 1/5 of the way to the dono goal. Remember, the things that make that dono goal move are when you use a super chat, a super sticker, if you get a membership, thus, making you become a... You weasel the fuck up, right? And get a membership, or you gift memberships to other people. That also moves the dono goal, right? Twitch can move the dono goal in terms of, when you get yourself a sub to get yourself out of the ad break that happens for 3 minutes at the top of every hour. There's a 3-minute ad break, right? You can get out of that ad break for free or for $6 by using a Twitch Prime, or by paying Twitch $6. You can also possibly be gifted a sub and get out of the ad break that way, just by being active in chat, because you're more likely to get the dono, the sub donos when they come by being seen, and by people seeing that you don't have that sub, right? So that's the best way for that. And yes, gift subs do count towards the dono goal. Bits count towards the dono goal, and donations on Throne, which is right down there, count towards the dono goal. Patreon signups count towards the dono goal, and donations through CashApp or PayPal, which are also down in the description, those also count in towards the dono goal. Now, the one thing that I need to make sure that you understand is that when you donate, you can increase the likelihood of the subject of your choice being chosen, right? So like I said, I'm taking a poll in shorts, I'm taking a poll in not shorts, right? But I'm going to add dono money to those numbers. And right now, because of the dono money, if we were to hit the sub goal right now and move on to the fun half of the show, the Destiny losing his shit would win, right? Because it's got an extra 17% attached to it. You can change that, or you can reaffirm that, or you can throw it back to the voice of the chatters like Violet Walsh, who I hope you vote. Have you at least voted, Violet Walsh? You can vote in both streams, right? At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, right? I think Violet Walsh knows all this stuff. I don't think I have to remind Violet Walsh of these just, pure scientific facts. But yeah, when you donate, no matter what kind of donation it is, if it's Throne, if it's Patreon, if it's whatever, right, you can let me know what topic you want to see, and I will add 1% for every US dollar donated to the topic of your choice. So if you want to move that dono goal forward and make it more likely that we'll see something, and you want to suggest a topic and add a percentage, add percentages to that topic, just let me know after you donate what that topic is that you want to see. So there's my 20-minute ad read, Violet. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy. I took extra time this time. I usually rush it, but just for you. Just for you, Violet. I made sure to take my time on that one. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna watch some Mehdi Hassan here. We're gonna watch a little bit of Majority Report. We don't usually get to do that. I don't watch much, because I figure a lot of you already watch Majority Report. Sam Cedar. Sometimes they make a really good point, though. Sometimes they have the best, the best segment of any of the segments that I could possibly choose. And this is one of those days, so we're going to get to see a little bit of Majority Report. Yay. And we'll also catch up with Finster. Does anybody know Finster? One in chat if you know who Finster is. Are you aware of Finster? Finster is a pretty big streamer on Twitch, right? And Finster was accused of knowing Ava Chris Tyson. And so Finster's got something to say about that stuff. Yeah, some of these people know. 1.5, you kind of know who Finster is? All right, well, we'll do a little Finster segment. Just kind of catch up on what's going on there, because I feel like I feel like people don't understand what actually happened between Finster and Ava Chris Tyson, and I wanted to cover her content on that. So we'll take a look at that. But for now, right, we're gonna move on in and see what's up with Mehdi Hassan. So I gotta press a couple of buttons, like this button, and like this button, and I gotta press all of Violet Walsh's buttons. I'm gonna press all of your buttons, Violet Walsh, and we'll move into the Mehdi Hassan segment for today. All right, let's go. Mehdi Hassan, what say you?
Palestinians have been saying that Israel's occupation of the West Bank is illegal, as are its settlements. That the Gaza Strip, despite the Israeli
Look at that chat, fellow Da Vinci Resolve user.
disengagement of 2005, is still occupied under international law. That the occupation should be ended ASAP. And that Israel's discriminatory policies in the occupied Palestinian territories amount to a form of racial segregation and apartheid. But they were ignored. They weren't taken seriously by the international community. On Friday, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, though, issued a landmark 83-page opinion agreeing with the Palestinians on each and every one of those points. The court overwhelmingly condemned Israel's actions, finding the continued occupation of Palestinian territories, including Gaza.
So sometimes people confuse the ICC, the International Criminal Court, with the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. The ICJ is making rulings about countries, in this case, whereas the ICC was making rulings about people, including Netanyahu. So, just so we're...
illegal, demanding the end of that occupation as rapidly as possible.
Just so we're clear.
Even calling for reparations to be paid to Palestinians who've lost their land. Now, this ICJ opinion is an advisory opinion. It can't be enforced, but it does have legal and moral weight. It can influence the foreign policy of UN member states. The question is, will it affect America's foreign policy or Britain's? Will Western countries, which pretend to care about international law when they're talking about Russia or Iran, pay any attention to this damning ruling from the world's highest court? Rula Jibril is an award-winning Palestinian-Italian journalist, author, and foreign policy analyst. She's also, I'm delighted to say, a Zeteo contributor. And she joins me now. Rula, thanks so much for coming on the show. Will the world, will the West, will the US, the UK, will they pay any attention to this ICJ ruling?
They should, if they care about international legality, if they care about universal values.
So yeah, just to refresh us on other ICJ rulings, the ICJ ruled that there was a plausible genocide, right? So, you know, they're still looking at this, but there's the plausible chance of that there's a genocide going on in Gaza. And again, this is an organization that moves very slowly, very conservatively, small c conservative, right? But essentially what they were doing was raising a red flag of like, hey, it kind of looks like you got a genocide going on here, right? And they've also more recently ruled that the situation in Palestine constitutes apartheid. So if you ever wondered, is it apartheid? Yes, according to the International Court of Justice, it is.
If they care about rule-based international order, if they care about sending a message to the world that they stand with democracy, that they want to defend the principle of democracy, universality of human rights and human lives, if they really care about these issues. But if they want to create an exception to those rules, to these laws, then they should give the exception to Israel, which by turn will be used by every autocrat, every dictator to see, well, if Israel can get away with illegal...
So we're talking about the consequences of ignoring rulings like the ICJ and the ICC just because they're inconvenient, right? When the largest and most powerful, nation on earth does that, it sets a precedent saying that maybe these rulings don't matter. Maybe, genocide is something that, can be just, moved past, and it does, like, right, that people can get away with, right? It has real serious consequences that, if you care about the world, you shouldn't want.
Occupation, annexation, bombing schools, war crimes, crimes against humanity, then we will do it as well. They are, by doing so, obliterating the infrastructure of international legality.
Yeah, if I was Bashar al-Assad, I'd be demanding an apology right now from the West. How about the European Union? The EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell has been pretty critical of Israel's actions in Gaza. Do you think the EU might be a place where the ICJ ruling is better received?
Look, Mehdi, a year ago, with a delegation of Palestinians, Israelis, and Americans, former diplomats, former peace negotiators, we went and we met with officials from the European Union, including vice presidents, including people who were working with Borrell. And we were told, we actually went on May 2023 and begged them, pled with them to do something about the Israel-Palestinian question before it's too late. And the answer, well, we leave it to the United States and for Palestinians and Israelis to negotiate and reach an agreement. Well, the International Court of Justice is now saying what Israel is doing is illegal, is criminal, and the international community, the world, Europeans and others have to sanction Israel and force them to end their unlawful, illegal military occupation. Let's see if they would sanction Israel the way they sanctioned Putin and Russia. I fear that the double standard and the hypocrisy will continue. I just saw this morning that the president of Israel will be participating at the Paris Olympic. Well, the guy was mentioned, Herzog was mentioned in the International Court of Justice for his infamous quote where he said there's no innocent civilians in Gaza, and thus they're...
So I don't want to take us away from this too much, but I just noticed that Tim Pool's dad has got a video on Ronnie Jackson, the Trump's Candyman, the guy that gave out Provigil, aka modafinil, and fentanyl patches, and all these, drugs as if they were candy to the Trump administration. Just like hugely inappropriate. So somebody that like lost his position in the Navy. I think there was some kind of maybe even got his medical license taken. And I would watch this, except Tim Pool's dad, I don't know how Tim Pool's dad feels about us anymore. Right? He used to come in here, he used to chat. I think that he disagreed with people in chat and like, he had an unpopular take or something. He came in here and people like yelled at him, and he just like he left and he hasn't come back. So I don't know how I feel about watching his videos. But Tim Pool's dad, if you're out there, know that I'm still thinking of you, and it looks like you got a video on a topic that I'm very much interested in. Let's just say
all are illegitimate target.
If you don't know, Tim Pool's dad is about the opposite of Tim Pool's politics.
Yeah, of course, Herzog said all that and then backtracked and said, but I also said, we shouldn't attack civilians, even though I said everyone is responsible. Yeah. Ruler, we were told for many years not to say the A word, apartheid, in relation to Israel, that it's unfounded, it's unfair, it's anti-Semitic. And yet, while the ICJ in its ruling doesn't specifically accuse Israel of apartheid, it does say that Israel has been since 1967 in violation of the prohibition on racial segregation and apartheid established by the UN Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. That is pretty damning, is it not?
Absolutely. Mehdi, in 2018, Israel passed a law, the nation-state law, which basically it's a Jewish supremacist law. Between the river and the Mediterranean Sea, there will only be a Jewish supremacist. Last Friday, Israel passed another law that there will never be a Palestinian state.
So, in other words, the nature of the Jewish state of Israel is it's a Jewish state, right? And that is a codified. How we have the Establishment Clause in the United States. Theoretically, there's a separation between church and state. Theoretically, the U.S. government is not supposed to show any sort of preference between one religion and the other. Yeah, Israel's like the opposite. Israel is like the opposite, and so. When they make this proclamation of, when they say from the river to the sea, they are claiming ownership of the West Bank and of Gaza, kind of announcing their intention to settle and occupy those areas, and also that they don't want a two-state solution, right? Netanyahu had bragged earlier about having prevented a two-state solution from taking place. This was the promise that almost all of the negotiation that the Palestinians were invited to enter into. This is the understanding that took place with a roadmap to peace, a roadmap to a two-state solution that obviously was not really on the table, and now, according to the Knesset, is officially off the table.
They voted against the two-state solution. And the reaction of Prime Minister Netanyahu to the ruling of the ICJ, he went out and said, we cannot occupy our own land. He considered Palestinian territories Israeli property, which the International Court of Justice, which is the highest court in the world,
yes,
the ultimate and final arbiter of international legality, said this is illegal. In defiance of the ruling, they approved more settlements. They are consolidating the occupation. They're carrying ethnic cleansing in Gaza and East Jerusalem and the West Bank, telling the world that they will continue. It will be apartheid today, tomorrow, and forever, and military occupation forever. I find it shameful that after all of this, he will be received tomorrow at Congress, where people will be applauding. The same people who have been lecturing the world about democracy, Western democratic values, that they say they want to defend democracy at home and overseas. How can you, with straight face, say these things and then you receive the man who wants to enshrine and continue to implement an ethno...
Schmeckley says Timple's dad is really kind of a reactionary, which isn't surprising. I mean, I feel like, yeah, he did have a bad take, for sure. That being said, he's nothing like his son in terms of his beliefs.
State of purity, racial...
He's against recreational drug use, affirmative action, and criticizing tone policing.
Purity and segregation.
So you mentioned Netanyahu.
Well, I'm not gonna watch his video on the off chance that he would get mad and copyright claim me or something.
Response to the ICJ ruling, his national security minister, the far-right politician Itamar Ben-Gvir, accused the ICJ of being an anti-Semitic court. Do you think that knee-jerk charge of anti-Semitism from Israeli officials even works anymore?
I don't think so. It undermines a real fight against anti-Semites. People who, like in Charlottesville, chanted, Jews will not replace...
Yeah, this is the problem. Anti-Semitism is real, and it is on the rise, and it is becoming more and more normalized. And when, the people that say that they stand against anti-Semitism are worried about some college protesters asking for a ceasefire, wanting to stop ethnic cleansing, then they're not paying attention to the actual fucking anti-Semites who are blowing up on Twitter right now. Thanks a lot, Elon. Right? It's a real thing. It's a real concern. It's a real worry. And when you weaponize these charges, when you weaponize the accusations of anti-Semitism as a way to shut people up about what's going on in Palestine, you are putting people in danger. And you are letting real anti-Semitism slide.
Us, blood and soil, you and I condemn these real anti-Semites, the people who dine and wine with Trump, and people who are received even at MAGA rallies, who hate Jews because they are Jews. We ask today, we believe in universal values. Today we ask for the world to judge Israel, not based on what Europeans has done to the Jews during World War II. I asked to judge Israel and treat Israel for what they are doing today, their crimes against Palestinians now currently in Gaza and in the occupied territory. You tweeted something that was so important about Gershon, who was a former negotiator to the Israeli negotiator for the hostages.
Gershon Baskin.
He tweeted something. Gershon Baskin. And he tweeted something that is so relevant and important. Everybody needs to read that Israel lost the war. They crossed every moral, political, and legal line. They destroyed the lives of millions of people in Gaza. Will Israel really be safe? Will anti-Semitism will be fought by killing hundreds of thousands, if not more, of Palestinians? I always remember the founder of the University of Jerusalem, Judas Magnus, who said, you cannot build your happiness and a homeland on the graveyard, on the mass graves of Palestinian women and children and civilians. He said that in the 30s. You cannot build a home for yourself and our people on basically the tragedy of another nation.
And that's exactly what's going on in Gaza right now, with talks about developing beachfront property there, with talks about settlements in Gaza. And with the way that civic life has been utterly destroyed, things like graveyards just rolled right over, attacked, smashed, destroyed, right? Anything that reminds people that this was a place of life and community and a place for people just being utterly smashed and destroyed. And, the plans to settle that area, they're doing it once again.
And yet we do have a graveyard in Gaza, which keeps getting filled up, despite the ICJ ruling on Friday saying Gaza is occupied territory. Over the weekend, on Monday, we had more Israeli attacks on so-called safe zones, killing innocent civilians, the occupier against the occupied, per the ICJ. Has the world just forgotten about this ongoing war crime in Gaza? Has everyone just become numb to it and moved on?
Well, they can move on. The reality that the Middle East today, more than ever, is a zone of desperation, of radicalization, of extremism, because what you did in Gaza, you obliterated the idea that through negotiation and peace deal, by acknowledging the humanity of Palestinians and addressing the Palestinian issue politically, non-military, you unleashed a virus. And it's not only the...
And again, you can place this at Trump's doorstep, right? You could place this, like as many issues as there are with Biden, as bad as Biden was, right? What happened on October 7th is a direct result of the nepotistic bullshit diplomacy enacted by Trump's fail son-in-law in the area that literally cut the Palestinians out of a negotiation they should have been a part of, right? This is Trump that caused that shit.
A virus that is now basically killing children in Gaza, but it's another virus that only violence is the only language that the West can understand and can hear. And this is a dangerous precedent and dangerous message, because it took the Iraqis.
Yeah, like when you cut people out of negotiation that involves them, and it's not justifying any kind of act. Like, I don't want to see, civilians killed anywhere, right? So it's not about justifying any sort of act, but it's about understanding, how a peace process actually works when it works. And this is just not how you do it. This is not how you do it.
Maybe a couple of years before they welcomed more extremists than Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other groups. I fear that our future, especially in that part of the world, is basically, once you undermine international law, you open the door to hell. What kind of future are we seeing for Israelis and Palestinians, for Middle Eastern, if you wreck international humanitarian law? The future you will see is a future where extremists, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and jihadists, and also extremists like Ben Gvir and Smucher and others, will kill each other, and they rather die and kill each other, homicide, suicide, than cut a deal.
Rula, on the subject of us possibly moving on or becoming numb, the rest of the world, How is it in the midst of this carnage, opening the gates of hell, as you put it, the prime minister of the country that's accused of committing a genocide, the prime minister who the ICC chief prosecutor has requested an arrest warrant for, will be addressing Congress here in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday? And while the Vice President Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, won't be at the congressional speech, she'll still be meeting with him in private.
Well, look, she's not going to be sitting next to him and applauding, which is a big deal and a pivot from others, but it's a low bar.
Yes.
Kamala Harris, and I've been actually trying to reach out to her team for a long time, since May last year, trying to explain that we need to pivot from this unconditional support, which is in defiance, in violation of America's Leahy law and international law. She is running on the fact of being prosecutor, of an official of law and order, of the women who stand for legality. You cannot stand for legality and give a pass to a war criminal. You cannot claim that you're defending international humanitarian law and rule-based international order, and then ignore what Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich, the crimes they are committing, and stand accused of committing before the highest courts in the world, the ICC and the ICJ. One of the two things. You cannot be saying that, oh, Israel has the exception and exceptionalize Israel, and then attack Trump and say, well, he doesn't believe in international legality. Well, either you share his values and his talking points about Israel legality and exceptionalism, or you don't. And if you want to win voters, progressive young voters, activists, you have to pivot from Biden failed policy. And I am sorry to say it, I think Netanyahu meddled way too much in American policy. The Obama nuclear deal, the Iraq war, which was a catastrophe for America.
So if you don't know what she's talking about the fact that Obama made a nuclear deal with Iran that was considered a huge diplomatic breakthrough, right? The U.S. wanted to make sure that the spent nuclear fuel wasn't used to create nuclear weapons. And Obama signed that deal. Trump, on the request of one of his donors, that being Sheldon Adelson's widow, blew that deal up, destroyed that deal, ripped it up, got rid of it.
America, and again, he is pro-Trump and pro-Putin, as we saw in billboard all across Israel during the election campaign. If you don't want to be on that side, you have to come out very clearly, not pro-Palestinian or advocating for Palestinian, advocating for international law and international legality.
Her, for whatever reason, she didn't attend the congressional hearing, the joint session at which Netanyahu spoke, right? That is a move forward. That is better than I would expect from Biden, right? So that's encouraging, but then she gets a little bit of pressure on her because of the protests outside, and she makes this horrible move, right? Trying to distance herself from something that she doesn't actually have any connection or responsibility for. It would be nice if the presidential candidate, if the vice president and the president would stand, with those speaking out against genocide. But realistically, it's not something that I would expect the candidate, the new nominee, to do. But on the same hand, she doesn't need to, put the knife in the back of those people. She doesn't need to, disavow them and cast aspersions and confirm all the lies about them, right? To say that it's about anti-Semitism when it's about stopping a fucking genocide, when it's about getting a ceasefire, which is something that she is apparently in favor of. So, first big mistake out of the gate was that tweet. And then her speech that we watched is a little bit more nuanced, it's a little bit more mixed. I mean, she is definitely, trying to strike notes from both scores in terms of the, pro-Israel aspects of the Democratic Party, and in terms of those concerned about genocide in Palestine. So we do see a break from Biden's policy, from Biden's rhetoric, but it's a little bit muddled. It's a little bit muddled. And if she thinks that she's doing this and it's going to benefit her politically, I got to disagree. I don't think this actually helps her at all, right? Just like the example I used was Trump with Patriot Prayer or with Patriot Front or whatever, you know, kind of group, you know, is whatever fascist group is going to come out, right? Yeah, are those people connected to Trump? I mean, maybe, yeah, we probably would not be seeing like brown shirts in the fucking street if it wasn't for the kind of racism and hatred that Trump unleashed, right? But they're not. It's not something that Trump has felt he has to disavow. Whenever he's been asked to disavow, he you know, he gets cagey about it, right? And you know, he's not ever held accountable for that. I think there actually is a more clear connection between Trump and some of those right-wing brown shirt groups out there, right? But for Kamala to try to, you know, to apologize and to disavow these and to cast aspersions at these groups just asking for a ceasefire, asking for a stop of you know, to a halt to the genocide, right, is not even helping her. She's not convincing anybody. Nobody's being like, okay, well, before I thought you were with these people, but now, Kamala, I know your view is clear, and I see that you stand as an ally to Israel, right? She's not going to get any credit for that. So what is the fucking point? It's not making a positive political difference, and it's definitely not moral what she's doing. So why is she doing it? And the answer that I'm going to give you is that she is taking bad advice. She is getting bad advice, and she needs to listen to better people. I don't know.
Well said. I just want to turn attention to a country where you are a citizen also. I know you're a citizen of Israel. You're also a citizen of Italy. The far-right Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni recently sued a journalist ruler for making fun of her height. And Meloni won in court. The journalist was fined. So much for free speech in Europe. Meloni, who you debated with, I think, back in 2016, well before she was Prime Minister on Italian television, she's now suing you for defamation over a tweet that you posted about her anti-immigration rhetoric. How worried are you that the courts in Europe are cracking down on free speech and that fascists are weaponizing defamation laws to go after their political and media opponents?
I am very worried, Mehdi. I'm very worried because the first thing any fascist government, any fascist regime does is to try to silence critics. We know this because we recently celebrated the life of Matteotti. Giacomo Matteotti was the first opposition leader killed by Mussolini. He bragged about his killing. But before he killed him physically and sent thugs to kill him physically, he tried to kill his personality and character assassination. And we're seeing how judges that are willing to basically condemn journalists and critics. They condemned Saviano, a journalist and a writer who basically said that, who used, you know, a word I would not use. He basically said Meloni is a bastard. That's a quote he used. He was condemned to pay Meloni.
Okay, so anyway, we're getting into Italy here. I wanted to show you this really quickly. Like, right, this is a very short clip for you here. This is one of the people in contention to be the Veep. This is somebody that's part of the Veep stakes. This is Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. And he's got something to say about the J.D. Vance clip that we saw the other day, where he said that the Democrats were going to accuse him of racism for his choice of beverage in terms of enjoying Diet Mountain Dew. So this is the governor of Kentucky with a response to that.
Folks, I've been a person that when sometimes I've gone over the line, I've wanted to make sure that that I set the record straight. So I do owe an apology to Diet Mountain Dew.
I mean, that's regular Mountain Dew.
Ale 81 is definitely the soft drink of Kentucky. But I don't believe that...
Wait, what is this? What is he talking about? What is this soft drink?
To Diet Mountain Dew. Ale 81.
Ale 81? Can somebody... Like, I thought I was aware of all soft drinks. Ale 81? Has anybody heard of this stuff? Does anybody know what this is? Here, let's put on the closed captions. Maybe that will explain.
AL81 is definitely
AL81. I've never heard of this. It might be a regional soft drink.
the
I'm guessing.
drink of Kentucky. But I don't believe that government should be making your decisions. So if you enjoy,
There's an establishment clause for Kentucky's soft drinks. Yeah, that makes sense.
Diet Mountain Dew, UBU, we want to support you. And to Diet Mountain Dew, very sorry. Didn't mean to say negative things about you. Just remember, I am from here, just like everybody else.
Yeah, chat, I knew immediately that wasn't a Diet Mountain Dew. All right. I knew it's Ale81. Colloquial. Okay, so L81, colloquially known as Ale81, as Ale8, is a regional ginger and citrus flavored drink distributed primarily to brick and mortar retailers in Kentucky. Okay, so I know about Sundrop, which I don't think they make anymore. I don't think Sundrop exists, but that was like a regional southern drink where I think one of my either my sister or my cousins used to live. Elite, hillbilly, bubbly. I mean, I like these kind of drinks. I gotta be honest. I enjoy these drinks. I know they're not good for me, and I do not drink them anymore. But this is definitely, you know, the kind of soft drink that I tend to go for. I'm a Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is sublime. Ginger and citrus flavored. Yes, it's ginger juice. That's right. Anyway, Ale81.
That's speaking out. Thank you all very much.
See, like I don't know, Chad, is that's a audition. He's auditioning for vice president, and I feel like, look, if we stand a meme queen in Kamala Harris, you know, acknowledging her imperfections as we have today, I feel like maybe this is her guy. This is her lieutenant. This is her second in command. He's got a nice Southern accent, right? I enjoy that Southern accent. Like there's some Southern accents that are straight up grating, but his I don't mind. I could get used to hearing this accent, all right? I could get used to it. Ale81, I've never heard of that until now. I feel like I just fell out of a coconut tree. Very much kin vibes to Kamala's Barbie. Yeah, I could see that. Look, and he's definitely better than some of the, you know, I was really disappointed to hear that the astronaut guy is actually not cool. The astronaut guy actually like had a you know, I think was like praising Netanyahu. What's his name? Mark Kelly. So he's not good. And then Shapiro, also not good. If she picks, you know, like a pro Netanyahu candidate like that, I think that's gonna signal bad things. I don't think that's a good sign. But yeah, Bashir seems all right. And then somebody's telling me I don't know anything about this Waltz guy, but apparently Waltz is in the running too. All right, really quickly, let's take a look and see what's happened. Looks like we got another endorsement for Kamala.
A marvelous and
God, it's so quiet.
thing.
Here we go.
We're talking about enthusiasm, especially in politics. Desperately tricky to generate, impossible to manufacture, but altogether vital for anyone with serious hopes for higher office. For that reason, recognize what Vice President Kamala Harris has been able to accomplish in less than 1 week. From a low thrum to a steady drumbeat to what we're seeing play out this very afternoon, a thunderous crescendo rumbling its way.
Have we confirmed that he wants to be VP? Well, he's not. Like Bashir is out there, right? Bashir is putting himself out there, so it's pretty clear that Bashir It's pretty clear that Bashir wants it, right? As far as Gretchen, I think she said that she doesn't, but she has been kind of making herself seen a lot. MSNBC is on fire. Wait, do you mean in a good way or literally on fire? Waltz is very progressive, one of the best in the nation right now. Yeah, and then there's Roy Cooper from North Carolina, though the problem with Roy Cooper is they got a particular situation. So the way that North Carolina runs their elections, they vote for a governor and they vote for a lieutenant governor, and they selected a Democrat governor and a Republican lieutenant governor. So the second that I think that Cooper steps out of the state, right, that lieutenant governor can get in there and make decisions and fuck things up. So there's reason not to choose Roy Cooper as much as he might help her, let's say, in like Georgia. And in general, that's going to be kind of the meta. That's generally what they're looking for, is somebody to help them out in the states that are swing states. So Gretchen Whitmer looks good for that reason. Andy Bashir is from Kentucky. The Democrats are not going to win Kentucky, but it's possible that he might appeal to some of the Rust Belt, even some of the Sun Belt states, right? And same thing with Cooper. Then there's oh my God, Warnock and Ossoff from Georgia. People have talked about as well. Bashir wants the VP role, but he might be too risky if he goes for VP now. Roy Cooper, yeah, exactly. Metal cannot leave because his governorship is vulnerable. Bashir's seat is the same deal. Right. Okay. So yeah, let's
across every corner of American political and civic and cultural life. The culmination of that phenomenon today, the crown jewel of endorsements for any Democrat. This morning, President Barack Obama officially endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for president, in addition to a statement that suggests he and Michelle Obama will do, quote, everything we can.
So, yeah, I mean, look, this is good. Like I said, the coalition that Kamala needs to put together, her path to the White House is going to be very similar to Obama's coalition, right? It's good for that reason. It's a little bit worrying that this happened after her, making this, statement about the protest. I mean, there's always the chance that this was like a conditional sort of thing. But there's also the chance that I think that generally what Obama's doing now, I don't think he's keen on, from what I understand, Obama would have rather thrown it to an open convention. So he might have had somebody else in mind other than Kamala. But he knows at this point with Joe endorsing her and with the way the endorsements are falling in line like dominoes, that she's going to be the person. So, he was going to give her the endorsement at some point. In general, the meta should be to sort of maximize her, to give her that boost, right? Because Obama will give her a boost. And I don't know if this is the best time for it. I don't know if he should have waited. But regardless, here he is. He's jumping in the pool.
And to elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
If only we lived in the dimension where they'd pick Bernie. I know, right? Wait, Gretchen Whitmer is horrible?
The Harris campaign released a video of the very moment it happened. Watch.
Kamala.
Hello. Hi.
Hey there.
Oh, hi. You're both together. Oh, it's good to hear you both.
I mean, they kind of know how to do, the Obamas know how to do hype.
I can't have this phone call without saying to my girl Kamala, I am proud of you. This is going to be historic.
We called to say Michelle and I couldn't be prouder to endorse you and to do everything we can to get you through this election and into the Oval Office.
Oh my goodness. Michelle, Barack, this means so much to me. I'm looking forward to doing this with the two of you, Doug and I both. And getting out there, being on the road. But most of all, I just want to tell you the words you have spoken and the friendship that you have given over all these years mean more than I can express. So thank you both. It means so much. And we're going to have some fun with this too, aren't we?
We're going to have some fun with this. It was an incredible moment, right? A passing of the torch moment on this Olympic Friday, one for which the antsier elements of our politics, maybe some in the Democratic Party, have been eagerly awaiting. Republicans especially somehow misinterpreted President Obama's initial praise.
Wait, Crutchy's saying we got to make sure it's not a prank. It's not an AI. It's not a wacky morning DJ shenanigans.
Biden and silence on Vice President Harris in the immediate aftermath of last weekend's dramatic events as maybe a snub. But just as in 2020, when President Obama resisted pressure to endorse...
I don't know, Chad. It could have been a snub. We don't know that it wasn't.
...candidate before Bernie Sanders dropped out of that race, the 44th president may have sought to avoid putting his thumb on the scale within his own party. New York Times explaining it this way.
I mean, yeah, he's had a deleterious effect on in his role as kingmaker, just like he was a huge letdown to like a generation of like millennials becoming involved in politics for the first time, and thinking that they were really working on a campaign that was going to break in a major way from the Democrats of the past, from the third way DLC type Democrats, from the Clintons, most of all, right? That was the big thing. He beat Hillary Clinton in the primary, and, a lot of people thought that was going to make more of a difference than it actually did. They thought that they were going to get a more vigorous, reform of healthcare than they actually did. And, in so many ways, in his military policy and in his, even his, the healthcare reform that he ended up passing, right? In a lot of ways, he was a letdown. He didn't meaningfully take on the big banks when they held the country hostage during the financial crisis. There's a lot of I don't know if having Obama as the kingmaker has been a good thing, right? The Democratic Party needs to pivot. The Democratic Party needs to change. They need to stop doing this Republican light thing that they've been doing ever since Reagan. And that's what causes the electorate to become as lethargic as it did under Biden. I mean, that obviously, and Biden himself, but...
Quote, one person familiar with Mr. Obama's thinking said this week that he saw his role as helping to quickly unite the party once we have a nominee. But Harris's burgeoning appeal is not confined to big and important political figures, as vital as they are. No, what makes this moment so unique in our politics for the vice president and her campaign, what makes her candidacy so potent and frankly terrifying for Republicans, is what's happening everywhere else, propelled by a sense of newness and optimism and generational change. Harris's campaign is raking.
And that's the thing about the Obama campaign, is it seemed to herald generational change. It seemed to be like a lot of people interpreted it as being a watermark. And I think it could have been, but it would have had to start with a stronger confrontation of the Clintons. Now that poses some danger for Obama in terms of, having an angry Bill Clinton, having an angry Hillary Clinton who withhold the endorsement, who stay in the race for longer. I mean, I guess potentially could have some downsides, but honestly, somebody needs to wrest control of the party from these third positionists if they're really gonna, if they're really gonna do what the country needs them to do, which at this point is reform the freaking Supreme Court, right? There has not been a need for stronger and bigger reform since like Roosevelt, since the Great Depression. And as much as it would have been a struggle and it would have been a fight, putting the Clintons in their place and wresting, their power over the constituencies that they held would have ultimately, I think, benefited us all. But that's not who Obama was. He was just another third way Democrat, unfortunately.
in cash from first-time small donors, just as big donors are homing in. Previously disengaged Americans are waking up to this election, connecting with the Democrats' messaging anew, online and in person, perhaps heeding the call from the most beloved contributors to our American culture who are also tuning in. Some see the Obama endorsement as a holy grail, and it is, but don't underestimate the effectiveness of something like this from NBA superstar Steph Curry.
Vice President Harris is primed to bring her energy to this campaign, and hopefully, if she's on the ticket winning the election, like it's.
So yeah, celebrity athlete endorsements, very reminiscent of the Obama era.
It's a big.
And again, like I said, the coalition that she needs is the coalition that Obama had. She needs to leave the strategy for Biden behind, because that's not going to get her there, right? Fighting over the suburbs is not where she needs to be, and it's not where she has to be. Frankly, it's a kind of envious position that she's in to be able to potentially activate as much of the Democratic base as she can.
Big deal, to say the least. And she represents the Bay Area. She's been a big supporter of us, and so I want to give that energy right back to her.
There are 102 days.
So again, we're talking about like 60% of the donations that she received in this recent round of fundraising coming from smaller donators, coming from first-time donators, actually.
But who's counting until the presidential election? It is an eternity in politics, especially if the last week is any guide. But one thing is for certain when it comes to enthusiasm and the attention of the general public beyond politics, Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democrats don't have to pretend. They just have to ride this wave. It's where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Founder and president of the National Action Network, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, the Reverend Al Sharpton is here. Also joining us, Democratic pollster and MSNBC political analyst Cornell Belcher is here. Hollywood reporter, special correspondent, our friend Lachlan Cartwright is back with us. And Los Angeles Times political writer Seema Mehta is here. Rev, I want to start with you. The work has to be done. Of course it does. It always does. And the vice president has achieved this thing in politics that is impossible to manufacture. There are debates because there are opportunities for each side to switch the momentum. There are conventions because it's widely thought of as one of the only opportunities to change the dynamic in a presidential race. Other than an outside event, and we've had just a few of those in the last 3 weeks, momentum is next to impossible to create or manufacture. And Vice President Kamala Harris has just about all of it.
She has all of it, and she knows how to handle it. What she has to be.
Okay, I don't know if she knows how to handle it. She does have all of it, right? People are excited. People are excited to have anybody but Biden, right? And Kamala is the beneficiary of that excitement. I do think that she has something unique about her, right? And it's the same thing that people would complain about her. It's the same thing that was cast as a weakness. And that's her, authenticity, honestly, right? I mean, if you look at it from one angle, it's awkwardness. The wheels on the bus. We must be able to see what can be, and be unburdened by that which has been. Her wisdom from Kamala's Mamala about you didn't just follow the coconut tree. You exist in the context of everything that has come before you, right? That's goofy shit. But goofy shit is the fuel for memes. And look, memes can either be positive or they can be negative. And right now, Kamala's got the memes on her side. And who are the memes kicking in the ass? That would be JD Vance. That would be JD Vance right now. The couch fucker, the dolphin fucker, JD Vance is just getting memed and creamed. And Kamala is the beneficiary.
Worry of, and I've told her this, is you're running against probably the most unconventional presidential candidate in history, who has no boundaries. You have no idea what he's going to do from one moment to the next, because he has no idea what he's going to do from one moment to the next. But let's remember, for the first time in American history,
your grandma's joining in on the memes. See, that's great.
You're running against someone who not only was former president, that's happened before, but
that's a wholesome meme.
Against someone who is running for his freedom and his money. This man has.
Okay, that's sharp analysis from Reverend Sharpton, right? That's true. That's true. Look, I mean, I don't know. Would Donald Trump be running if he didn't have like a million charges chasing him? Quite possibly. You know, he wants the attention, he wants the fame, he wants to be seen as a winner, even though he's a loser, right? So yeah, possibly, but it is a strong motivating factor. In fact, the only thing I would say that's going to keep Donald Trump from facing the consequences of his actions legally is potentially winning the presidency, right? That's the only thing that can save him at this point. And so, yeah, Reverend Sharpton on point here.
Absolutely facing 3 more potential trials, already convicted of 34 felonies, and will be sentenced probably before the election, whatever that will be. And he's already had a judgment against him in over $500 million. So
and that's why he's got JD Vance. If you don't understand, like, why is he picking a candidate that's dragging him down more than Sarah Palin dragged down John McCain? Like, JD Vance is already negative, right? That's wild to bring out a new person, an unknown person, onto the national stage, trot him out in the convention, and to already have him have higher negatives than he has positives. Like, that's unfucking precedented. But there's a reason that Trump chose JD Vance, and that's because JD Vance is the connection to Peter Thiel, and that Peter Thiel money is something that Trump needs in his campaign. Not so much to do ads and stuff like that. A lot of this money is going to go to Trump's legal defense. So Trump's almost forced to pick the bad candidate.
Has everything.
The bad VP candidate.
That he has to fight for here. And if he fights desperate, we don't know what that would look like. So I think she's got to fight not only like she's the underdog, but that she's fighting someone that has no principles and no boundaries.
Cornell, I like that contrast, though. He's fighting for his freedom. She's fighting for ours. She has grabbed the mantle of freedom. It's her walkout song at this point. It's the track in the first video that the campaign released. And it is her message. It's
United says, why don't you like Trump? He took a bullet for America. United, we're not even sure he took a bullet. You've been paying attention to what's been going on lately, right? There's some question to whether that was a bullet or shrapnel. And do you know who fired the bullet? Do you know what political ideology the shooter was? It's a Republican. Now, I'm not saying that it's motivated by his politics, right? There's some chance that he's unhappy with Trump and maybe even thinks Trump's not conservative enough. But the stuff on that guy's phone, the Google searches, right, indicate that he was looking for the closest, if it's the DNC, if it's Trump, if it's Merrick Garland, like the closest, famous political person that he could take a shot at, right? So it may not even be, a political, motivation that's going on. So I don't know what you're saying about he took a bullet for America. You might be memeing, though. Of course it's a bullet. Because it's Trump. His ear go boom. Shrapnel does that too. I don't know. I think United's probably memeing.
How she's articulating the fight for safety from gun violence, the fight to make our own choices.
I think I just got debated.
As women about our.
And it's not even the top of the hour.
She's wrapping it all in freedom. Good choices?
Well, it's almost as though she's been listening to your show for the last 5 or 6 months, because it's something that we've been leaning into. Maybe she's watching you right now, but it's something that we've been leaning into. Yeah. She's been I'm glad they're leaning into it, because I do like it from a thematic standpoint, because it is hopeful, it's optimistic, right? And look, I think what she said, I choose freedom. I think that should be on her campaign.
Matt Hyland just said, First of all, he's a registered Republican from 4 years ago. Secondly, he donated to Biden and the Dems multiple times. Matt Hyland, you are exactly 180 degrees wrong about that, right? He's a registered Republican from 2022 because guess what? He wouldn't have been old enough to vote. And the political donation that you're talking about is a political donation that would have been made when he was 17, right? And it's from one of these like email spamming kind of, kind of outfits that will propose like a poll. And I think the poll that he saw was something like, do you think Biden should pardon Trump? Right. So he may have paid $15 to vote in that poll, or here's the other possibility. It might have just been somebody with the same name. This is more reason to not get your facts from the political silo of Tim Pool's asshole. All right. This is one reason to diversify your content consumption. But I'm glad that you're doing that today, Matt Hyland. I'm really proud of you for taking that step. Hopefully you'll learn something. Stick around.
I think that's her hope and change, right? And it's always, pointing it forward and optimistic, right? The most successful American leaders that we've had over the years, be they Republican or Democrat, have leaned into this American optimism, this exceptionalism. I mean, even
But I mean, the point of the of Thomas Matthew Crooks, right, is that the call is coming from inside the House. Right? You want to talk about political rhetoric getting too heated? Look at Trump's. All right. And the guy that did it is a right winger. That's the one thing that we can establish about him, right? That's the one thing that his friends at school said about him. We don't know a lot about that dude. He doesn't have a huge social media presence, but what we do know is that he's a right winger. He's a debate lord, right? He was described by one of his friends as being this kind of guy, right? He wants to talk to you about politics, right? Because he thinks he knows more than everybody else. And when you say, he asks you, well, who are you supporting? And you say Bernie. He's like, Bernie fucking sucks. What's wrong with you, idiot? No, I support Donald Trump. Trump fucking sucks. What's wrong with you, right? This guy knows fucking know-it-all, fucking debate lord, little debate lord junior, right? And this is like when he's 12 years old. So, the information we have does indicate that he was interested in politics at a very young age, but I mean, there's like some coping and seething going on in chat as far as trying to project a $15 donation from when he was 17 that we don't even have confirmed was him, right? And that if it was him, it's coming from one of these email spamming fundraising operations called Act Blue, and very likely connected to a poll asking, should Trump be pardoned, right? The call's coming from inside the House. I hate to break it to you, right? There's gun culture and there's violent rhetoric in the Republican Party, and that is what pierced Donald Trump's ear. Now, we don't know if it was the bullet that pierced his ear or something else. I'm not one of those people who thinks that this is staged, all right? I'm not going to give you any kind of conspiracy bullshit because I don't see any evidence pointing that this was an op or this was staged or this was not real, right? Anything's possible, right? But there's no evidence pointing to that. But what the evidence does seem to suggest at this point, or what the evidence that's missing, is the evidence that it's actually a bullet that pierced his ear. And he's being really cagey in terms of the information. The one person that we got info from, as far as that goes, it's Dr. Jackson, Dr. Ronnie Jackson, the candy man of the White House, the guy that he hired as his personal physician and who was handing out all kinds of modafinil, Adderall, fentanyl patches, right? Like it was candy, And this guy, apparently got demoted in the Navy and maybe even lost his medical license, right? So I mean that's our source as far as Trump being having had a bullet go through his ear. I'm not saying that he didn't have it. I'm just saying that the information that would tell us that would prove us that you'd expect to have seen by now is just not there. And while I'll say it's weird, I'm going to also caution you not to draw any conclusions that are, too wacky about that, right? This person took a shot at Trump and that resulted in some sort of an injury to his ear. That part, I think we know, right? So anyway, let's take a look. I feel like we got all the juice out of this segment that we possibly can. Let's see where we're at as far as the dono goal, as far as the poll goes. Let's see what you all are voting for. Remember, we've got polls open in both chats, right? Of YouTube Shorts and YouTube Not So Shorts. YouTube, the full screen stream, right? The full screen, I can't talk. The full screen stream. Y'all are voting for, did Trump even get shot? Right? That's not like, did somebody take a shot at him? But that's, did he get shot? Did the bullet hit him? Right? Did the bullet hit his ear? Right? That's the question that we're asking. And that's a question that's apparently very interesting to a lot of people in that chat. We got 82 votes. We got 58 likes. Come on, y'all can do better than that. Can we get those likes up? Can we get those likes up? Seriously, they help me out a lot, especially on this stream. It's super crucial for the chance of anybody seeing this stream after the fact to get more likes than, I mean, it's not terrible, but like I just know we can do better than that by the fact that we got 82 votes. So yeah, like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Second place, Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor at 33%. Third place, did JD Vance fuck a couch? Did he fuck a dolphin? Did he fuck a couch shaped like a dolphin? Right? We want to know. We want to know. That's third place. And in fourth place is Destiny losing his shit? Which I also want to know the answer to. If I look at the, oh my God, 555 votes in the short stream, did Trump even get shot in first place? Second place by just 1 point, Destiny losing his shit. Third place, Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor. Fourth place, did JD Vance, in fact, fuck a couch? So those are your votes right now. That's what you voted for at the moment, right? Now, I wish I could tell you that the votes in and of themselves got you a bonus segment. They do not, right? There's two components to this. And the one component that's missing, and I'm starting to get a little worried about, I'm starting to get a little nervous about, is the dono goal. It is at 20%. That is 1/5 of the way there. But we're getting closer and closer to the end of the content that I've got for you. I've got a few more videos for you, Chad. I got a few more things to talk about. But it's, they're going to go by kind of quick, and I don't want the stream to end and you to be like, oh, what happened? Well, what happened is we didn't hit the dono goal, right? But again, I've been surprised before, and I'm perfectly happy to be. It's always good to when a good surprise comes your way, and chat ends up pulling it out in the last few minutes. So I'm just letting you know that we are in that latter half, that latter part of the stream right now. So this is put up or shut up time. It's like poker, right? You got to put up or you got to shut up, right? And shutting up means that we don't get an extra segment. It means that all this voting and everything is academic. It does let me know what you're interested in, what future segments you might want to see in the stream. I do take it into account. It's not completely worthless. It's not a complete waste of time. It's just a little sad. It's just a little sad to not quite get there, but we'll see. We'll see if we get there or not. Now, I said that did Trump actually get shot is winning. I want to put a little caveat on that because there's two things that affect the polls, right? There is what you vote for in the polls themselves, and then there's what the donors are voting for. So when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, right? And this is a kind of a opportune time to do it since we got the premium streamium coming up, and that is one of the way getting a membership is probably the cheapest way that you can get yourself that golden ticket to see the premium streaming. This time it's going to be a rabbit hole about Tech Bros and all these people connected to JD Vance and where some of this Project 2025 shit is coming from. Who are the brains behind it? Who are the brain bugs, right? We'll take a look at one of those brain bugs named Curtis Yarvin in the upcoming premium streamium. So yeah, those of you who are gifting memberships or gifting subs, you're really helping people out more than you realize. I think more than you realize. So yeah, when we put it all together, right, the donos plus the polls, did Trump get it shot? Definitely winning with like 30. What is this, like 36% or so? 36% for did Trump even get shot? When I average these out, Destiny losing his shit, 13%, and 32%. That averages out to like 23% or 22.5%. 22.5 plus 17 is 39.5 versus 36.5. So yeah, Destiny losing his shit is still actually winning, right? So that's the effect of the donos. But again, this is all purely academic, and I won't even do the math if I don't need to, if we don't hit the sub goal. So like I said, what drives the sub goal forward? Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, the subs and gift subs over on Twitch, as well as bits, as well as Prime subs. That's the one way that you can kind of drive that dono goal up for free, by using a Prime sub. It costs you nothing, and it gets you out of the top of the hour ad break. Yeah, all kinds of subs, any kind of sub on Twitch gets you out of the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up again in about 30 minutes. And it's 3 minutes. You might have experienced it already. 3 minutes of ads with no way to skip. Unlike YouTube, where you can skip ads, you cannot do that on Twitch. So that's why it's so nice of people to gift subs on YouTube, because it gets people out of that ad break.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
What else pushes the dono goal forward? Donations to my throne, which is right down there or right up there, depending on whether you're watching on Shorts or on regular. Right, that's the link to Throne, and that's where I crowdfund better equipment. If you're looking at the stream right now, you're seeing that I've got a really cool background. That background was actually crowdfunded by people on Throne. So thank you, Throne Gang. Thank you so much. Oh my God, speaking of like people I need to shout out and thank, I have neglected thanking the Patreons up so far. So I want to do that and go ahead. So yeah, Patreon signups. That also what drives the dono goal forward. Patreon signups do that for sure. Right, and I should give a shout out to my fancy weasels. If you're at the $5 tier or up, you get a fancy shout out, and I try to do that every stream. I haven't done that yet. So Omega Star, fancy shout out to you. Jules K, fancy shout outs for you. Just Julie, fancy shout outs for you. Moe Nope, fancy shout outs for you. Shax BA, fancy shout outs for you. Funky Monkey, fancy shout outs to Funky Monkey. And Temporal Insanity. Those are my fancy weasels, and you get your fancy shout out. So thank you for supporting me over on Patreon. Remember, Patreon is one of the other ways to get into the premium streamium. That does it as well. I'll have a link on Patreon for the Patreons to watch. And that's all the Patreons, like any tier, right? Gets you into the premium streamium. The other things that drive the sub goal forward are donations to the links down in the description. That would be the Cash App, and that would be the PayPal. So there we go. There we go. That's what we got going on. And we are closing in on the end of the stream. I'm a little bit nervous as far as whether we're going to get to watch a second segment. But again, if we do right now, it looks like Destiny losing his shit is finally going to win. That, if somehow we get from 20% of the dono goal to 80%, 80%, if we move up 80%, getting us to 100%, that's the percent that we need to be at actually is 100%, then we'll get to watch potentially Destiny lose his shit. Or if somebody donates and says, I don't want to see Destiny, I want to see JD Vance hump a couch, then we will watch JD Vance hump a couch and possibly hump a dolphin as well while we're at it, right? If somebody says, I want to see, did Trump even get shot? We'll go and look into that. We'll see what we know as far as the actual evidence, the medical and ballistic evidence so far of whether, it was a bullet that pierced Trump's ear or whether it was something else that cut his ear, right? That's actually a very interesting question at the moment, right? So you can even change what's going on. Yeah, Link Retro's pointing out that some people do not have the ability to donate, and the those people definitely appreciate it when we hit those who do have the ability to donate, because it gets them extra content too. Like everybody gets to share in the content. That's what's so cool about it. And remember, like if you can't, if you can't push the dono goal forward, don't think that you can't do anything, right? Thumb gang is huge, right? One thumb by itself can't do much, but if we put all our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push this content out to more people. So I do appreciate, and I can't overstate the amount to which I appreciate people who just like the stream, because that does indeed help me out a lot. All right, so what do we got left to take a look at? I want to look at this majority report thing. I've also got a little update on Ava Chris Tyson, and this is the story that I covered earlier in the week. This is Mr. Beast's best friend from way back, and is now in a lot of controversy for a lot of different reasons. Some of them kind of specious. Some of them kind of, it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem like anything, but some of them actually quite worrying. And Finster, who is a Twitch streamer, what was mentioned was connected with Ava Chris Tyson, and Finster actually has a video. So I plan to take a look at that. Take a gander at what Finster has to say about that whole situation, as well as, well, the first things first, right? I promised you some majority report, and I plan to deliver on that promise. Let's take a look at what MR has to say about Kamala and whether she's going to break with Biden. That's the question that we're asking right now.
Unfortunately.
All right, now I got to press the buttons. It's time to press the buttons. It's good to press the buttons. The buttons need to be pressed. Yes. Press all the buttons. And then last but not least, this button right here.
Unfortunately, we are going to start to see, like, that statement that she just put out was not as rabid as Biden about the protests, but not good.
Fuck her statement.
Yeah, it was a bad statement.
I mean, she's caving to Zionists, and I'm so...
Yeah, we went over, this is the statement that they're talking about, right, from Kamala Harris. She didn't need to do this. This isn't helpful to her politically, and it is hurtful to her in terms of activating the base that she needs to bring out. Also, it's fucked up to, pearl clutch about protests and about graffiti and about flag burning when there are people dying. And the numbers you often hear are around 40,000. We have every reason to believe that the real number is somewhere closer to 200,000. This is unprecedented crime against humanity going on in Gaza right now. Now, Kamala did mention this. Kamala did, talk about this, but she's doing this kind of tightrope act where she's like, all right, I won't talk to Netanyahu, but I will disavow the protesters, which I don't think helps her at all, right? Again, she's not associated with these protests, right? It's got nothing to do with her. Trump doesn't disavow Patriot Front when they come out, even though they've probably more of a connection could be drawn between Trump and those brown shirt groups than could be drawn between protesters and Kamala. But her doing this, it just kind of throws, chum in the water, and it gets more sharks circling around her. This doesn't actually help her. But that's what they're talking about there.
Sick of this happening in this country, that we have to tiptoe around this. Look, if it's the case that it's just the lobby money, then that should be forthrightly challenged and faced. And if an election gets lost by Democrats because of Zionism and because of the way people vote, if there is people who are going to vote in swing states about that, then that needs to happen. Like, I'm sick of, and if Democrats lose, I will be blaming Israel and I will be blaming Zionists.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Sorry, I missed that.
If Democrats, because of Zionism, and then that should be forthrightly challenged and faced. And if an election gets lost by Democrats because of Zionism and because of the way people vote, if there is people who are going to vote in swing states about that, then that needs to happen. Like I'm sick of, and if Democrats lose, I will be blaming Israel.
This is Matt Lesh. Okay, so we're watching the Majority Report here. This is Emma Vigeland in the middle, Matt Bender on the right. Would be awesome if they... You don't actually have... Oh my god, chat, help me out here. Who am I missing on the left? But you're hearing the disembodied voice you're hearing is the voice of Matt Lesh. I'm just trying to see what exactly he's saying here.
Zionist, and I'm so sick of this.
That statement that she just put out was not as rabid as Biden about the protests, but not good.
Fuck her statement.
Yeah, it was a bad statement.
I mean, she's caving to Zionists, and I'm so sick of this happening in this country that we have to tiptoe around this. Look, if it's the case that it's just the lobby money, then that should be, forthrightly challenged and faced. And if an election gets lost by Democrats because of Zionism and because of the way people vote, if there is people who are going to vote in swing states about that, then that needs...
Wait, it's Brandon Sutton. Okay, so they did list Brandon. Yeah, I was mixed up because there's I think they have another Brandon. I think there's another Brandon on the show as well, but this is Brandon Sutton on the left.
Needs to happen. Like I'm sick of, and if Democrats lose, I will be blaming Israel. And
it's pronounced Luck.
I'll be blaming Zionists.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we should blame Biden if Democrats lose.
She has an opportunity here.
She does.
The same opportunity that Hubert H. Humphrey didn't take until September in '68. To distance herself from the horrible foreign policy of the person she's taking over for.
Okay, so Matt is talking about the 1968 election. If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, this took place during Vietnam. Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ, was the president, and he, essentially quit the campaign during the course of the election because the Vietnam War had become so unpopular. Hubert Humphrey, I think, was the candidate that was selected, and Matt is pointing out that Hubert Humphrey should have, spoken, said it with his chest that the war is wrong and the war needs to be stopped earlier on than he actually did. There was also a Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1968, and there was a huge protest, which became a controversy based on some of the notable individuals who were there, known collectively as the Chicago Eight, who were actually put on trial for starting a riot based on the conflict between the Chicago cops who started cracking hippies' heads, and well, I shouldn't say hippies; these are like politically active, more like yippies, right? But started cracking the protesters' heads to shut them up. Chicago's known for its political machine, which is part of the Democratic Party in Chicago, and so people are drawing parallels between right now, given that Biden just stepped down due to more. I mean, obviously he's got a unpopular policy in terms of his relentless support of Israel and arming Israel with the bombs that it's using to kill massive numbers of civilians, right? So there's the parallel there. It's a little different, though. Biden stepping down because of his age and his inability to communicate, rather than because of the policy in and of itself. So that's the little bit of background that you might need to understand what Matt is saying there.
she's not going to take it, because while she is better than Biden on Israel, she's not particularly good on it. And this moment demands somebody who's going to be brave on it, and it's not her. So she's going to duck it. She's going to see if she can win it that way. And I prefer Kamala Harris to Trump. Don't get me wrong on that. But I think that if she loses Michigan, the lesson's going to be pretty clear.
That's why she can't pick Shapiro. I mean, right?
And if she does, it's going to be because she thought going into it with, like, I don't know, whatever. I mean, as if AIPAC's going to support her or miss that. But this is the thing that needs to be like clear to people. Like, this is Kamala. She has a clear choice to make, and she's trying to dodge it. And that shouldn't be allowed. And with the statement smearing, okay, you know who helped organize those protests? The UAW, who's about to endorse you. So maybe, and you know what? You know who also doesn't need to focus on the misdemeanors of Zionist protests is pro-Palestine people. Because you know what? How various public gatherings are behaving themselves is not the fucking point right now. The point is what Israel's doing with our funds. So it's like I don't care. Like even like the Hagee protest. Like who cares? Who cares that Hagee was at a Zionist protest? Hundreds of thousands of people are being killed, and I think we can try to hope that it's not going to impinge on the election. I think like she should take the brave stance, and if it hurts her to the negative, then we all confront that as a country, as opposed to saying, oh, maybe it's just peripheral. Maybe it's just not really the problem. No, Zionism is the problem right now in this country. It was evident yesterday. It's going to be evident for decades to come until we stop funding that.
Yeah, I mean,
was there any statement about the massive amount of lies and incendiary rhetoric in Netanyahu?
So yeah, we covered the lies and incendiary rhetoric earlier. Read you Mehdi Hassan's response to the lies that Netanyahu told before the joint session of Congress.
Whose speech to Congress? Like the dude was up there shitting on American protesters, shitting on American people, shitting on the Congress people who were cheering for him, their constituents. How dare a foreign leader come to this country and say that about the people of the country he's visiting? Just unbelievable. And then, of course, the lies about especially the one that stuck out to me the most was the one where he claimed that there were practically no innocent civilian casualties in Rafah, that even CNN has a headline calling that false on their website and debunking it. CNN even, I should reiterate. And on top of that, like even that framing angered me so much. I spoke about this on my stream last night. Like even if you took him for his word and didn't debunk it and find out that there were many other incidences where the IDF killed innocent civilians in Rafah, which CNN again pointed out, his one moment that he mentioned, the one moment where he claimed it was an accident or whatever, he said practically no civilians, and then went on to say dozens were killed. And then CNN has the exact number, or at least the exact number that we...
Yeah, it was really wild. He said practically no civilians. He mentioned like an incident where like a Hamas weapons depot was blown up, and said that there was like one person that died there. And then he mentions like 12 people. Yeah, it's like he's not even, being consistent.
Know of 45 killed, 200 injured, mostly women and children. This again is the incident that Netanyahu was specifically talking.
Oh my God, Benji, I love your specificity about Destiny. His jaw drives me crazy. Yeah, if you don't know, Destiny has like, you know how a goat chews? Like, right, when a goat chews food, a goat's like jaw, like just kind of, it like goes over here and it goes over there. Destiny's jaw does that, like when he talks, right? And not to, again, we're totally not making fun of him for that. There's lots of things we can make fun of Destiny for. That's not one that you should make fun of him for. But I can see how it bothers you because you almost feel it. If I'm getting you right, if I'm understanding you right, Benji, like right when you watch Destiny and his jaw like dislodges, it almost like gives you sympathy pains.
Talking about where he said practically no civilian casualties. Again, if 45 dead and 200 wounded is practically no civilian casualties, I shudder to think what their view of dead Palestinians are. Like, that's no innocent civilian casualties, 45 dead, 200 wounded. That's what they consider to be none. They just don't view Palestinian people. You just heard it from him yesterday.
Yeah, they're not confused. They know how many are dying. Like, they know.
Even his lie, even that in this country.
Yeah, I mean, it's collective punishment. I gotta call it, right. It's not a bug. The civilian casualties are not a bug. They are a feature, and that feature is a form of collective punishment with the goal of getting the civilians in Palestine to turn against Hamas, and that is just not how shit works. If you know anything about counterinsurgency, we were talking about Vietnam earlier, right? That's a great, the United States thought that they could, kind of put enough pain to the north, to the Vietnamese suspected of harboring Viet Cong in order to get them to turn against them. This is just not how anything works. This is not reality, right? It's counterinsurgency has been a much studied thing, and everything that is known about it, even studied in the American war colleges, right, says that's not the way you do it.
If one person was died from a terror,
like, I hate to draw from like a fairy tale, right? But the whole thing with like Robin Hood, and like, we'll just punish the the townsfolk until they give up Robin Hood and his merry men. And did that fucking work for them? No, it's a
first attack. Would we say practically no casualties? I mean, are we? Does this
not to compare Robin Hood to compare Hamas to Robin Hood, but
Israel think that there's practically no hostages left in Gaza? Most of them are not there anymore. Practically no hostages in Gaza. Would they say that? It's
Sandor says if Hamas are terrorists, then so are the ANC and Sinn Féin and many others. Yeah, and look, this is like what happens when you send your fail son-in-law, Donald Trump, over to negotiate between Israel and other Middle Eastern countries, and you cut out the Palestinians. This is the direct result of that, right? This is the kind of factions that you empower.
It's disgusting how 45 dead people is in the eyes of Netanyahu is practically no one.
Yeah. Well, let's play this Rashida Tlaib clip then, just since we're on the topic. Yeah. So Rashida Tlaib is a hero. Over 100 Democrats, 100 congressional Democrats, and like, what was it, 28 Senate Democrats? I have this actually written down. Yeah, 100 House Democrats, around 28 Senate Democrats. I saw higher figures too. They may still be counting who didn't show, but like half the Democratic Party didn't show up for Netanyahu's speech. Now, still wildly insufficient. I'm happy Harris didn't preside over it, so she's trying to kind of have it both ways by issuing this statement, and her public perception is that she's too liberal, so I imagine she'll disappoint us quite a bit in the lead up to the election on her rhetoric. I still have hope that she is not going to pursue this dead-end, insane policy that Biden supportive of unconditional support amidst this genocide. We'll see, because I just think she's more practical, and the party has shifted on that front. Lots to happen, but with all the focus on Harris, and even the squad members who chose not to show up, the most radical, the most brave, the most heroic action that was taken yesterday was Rashida Tlaib, who is Palestinian, has Palestinian family. She chose to show up and not boycott it. Sit in the front row, or not in the front row, but close to it. She's sitting pretty close up, wearing a keffiyeh, a Palestinian pin, and holding up a sign that's...
Yeah, look, the only, I guess I see, like, Matt and Destiny, they both have a beard, and they both tend to let their hair, just kind of do its own thing. I could see where you got them mixed up, but no, this is Matt Bender. This is not streamer Destiny.
It says war criminal on one side and guilty of genocide on the other, and looking in the eye the man who is presiding over the genocide of her people on her birthday. Here she is.
When the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice, here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication.
She says, no, it's not there, mouths it. Holds up guilty of genocide.
Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza.
Again, we debunked this. It's more like 250 calories. It's like the equivalent of half of a can of fava beans.
If there are Palestinians in Gaza,
he's not counting the food that gets waylaid on its way there. He's not counting the trucks that get, that get attacked, right? Where the food has been thrown on the ground and stomped on.
who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it. It's because Hamas is stealing it.
It's not just because Israel is blocking it, right? It's because they're allowing people Israeli citizens to come in and attack those trucks, right? People that just they want I guess they want Palestinians to starve, right? This is a lot of what they do. This is similar to what goes on in the settlements in the West Bank, right? That it's not necessarily the actions of the IDF soldiers themselves, right? It's the actions of the settlers, which are facilitated and allowed and ultimately backed up by the IDF, right?
That's the stupidest motherfucker to believe that.
Hysterical. Look at Steny Hoyer standing.
Yeah. They're just like clapping like seals, just like deranged circus seals.
Sorry, Henry Cuellar, yeah. Cinema Mansion, Fetterman, of course. He dressed up for Daddy.
He did. He did. I saw.
It's kind of an oversized, shirt and tie, but yeah, he did not wear his customary hoodie and shorts.
Dressed up for the regional manager coming into town, I guess. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon. Thoughts?
I mean, I was just saying, look at them clapping like circus seals for, this genocidal, tirade. I think it's sick. I think it's disgusting. I think it's so difficult for me personally to see how, people can look at a Democratic Party where half of the members like go and clap, like, aren't like Rashida Tlaib, although in the future they will all pretend like they were. They'll all pretend they had this bravery. They'll all, because one person did it, they will, revise their own history to pretend like they were all doing the exact same thing. But it's so hard for me to see how people can like look at this and not feel like deep fear for their own country, because he's sitting there and, saying there's no such thing as innocent Palestinian civilians. And he's comparing the protesters in America to Palestinians and Hamas, saying they're funded by Iran. Like his understanding of, what should be done about protests in America seems pretty, I think, obvious from those kinds of statements.
Or un-American, in the most base sense of the word. He was tackling our own, in the halls of Congress, someone who is not from this country, talking about how First Amendment rights of students should be infringed upon. Go ahead, Bender.
You have to speak about this.
And again, remember, there's no establishment clause in Israel, right? They're fundamentally against that. Like the whole notion of the Jewish state flies in the face of, American political philosophy. There is no constitution in Israel, right? And in terms of even enforcing the Supreme Court, right? It's questionable. It's Netanyahu has got, just like Trump does. Netanyahu's got charges chasing him that are going to come, that are going to come into play if he's ever forced to step down And he was at the point before October 7th that he was so unpopular he would have been forced to step down. So him continuing this war, continuing this conflict, right, is his way of beating those charges, just like Trump's way of beating the charges is to try to get back in the White House.
Terms that these Democrats who are there and clapping for him would understand. And that is, they are essentially clapping for Donald Trump. Like, they're up there standing up, clapping for Donald Trump. This is exactly what Donald Trump was saying, similar things the other day. At the debate, he was using the word Palestinian as
a slur.
Like a slur. This is what Netanyahu.
Yeah, he was like, Biden's just like a Palestinian. Like, Chuck Schumer's like a Palestinian.
Doing on stage. The idea that Iran is funny, this is Donald Trump level stuff. And they're up there clapping for it. But would they also be clapping if Donald Trump was saying it? It's the same thing. It's the same guy. It is the same guy. The same individual.
Honestly, I think of him. Bradley and I were talking about this before the show. He's like Bull Connor. I said this earlier. He's like if Hitler were born in like freaking South Carolina or like was a Confederate or something. Like he sounds like a Republic. He tailored his speech talking about liberal college students, making fun of how they know nothing, talking about Iran's threat. He tailored it to Republicans in this country as he commits genocide against Palestinians.
Yeah, and in fact, he's more popular with Republicans than he is with Israelis.
Yeah, and I mean, with regards to the ICC, I was reading the WikiLeaks files, Verso's book on WikiLeaks, with regards to the ICC, because it's important to note, like, Biden is especially bad, but on January 16, 2015, ICC prosecutor Fatou Bensouda announced that the ICC would open a, quote, preliminary examination into Israel's 2014 military offensive against Gaza, which killed over 2,100 Gazans, including 500 children. Pretty much like the main Israeli activity. The Israeli Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman has warned that Israel will now act to dissolve the ICC. The U.S. Department of State issued a statement saying that it strongly disagreed with the ICC prosecutor's decision and promised to continue to oppose. This was Hillary Clinton's State Department. Continue to oppose actions against Israel at the ICC as counterproductive for the cause of peace.
Yeah, the ICC is the only international body that we have against dictators and war criminals, and they want to dissolve it. They support it when it's going after, African warlords or when it's going after, people in Serbia, right? But when it says like, yeah, there's, somebody in Israel is guilty of this, they're like, no, it's fucking illegitimate. Dissolve it.
There have also been calls for U.S.
It's dangerous. It's fucking dangerous.
$440 million of U.S. aid to Palestine if it pursues criminal proceedings against Israel at the ICC. This has been policy, and it needs to be changed. And the people, and like, I would like for this moment to be one where we bury Joe Biden and say this motherfucker did a genocide. And unfortunately,
or at least break from Joe Biden if you're Kamala Harris.
It's going to be, let's see if he can do this ceasefire thing where it's right around the corner.
It's been right around the corner for what, 6 months?
Right around the corner come October too, just right around the corner. Actually, that bombing of that Palestinian village, that wasn't technically even a break of if a ceasefire agreement does.
Well, that's the kind of ceasefire that Netanyahu is trying to get signed, is like one that doesn't actually stop his troops from firing. It's no ceasefire at all. It's like a ceasefire for thee, not for me.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit, but I'm really pissed at.
I know, but the political realities when if Obama were president right now, do you think we'd be in this position? I'm not even talking about what's in his heart. I'm not talking.
Yeah, he was better than Biden when it came to holding Israel accountable.
Yeah. I don't know that Obama has like. What would he have done?
I think he would have conditioned aid way earlier. Harris was pushing to. There's literally stories of Beinart.
I mean, you can tell that these are people that have got used to being let down and being disappointed by Obama.
Beinart writing about this, about how Biden was such a Zionist, he went around Obama and Clinton when they tried to be tougher on the Israeli government. This is just about like strategy and where the Democratic Party is right now. Perhaps I'm naive.
I agree with you that Obama wouldn't have In meetings and in conversations, he would have verbally said, been much harsher with Netanyahu and pressured them much more. I do believe that. Biden obviously gave Israel and Netanyahu basically open reign, do whatever the hell you want. Anything else was just for window dressing for us who were upset about what's happening. I do think Obama would have pushed back harder. The question that I don't have an answer for, and I don't agree that he would be harder, is when it came time, push to shove, would he have actually done something? When Netanyahu actually crossed that line, would he have done something? And that I'm not so sure about, unfortunately.
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm just I don't know then what the avenue is forward, right? Like, I mean, Biden.
I think it's an option. It's a possibility, and it's a door that's open. But I'm just saying, like, it's going to take a special Democrat to take that door.
Well, she's not that.
Exactly. She's not.
I know
so that's why I think, like, the Palestine question, like, I would like she can prove me wrong on this, but until she, like, takes a sort of stance that does signal that, I think she's going to try to duck it and basically do what Democrats typically do, which is not going to be enough.
I mean, I think Biden, and this difference between Biden and Obama, is that Biden has been historically bad at selling this genocide, where Obama would have been a lot better at covering over it with like flowery speeches. And when people protested him, he would have been, doing his like crowd work. People would have loved it. And if at some point 51% of the population said that they were against it, he would have immediately shifted his position.
Well, that's
Obama
the point. But that's why I have
Yeah.
more. Harris is less
I think-
ideological, and it seems I don't think there's any evidence to say she's more ideological than Biden as a Zionist.
No.
There's none.
No.
In fact, she did push to be. She was the first member of the administration to call for a ceasefire in March. Then they watered down her speech to say like temporary or whatever, and there was some infighting about that. I'm not saying she's a savior, but like we are in a way better position to at least like slow this horrific genocide if she's in office and if Biden had a second term. And by God, Trump is already promising to sell off the West Bank in exchange for $100 million from Adelson's widow. So I
agree with that too. Like I think like
and also can I just make one more point about Obama? We just talked about the Iran deal and the amount that the Zionist lobby was so in opposition to that. Obama did that at the end of his second term in opposition to the Zionist lobby. And that's just like he's a standard Democrat. Do I think Kamala Harris?
Biden is particularly bad, right? Biden himself back in 1980, and he hasn't really changed much since then. He said that if Israel did not exist, the United States would need to invent it.
This is a standard Democrat? Yeah. So I have more faith in that. Do we remember how right-wing Biden was in 2020? Like, there was a question asked at the debate of the remaining candidates, Buttigieg, Warren, Bernie, Biden, if they would condition aid to Israel. There was only one person that said definitively no, and it was Biden. So I'm just trying to say, like, there is a crack here, and we can feel a little bit more galvanized and hopeful to have a voice with this administration. I
mean, she's at least conscious to be shamed about it, I think, is like, because I just think like this.
Yeah. Kamala can be pushed, right? Whereas Biden, just does not respond like out of principle.
Statement.
He really buys into.
Is
not it's crappy, but it's not surprising. It's not. But it's not for us, right?
But
yeah,
why?
It's because she's getting polling and saying that she's too liberal.
I did see people complain about because this is the United States of America, baby, and there's nothing people care more about human life than property. So people love property in this country. So I did see blowback about the property damage. I saw people legitimately saying that Liberty Bell art replica that was made in like the late 70s or something that just needs to be power washed for like 30 minutes. I did see people falsely saying that they ruined a historic monument. They thought it was the real thing. I mean that's people online.
I mean everyone like Mark Kelly and everyone rushing. Everyone rushing to talk about it. Like nobody knows where any of this happened, but they want to get credit with AIPAC or DMFI or like Zionist funders. Like it's not a real issue. Like how
I think For this specifically, though, they always.
I want to say something to people in Shorts chat, especially. Like, be careful if you're quoting something like that Biden said, that, and Biden said some racist things. Put it in quotes and be like Joe Biden or something like that, just so that the mods know that you are not this is not your statement. You are not being a racist, right? Because it's very difficult. Modding is a tough job, right? And it's sometimes hard to tell what people are saying. And one of the worst, one of the easiest ways to be misunderstood is to be quoting something, but not to put. I know it's a lot, right? But just put quotations around it at the very least.
Do this when it comes to grassroots activism and organizers and protests. They did this even for BLM while they were kneeling down in the congressional halls.
Let's see them kneel down in the cafe.
They were also knocking the protesters who were out on the street, actually putting it on the line.
Yeah,
I don't think the president should wear a terror scarf, Matt. I think based on this statement she put out today about protesters and burning the American flag not being patriotic or whatever, I would imagine that she's going to be making more symbolic gestures towards ceasefire, towards not supporting Netanyahu as much as some of the more militant Zionists in both
promise proper citations for all my slurs.
Party and Republican Party are, and that might be all we see from her for at least a few months in terms of Israel-Palestine. I would not vote for her for that reason, just because I don't think she's going to make meaningful changes on that. Same with immigration in the border, because I think she's afraid, like Emma's saying, of being viewed as too liberal. And the main
that's the other issue she pulls poorly on, to your point.
Yeah. So they're going to leave.
And this is a mistake that Biden's already dived headfirst into, in terms of literally embracing Trumpian policy in a dingus gambit. We haven't done a dingus gambit in a little while. We gotta get in a dingus gambit to try to try to appeal to racist voters. That it's wild. It's wild that Biden thinks he's going to get any credit for that at all, right? The Democrats are fundamentally silly.
Those things
sometimes.
I think they're going to make this election a referendum on abortion rights in America, on Donald Trump being a severe threat to democracy, and on Donald Trump being a crook. Ultimately, all things that she can speak very uniquely and strongly to. This is besides the fact that the Democratic Party doesn't really have a plan to get abortion rights back in America, because there's the Supreme Court is basically lost for years at this point. It is.
Yeah, and the Democratic Party has got no stomach for the kind of reform that needs to be done, right? Back in the day, when we're talking about the New Deal coalition, we're talking about the administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? FDR had to at least talk about packing the court in order to get them to stop nullifying his New Deal legislations, and this is something in the order of major judicial reform is going to need to take place, because you can see how this current system in its current iteration gets played, gets gamified, and gets packed, in terms of the current Republican majority, and how easily they're willing to flout precedent in order to get what the Federalist Society, this is the problem. This organization, the Federalist Society, has essentially taken over the court. And if you want a legitimate, because I don't think the current Supreme Court is legitimate. All right, I think that it's got not just the appearance of conflict of interest, I think it's got straight up conflict of interest. It needs to be reformed. And there's a real question as to whether the Democrats will have the stomach to actually enact that reform.
It's going to be an effective talking point, because he is the one who took it away from the women in this country, him and his Christo-fascist Supreme Court.
Right.
And I don't think they're going to view the Israeli genocide of Palestinians or the immigration crisis that we're having as a worthwhile ledge to hang themselves out on, because they feel like it's going to be used against them by Republicans who are terrorism and immigration and migrant, because they don't have a backbone. They don't have a backbone to stand up for people who are who are oppressed, who are being genocided, and that should make people scared. But not as scared as Donald Trump should make people. So I think it's a pretty clear choice. But I think if you're holding out hope for like some of these more courageous stances, she's not going to be making them.
I just think that we are saying very similar things, but maybe my optimism is more about creating oxygen for pressure points, right? Like
no disagreement with me that she's more pressurable than Biden.
Like I think she's more responsive. And
okay, so I think that's where we're going to have to end on. I agree. Kamala is more pressurable than Biden. She is, she's already made some pretty major mistakes, right? She's pressurable from the other side. That's why it's even more important to pressure her. That's why it's more important to hold her accountable. And if you want people that are not currently wanting to, vote for somebody like Kamala Harris to vote, right? You got to pressure her. You got to make her a better candidate. That's what's missing, right? Her path to victory, whether she realizes it or not, lies in activating that base. It is not like Biden's path to victory, which led through the suburbs, right? Her path to victory, if she's going to achieve it, is going to be completely different. And it's going to be all about that base. All about that base. Anyway, chat. With that callback, let's see. I think I did have one more. I want to watch this before we watch the Finster thing, but I'm running out of content. All right, just to let you know. All right, anybody that wants to see, anybody that wants to see any of these pieces of bonus content, right? I've got them up for vote right now in the short stream and in the full scale stream, right? You can vote on these, but if you want to see them, that 20% at the dono goal, which has not moved in a while, in quite a while, right? That needs to get to 100%, and I'm not sure if it's gonna happen. I'm hoping, Chad. I'm hoping, right? I've been surprised before. I'm open to being surprised again, but it's not. It's looking grim right now. It's looking pretty fucking grim, to be completely honest. It's not the end of the world, right? It can happen. It just means that it makes it harder for me to come back to you with more stuff, and it definitely means that there will be no bonus segment unless we hit that dono goal. How does the dono goal move? It moves when you use a super chat, a super sticker, when you get yourself a membership, or you gift memberships to other people. It moves when people on Twitch get themselves a sub, whether that's a Twitch Prime sub that you can get for free, or paying for a sub which costs $6, or gifting subs to other people, right? That's when it moves. It also moves in response to donations to the wish list on Throne, which the link is right down there or right up there, depending if you're watching me on full scale stream or on shorts. And it moves when people sign up for Patreon. Again, Patreon membership and Twitch sub are the ways that you can get into our upcoming premium stream, which is going to be all about those tech bros. We're gonna dive in deep with the tech bros, and we're gonna see what's up, what's underneath, what kind of swamp creatures are down below the JD Vances and the Peter Thiels of the world, right? Where do they get those ideas? Where does Project 2025 come from? Well, I've discovered the creepy programmer, basement dwelling freak show that's at the bottom of the swamp that's making all these bad ideas, and they're worse than you think. In fact, we've even got something, from him potentially to watch today if we're somehow able to pull out the miracle and hit that dono goal of we're 80% off of it. We're 80% off of it right now. But yeah, the tech bros want to matrix the poor. That is literally who we're talking about there. We're talking about Curtis Yarvin. So if you want to see what this guy's plan is to literally put the poor into the matrix or turn them into biodiesel, depending on when you think he's memeing or shit posting and when you think he's for real. Yeah, it looks like a full size stream is voting. That's in second place there. That is in third place in the short stream. But yeah, that's more about that stuff. But yeah, we do have the premium streamium coming up, but you need your golden ticket to get in. So what are the ways you get the golden ticket? It's through if you have a membership on YouTube, if you are a Patreon of any level, right? We've got multiple tiers over there on Patreon. So if you sign up for Patreon, you get in, or if you are a sub over on Twitch, right? Any of those things will get you in to see the premium streamium. The other ways that I haven't mentioned that drive the dono goal forward are any donations to the links down in the description, whether that is PayPal or Cash App. That actually helps me out a lot because it doesn't go through YouTube. It doesn't go through Twitch. They do not take their, cut of that. And therefore more of it gets to me, and it gets to me faster because, yeah, like I said, this is going to be the toughest month of all. I'm still kind of nervous about my ability to pay for the electricity, the internet, all the things that I need to pay for to make the stream work, to keep it coming to you day after day, week after week with fresh content. But I have faith, Chad. I have faith that somehow we will get through it. So there we go. And also remember, even if you can't contribute in any way that drives the sub goal forward, hitting that like button actually helps me out a lot, right? People don't realize. They think it's just one like in a pool of likes, and it's meaningless. But look, when we put all of our thumbs together, we can wrestle that algorithm into submission, and I need your help to do that. So make sure to like the stream if you have not already. And yeah, we will hope that. So hoping for a miracle at this point. It would take a miracle. A miracle. You got no money? That's okay. You got thumbs. I value you for your thumbs. And for anybody trying to get into the Discord, just know that we've got an airlock there, and we kind of need to see, some correspond. So if you say like who you are on stream, that generally. Wait a minute. That generally helps you. You got to get your role for you to be able to see the Discord itself. But there we go. And there we go. But yeah, here's what we got going. So yeah, I mean, look, if we get to the sub goal or we don't get to the sub goal, I love you either way, chat. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all the support. It's amazing, especially Thumb Gang. Thumb Gang is awesome. The supporters on Patreon are awesome, and I gotta say, I am really impressed by the Throne Gang. Right, people who are crowd sourcing some better equipment over on Throne, and the background that you're looking at right now, the mic that I'm talking to you on, the interface that I'm talking to you on, the cloud lifter that I'm talking to you on, like the quality of the audio is all thanks to Thumb Gang, as is the lighting and the background. So yeah, thanks again. Did I say Thumb Gang? I meant Throne Game. I got gang of Thrones, the Gang of Thrones down there or up there, depending on which stream you're watching me on. Thank you so much. I know you've got my back. But yeah. So we're hoping against hope, chat, that somehow that miracle comes through and we make up 80% in the last. This is like the last two segments I'm going to show you. All right, and then I'm going to be gone. Unless we hit the sub goal somehow miraculously. But like I said, I love you either way. And when you do donate, just let me know which of these topics you want to see. Because right now, even though it looks like did Trump even get shot is winning, actually Destiny's winning. Why is Destiny winning? Because people donated and they said they wanted to see Destiny losing his shit, right? So that's got an extra 17%. So when you donate, let me know what you want to see, and I will add that extra % onto the topic of your choice, even if that topic is Vox Populi and what you really want is just to like throw it back to the voters, right? That's probably the best bang for your buck. If what you want to see is, did Trump even get shot? Right now is throwing it back to the voters, because that's what the voters are voting for. But the donors have turned it to Destiny. But anyway, all of this is academic, and I won't even do the math. I won't even need to do the math if we don't hit 100% on this dono goal, which is at 20%. Wow. Well, so you're getting a lot for for relatively little today, chat. But again, I'm happy to provide it as long as I'm able to provide it, as long as I'm able to keep the lights on, which, you know, isn't as easy as it might sound. But look, I'm remaining optimistic, right? In spite of the numbers today and everything else. Again, let's watch this last, this is like the last segment about Kamala, and then we'll take a look at what's going on with Finster, and maybe the stream will be over at that point, or maybe we'll have a whole new segment because somebody will come in, or multiple people will come in and make that dono goal go from 20%, which I don't even want to calculate, like, you know, right? But whatever you're making it your job, understand that my wage is much less today. So anyway, I'm not complaining though. I'm very grateful to even have a chance at doing content for a living. I just hope that I can get through this really tough month and come out the other side, because I feel like there's good things on the other. All the fun stuff is on the other side, right? All the fun stuff, all the, you know, profusion of content, getting to hire an editor, getting to pay a thumbnail artist, and all the rest of that only comes when I get through the bottleneck that I'm at right now. So hopefully I do not suffocate in that bottleneck, although I do feel the walls closing in around me. Let's take a look at what we've got going on. Oh yeah, I gotta press the buttons. Always press the buttons. Button 1. And button 2. There's one more button that I need to press to make this whole thing work. And button 3. 3 for the money. Now go, Chad, go. Okay, so what do we got? We got Netanyahu's reaction to Kamala Harris's speech, which we watched at the very beginning. So this is kind of like a bookend, right? We watched Kamala speak. You know, again, the tweet was really what was disappointing and kind of scary, to see her get pressured to do something like this, which is actually bad for her campaign. It's bad for her chances of winning. It's not just immoral what she's posting here, like, you know, clutching pearls about graffiti and shit like that gets, you know, cleaned right off, right? It's actually hurting her campaign, and so she's getting some really bad advice now. But she did make a speech in addition to this, and that is a speech that was not appreciated by a certain Benjamin Netanyahu, who in the United States legislature is very much used to getting what he wants. Let's see what he had to say about Kamala's calls for ceasefire in Gaza. We haven't watched The Hill in a while, have we?
Good morning and happy...
Oh, this is The Rising.
Friday. I'm Amber Duke and joined by my co-host Jessica Burbank today.
Wait, did they fire Robbie?
Hey Jessica, good morning.
I think Robbie's still with them, right?
I just wanted to get another day of rising in with you, Amber.
You just can't stay away. All right, we have a lot of news to get to today, as always, and we're going to start off with Vice President Kamala Harris meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. The presumptive Democratic presidential nominee delivered remarks following the meeting, expressing her unwavering support for the existence of the State of Israel.
Now, Harris also underscored the need for a ceasefire in Gaza and expressed a forcefulness on ending the war.
So I just had a frank and constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I told him that I will always ensure that Israel is able to defend itself, including from Iran and Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah. I have had an unwavering commitment to the existence of the State of Israel, to its security, and to the people of Israel. I've said it many times, but it bears repeating. Israel has a right to defend itself, and how it does so matters.
Now, Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, met with Harris after he spent almost 3 hours with Joe Biden. They were discussing a Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. Netanyahu was...
Netanyahu's the one that's been fucking slow walking this shit. I mean, Biden hasn't put a lot of pressure on him. But yeah, Netanyahu's been the obstacle, right? He's trying to say that he wants a ceasefire, but it's a ceasefire where they can still keep shooting, where they can still keep killing civilians, right? It's the wildest thing. It's the most brazen kind of negotiation in the world. Like, right, if you are negotiating a ceasefire, the whole premise of that is that you stop the fighting. And Netanyahu is like, yeah, we want to keep the fighting going, but only for us to be able to attack Palestinians, right? Not for, Hamas has to stop fighting, but we will not stop. It's like the most bullshit thing in the fucking world, because guess what? He doesn't want a ceasefire. He doesn't want the hostages back. He doesn't care. He's fucking willing to sacrifice them. And there's people who showed up at that protest yesterday to ask for their loved ones back. People who are families of those hostages showed up to protest this fucking monster.
Reportedly disappointed with Harris's remarks after their meeting.
He's disappointed with Harris's remarks. I'm so sad for you, BB. I'm so fucking sad. I'm playing the littlest violin in the fucking world for you, BB.
One Israeli official said, quote, "We hope that Harris's public criticism of Israel won't give Hamas the impression that there's daylight between the U.S. and Israel, and as a result, make it harder to get a deal." The Israeli prime minister will meet with former President Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate today. It's their first meeting since Trump left the White House, and sources told CNN.
And the idea that Kamala Harris would, or even Joe Biden would try to keep Bibi happy, considering that his support is 100% behind Trump. Chat, if you've checked my community page, right? I put out posts for you sometimes on the community tab, right? I've got a picture right now that shows a billboard in Israel, and it is two different pictures. One of them is Bibi shaking hands with Trump. The other is Bibi shaking hands with Putin. And there could easily be a third with Bibi shaking hands of Orban, because we're talking about, we're talking about dictatorial fucking war criminals and multiple felons, all of them, right? They are very much birds of a feather.
The meeting was requested by Netanyahu.
Joining us now to discuss is White House columnist at The Hill.
White House columnist at The
Niall Stanage.
Oh yeah, okay. So I think this is their new hire. If I'm not mistaken, this is Brianna's replacement here.
Niall, good morning. Thank you for joining us. How problematic do you think this could be electorally for Kamala Harris? She has signaled public support for Israel, but also has, of course, suggested there should be a ceasefire. She also put out a pretty strong statement condemning some of the more violent protests that took place in the nation's capital earlier this week. Has she done enough to satisfy the Democratic base that is more pro-Palestinian on this issue?
I think the electoral element of this issue is really complicated. I mean, people, of course, have very strong views on the morality of it.
Shakespeare, thank you for the super chat.
Ways, but electorally it has always been more complicated for Democrats than for Republicans, because most Republican voters,
and I'm adding it to Destiny,
are pretty strongly pro-Israel, and the Democratic Party, in terms of its voter base, leans pretty heavily more pro-Palestinian, but isn't without a pro-Israel element. And so I think you see Harris trying to sort of navigate her way through that. The criticisms of the protesters around Union Station here in DC, those were very strong criticisms. Then she, as you showed in the clip you played, both voiced support for Israel and pretty strong criticism of the way it has conducted itself in Gaza. That's an attempt to, as I say, navigate through the democratic politics of it. Those politics are pretty thorny, I think.
Harris finds herself in a really tough position with these pro-Palestine progressives that are considering whether or not to go with Harris. They're in the coconut army right now, which is equally part serious as is a joke. I'm not saying some people think it's a joke and others think it's serious. It's both at the same time for most of the people in this movement.
Pretty much.
And they want action on Gaza. And it puts Harris in a tough position because she right now is in the Biden administration, not the Harris administration. She's not in a position to deliver action. Do you think these words will be enough to bring in the youth vote?
I think they might be, Jess, if they are perceived as signaling a change. But the problem is, exactly the one that you outlined, honestly. Kamala Harris is the presidential candidate at the same time as she's the sitting vice president. So she has no real power yet. I mean, you can argue that that influence certainly is moving pretty rapidly toward her and away from President Biden, but it's not her who's setting the policy. So she has to, in a sense, wear a couple of different hats, as on one hand, the supportive vice president, and on the other, as the presumptive Democratic nominee. I think a lot of us assume she would move maybe one or two notches more toward a broadly pro-Palestinian position, but that's just based on sort of trying to read between the lines at this point. It isn't based on any substantive policy change, because she doesn't have the power to make one.
Yeah, I wanted to dig into that sort of dichotomy with where Kamala Harris sits right now in terms of her positioning as we head into November, because she was the one who gave this speech shortly after the meetings between both herself and then Joe Biden with the Prime Minister. And she also is likely trying to demonstrate that she has some kind of foreign policy experience. That has been a weak spot in her previous presidential campaign, as well as her campaigns for Senate. So how exactly does she strike that balance without stepping on the toes of Joe Biden and giving the American people the impression that Joe Biden is basically acting as a lame duck president?
With great difficulty, I think. I just think that is an inherently difficult thing to do, whether one prizes Kamala Harris's political skills highly or not. That's just a difficult task that she has. And I do think its difficulty was shown in particularly stark relief yesterday, because on one hand, it seemed like she wanted those images of her, on the world stage. But then when Netanyahu's coming to visit, that's an image of you beside Benjamin Netanyahu, which is a very problematic image from the point of view of the Democratic base. I think that we do seem to be seeing her move into more of the sort of ceremonial's a bit unfair, actually, just more high-profile moments that she is participating in. The other thing that is very notable, Amber, is just how much more intense the attention is on her now. 2 or 3 weeks ago even, a vice presidential event was kind of a little bit of an afterthought, and you very rarely saw it on any cable news channel unless there was something dramatic happening. I was at the White House immediately after President Biden had stepped aside when she did this event, which was basically in celebration of college athletes, and there were, reams of press there. So she'll get the attention. The question is, does that rebound to her benefit or to her detriment?
It seems that a lot of people are holding on to hope that Kamala Harris will be different once she gets into office upon winning in November on Gaza. But there were protests across D.C. I went to a couple of them downtown. They were overwhelmingly peaceful. MPD was creating a line between a handful of counter protesters to, keep the peace, as they were, I saw on several occasions, getting into the pro-Palestinian protester space. There was some graffiti on a replica of the Liberty Bell that got the attention of many conservatives. Of course, the flag burning, which is a form of protest in the United States that is perfectly legal, I will say, under the First Amendment. But Kamala Harris did pen a letter.
And let's be honest, I'd rather see 1 million flags burn than have more people burned, right? And that's what we're dealing with. You can't even compare, offense that might be taken by somebody seeing the symbol of a nation, in flames versus literal people in flames
and put it out as a PDF letter from her office. And this got the attention of some of the protesters. It got the attention of the youth. But I think it might matter that was a letter, and it was to satisfy maybe some of the more conservative members of the Democratic Party, some of the more pro-Israel members of the Democratic Party. But what she said in this speech, how she didn't make those same comments and echo what she said in the letter. Do you think that
good luck, Shakespeare?
Matters? Do you think that signals a change, or are we really just grabbing at nothing here, Niall?
I think as much as we can read those clues, Jessica, it seems to suggest a bit of a change, but I don't think the people who were protesting, around Union Station and elsewhere across DC should yet take too much faith that a Harris presidency, if it arrives, is going to be a kind of free Palestine presidency. I mean, I don't think that's where she stands at all. I think she's trying to display, to a degree, greater empathy for the many, many millions of Americans and people around the world, for that matter, who find the suffering of the Palestinians just horrific and have real human empathy for it. But the letter that you noted was pretty strong, very much so, actually. Just not that anecdotal evidence is necessarily massively dispositive one way or another, but I went down to one of the protests, was speaking to a couple of attendees, including one young woman who said that she planned to vote for the Green Party candidate, even though she had mixed feelings because she wanted to vote for a woman who could be the first woman president, i.e. Vice President Harris. But she felt she couldn't do that unless Harris promised much more of a block on any US military aid to Israel in the future.
All right, Niall, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be back with more Rising.
Okay, so yeah, I haven't seen this channel in like forever, right? If you don't know, the Rising on the Hill was the Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Suave sort of debate platform, so to speak. And based on her views on Palestine, Brianna Joy Gray was fired from the Hill. And ever since that's happened, like they have just been gone from the algorithm. I do not see their videos recommended, and that's they just like sold out the only thing that was really worth watching. So occasionally, like I like Jessica Burbank and what is his name? Niall Stanage? Probably Stanage, I think is how it's pronounced. He seems all right. I've always forget her name. Amber something. I can't remember her last name. But yeah, she's the conservative host, and this is Netanyahu's pissed. That's a good thing. That speaks well of the that speaks well of Kamala Harris's speech. That he obviously was upset with that, but it also speaks well of what happened in their discussion behind the scenes. And that's really what I was worried about, is that she'd be pushed like she was to make this really ill-advised tweet here, that she'd be pushed to make nice with Netanyahu too, which is a really bad idea. But again, Chad, this is the reason that you need to push the Democratic candidates. This is the reason that you have to hold them accountable, and especially if you're concerned about people maybe not showing up to vote for them. Like your best bet is not to vote scold and be like, well, you need to vote because don't you know that Trump is the worst? Yeah, absolutely. But like the better tactic is going to be pushing for better Democratic candidates, because that's going to get more people out to vote. That's going to bring together this Obama coalition, even after it's, Obama burned his coalition, like his voters, right? Promised a lot and delivered relatively little. But again, that is Kamala Harris's path to victory. If she can take it. It's not an easy path, but it's going to involve activating her base. So hopefully she can do that. All right. So I've got one more segment for you, potentially more. Like if we could somehow, what are we at right now? We're at 22%. It's not good. 22% of the way towards the dono goal. So again, like I don't know. I don't want to be over optimistic, but I've been surprised before. But yeah, we got precious little time. This is going to be literally the last segment, the last chance. If you want to see one of these topics, which I think there's a bunch of interesting stuff on here, I'd be down to see any of this stuff. And Destiny losing his shit, probably winning right now. It's actually ahead in shorts, and Trump, did he even get shot, is ahead in the other one. It's got an extra 19% going towards it, so that's why it's ahead. But again, it doesn't matter if the dono goal stays below 100%, and we are quickly running out of time. So I wanted to show you one more thing. It's not about Kamala Harris. It's actually about Finster, and it's about I can remember how to type Finster's name. F1NN 5T3R. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, 5TER. Okay. God, Finster, why do you got to make your why do you got to make your name so hard to spell? Anyway, so we're going to switch over to that. We're going to take a look and see what's going on here. Who's going to win, Kamala or Trump? At this point, Dan Saul, I would say that the race has reset. I would give it 50-50. I can't.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I can't give you more accurate odds than that. And I think that anybody that says that they can is lying to you, right? The race has reset at this point, and there's, it's 50-50 odds. I did predict Biden dropping out, right? So good for me. I'm pretty, I don't know, Chad. I had a feeling, and based on his age, that something might happen, and it turns out I was right. I also had a feeling that something might happen with Trump, and indeed something did happen with Trump. Only not anything that is, more than a flesh wound or a cartilage wound or whatever happened to his ear. So that's not going to keep him from running, right? But I did make this prediction that even though they'd both locked up their respective nominations, I thought that there was a good chance that the Trump versus Biden would not actually be the election that went on in the fall. And indeed, I was right. I was right about that. So, too early to know who will win. There's only hope at this point. Yeah, there's more hope than there was with Biden. Biden had a very low chance of winning. And Biden's, did I get your dono too? Narwhal by Nature, I hope I didn't ignore. Oh yeah, you gave the 5 gift subs earlier. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I did get all of that. Yeah, look, it's worth it voting in the poll again, right? It does. Okay, so here's the deal. It's looking grim right now. The dono goal's at 22%. This is our last segment, right? And if it doesn't get to 100%, then that's the end of the stream. I still holding out hope. Has Irene heard of JD Vance looking for the dolphin porn on Maine? Yeah, that was going to be part of the topic too. We're going to talk about JD Vance fucking a couch. We're going to talk about JD Vance potentially fucking a dolphin, but it's all academic if we don't hit the dono goal. So we are what, 78%. This has not been a great day. But anyway, what is it? What do they say? Hope springs eternal, and hope does spring eternal. But yeah, that's one of the options that we got on the poll. Right now, I say Destiny losing his shit is winning because it's got that extra 19%. The people who did donate, they all seem to want Destiny to lose his shit. And for that reason, that's actually ahead. Just voted twice, but it looks like Trump is going to win the poll. Wait, Trump, did he even get shot? Wait, well, so like that's what's winning okay, so here's how this works, right? We got Shorts chat, 673 of you have voted. That's pretty impressive, right? And 33% of you are voting for Destiny losing his shit. 32% of you are voting for Trump. Did he even get shot, right? and 19% for Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor, 16% for Did JD Vance Fuck a Couch, right? We've got on the other poll, on the full scale stream, we got Did Trump Even Get Shot at 37%, Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor at 33%, JD Vance effing the couch at 17%, and Destiny losing his shit at 13%. So even though by like the sheer numbers of the poll, it would be Trump getting shot that would be chosen, we got two big obstacles, and I would say one of them is insurmountable. The one that's insurmountable is the fact that we are still 78% of the way from making the dono goal. So I am, in the words of the not late, I shouldn't say late, oh my God, I'm catching the Trump virus where you say people are dead and they're not actually dead. In the words of not dead Joni Mitchell, who hopefully will stay not dead, I am playing real good for free for you today, and I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to give you that. But yeah, not going great, and you know, and it's not looking good for opening up the second bonus, because that's bonus content. That's bonus content that only gets opened when we hit 100% on the dono goal. So I don't know if it'll happen today. We've got one more segment to get through, and so you've got a little bit more time. If somebody wants to jump in at the end and play hero, I don't know, or multiple people want to try to make a play for that to get that bonus segment opened up, unlocked, as they say. There's still time, but you also, when you donate, you can also tell me which of these topics that you want to see next, right? Which of these is crying out to you? Which of these do you want to add your donation to? And I will literally put 1% for every US dollar donated on the subject of your choice, and I'll add that on the poll. So with the donos added, it looks like actually Destiny losing his shit is what is ahead. But again, 22% dono goal, it might not matter. I might not even have to do the math today, right? Are you calling me a Sigma 1QWWWSQQWW? Or is somebody else a Sigma? Maybe you're a Sigma. I don't know. Maybe we're all Sigmas. But yeah, regardless, any kind of donation, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership, which again, we got the premium streamium coming up, I think on Sunday. I'm planning on doing the premium streamium on Sunday. And that is like your golden ticket if you get a membership, or you get gifted a membership. That's your golden ticket to be able to see the premium streamium content. Again, this one is going to be all about tech bros. We're going to talk about JD Vance. We're going to talk about Peter Thiel, but we're also going to get into their inspiration, and that is a man named Curtis Yarvin. You know how I got Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor on the poll today? Well, that's the guy that wants to matrix the poor. If he doesn't turn the poor into biodiesel, which he's also talked about. This is a weird champ tech bro freakazoid that has got some monstrous ideas, but he is very influential. And if you want to understand Project 2025, you got to understand Curtis Yarvin. And I will show you on the premium streamium how Curtis Yarvin's ideas are actually what lies behind Project 2025. So it should be pretty interesting. Again, any of this content looks really interesting if we actually get to it, but I'm being realistic when I see the numbers this low. I am not holding out a lot of hope at this point. Speaking of numbers, we're almost at 5,000 subs. That's something. I think like 100 of you have subscribed to my channel today, so thank you for that. Yeah, we're gonna be at 5,000. I mean, I don't know. Is 5,000 something that we should celebrate? Is 5,000 something to crow about? I feel like people crow about when they get 1,000. That's a big deal. When they get 500, let's be real, 500 is a pretty big deal, right? When they get 1,000, that's a big deal. When they get 10,000, that's a big deal. And then after that is 50,000, maybe kind of a deal. But 100,000, that's where you get the check mark. That's where you get the play button. I'm a ways away from that. But thank you for getting me to 5,000. I am very grateful for even being able to do this as an occupation. Most people do not make enough money to even scrape by as I am by the very skin of my teeth, which do not have a dental plan, but that's okay. I'll try to brush them really well. Yeah, it's a precarious lifestyle, but it is one that most people do not even get a chance to live. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for all the support for Throne Gang throwing together this awesome setup. I think it looks pretty good. I think my background looks good. I think my microphone and sound system sound awesome. So thank you, Throne Gang, for that. Thank you, Patreon Gang, for supporting me every month. Again, Patreon, that's another way that you can get that golden ticket to the premium streamium. Any level of support on Patreon, which starts at, I think, $3, will get you into the premium streamium, as will a Twitch sub, whether that's a Prime sub, which you can get for free. Subs usually cost $6, or if you can get gifted one. Sometimes people are very nice and they gift other people subs because they don't want those people to have to see the ad break, which is coming up in exactly 7 or 8 minutes. I guess it's not exactly if I say 7 or 8, but it's coming up in 7 or 8 minutes, right? The top of the hour ad break with its 3 minutes of ads, unskippable unless you have a sub. But yeah, subs also a way to get yourself into the premium streamium. So I'm looking forward to that. And again, I'm gonna hold out hope against hope that some way we can unlock some of this content, because I think it's pretty cool. And honestly, the Destiny losing his shit, that's been on there for a while. So, if you want to see that, this is probably the last chance you got. That's an older video. I don't know if it's relevant. And also, I gotta throw up Garfield Eats on there. We got some Garfield Eats coming to you tomorrow, potentially as bonus content. So I'm gonna have to make way of that. I'm gonna have to knock Destiny losing his shit out of the way to get to that. So yeah, this is something that you want to see. This might be your last chance to see it. Anyway, we're going to switch gears, and we're going to change our topic once again to a certain Finster. A certain someone named Finster, who apparently knew Ava Tyson. This is the member of the Mr. Beast team that's got all kinds of allegations, some of which are pretty undeniable, others of which is just, I don't know. Is it piling on? Is it fake? Is it being thrown on because Chris is trans? I can't really tell, but there is some legitimately bad stuff that I went over earlier this week in terms of Ava Chris Tyson and her connection to a creepy pedophilic artist named Shadman. So that stuff's real, and I don't know. There's no good explanation for that. Anyway, Finster is somebody that I guess took a picture with Ava, and is now going to explain to us how all that happened in the first place. So, with a click of the button,
many of you know about the Ava.
Awesome editing. I would love to be able to hire an editor that could do stuff like this, right? Someday, chat, someday. Well, look, I gotta survive first, so that's my priority now. But I would love to get to the fun part of content creation, where you're not literally going without meals, but that's on the other side of things. Okay, so let us now. I gotta press my button. There's the button. It's this button right here, and here we are. Oh wait, no, actually, you know what? Let's watch this in a different way. I like the idea of watching it with the jellyfish. What do you think, chat? Do you like the jellyfish? I feel like for the less newsy segments, we watch it with the jellyfish. Sound good? All right, so what does Finster have to say about all of this, I wonder?
Chris Tyson situation. And if you don't, the main plot line is that she was both publicly and privately talking inappropriately to a minor. If you're someone that looked up to Ava, I get it. 90% of what's out there is just people throwing slurs and lying about things. I get that you want to immediately jump to a defense. I'm obviously not going to be doing that. But from the perspective of someone that used to be a fairly close friend, let's go through what she's...
Okay, so a fairly close friend.
...to the situation, and you'll understand why I'm distancing myself, and you'll see a bunch of other people distancing themselves too. I don't know if you can tell by the dead look in my eyes here, but I didn't exactly see this news coming. And it's pretty shit. So, let's look. So everyone's seen this one. I get the defense. It was 2016, edgy jokes, whatever. I know the sort of shit that I said back in 2016 when I was a 16-year-old. So quite frankly, I didn't care when I saw it. It's more that there are a lot of tabs on my screen and you can see how many of them are going to be quite bad. I want to focus on a couple things that I can personally verify, as I don't think anyone really has yet. So what I'm mainly going to be focused on is not the stuff that's just edgy jokes, it's the stuff where they're interacting publicly with someone who's underage. And I believe the youngest this person I'm going to go over was, they were 13, and the oldest they were 16. I am no mogul male, I don't know when things were when, but let's be real, if it was 16 or 13.
Yeah, apparently, has anybody seen Ludwig's video about this? So apparently, here, let me turn the extra light on. And again, thank you, Throne Gang. I wouldn't even have this extra light if it was not for my supporters on Throne. So thank you everybody who's contributed to the Throne setup. Right, this is much better lighting than I would otherwise have. Anyway, let me rewind this slightly because I kind of got distracted.
The youngest this person I'm going to go over was, they were 13, and the oldest they were 16. I am no mogul male, I don't know.
Oh yeah, Ludwig, right? Has anybody watched Ludwig's video on this? Apparently Ludwig actually did some in-depth research, so I haven't watched that yet. I can't remember who the video essayist it was that we watched, but I found one that was like, a lot of these videos are just transphobic. A lot of these videos are associating Ava's actions with Ava being trans, which is like, okay, then let's associate like Dr. Disrespect with all straight guys, with all cis guys, right? You know, it's the same kind of shit, right? It doesn't make sense. No, straight people, cis people are not responsible for Dr. Disrespect being a creep, and no trans people are not responsible for what Ava did. But yeah, there's a lot of transphobia mixed in with it. I tried to find the least transphobic video, and it still had some. Oh my god. Oh. Well, that's great. That's great. All right, here's my idea. I say that we pile everybody into since we're so late in the day, just pile everybody into YouTube Shorts. How about that? How does that sound? Are we good? We're gonna do it live. We're gonna do it in Shorts. Stream died. But we will... Oh my god, the only thing that sucks about this... So then I don't have like a segment. Oh my god, I'm not liking those numbers. It really sucks that when I cover something that is, you know, really important, and I think the most important aspect of the whole Kamala hype is actually, you know, the question of whether it's going to be different, whether it's going to be, it's going to make a difference in terms of Palestine. But yeah, I don't know. The numbers are not there, chat. I try to do content that people want to watch. I don't know what's up with that. And both in the sense of being able to fund the stream and in the sense of just having people in chat. I guess people have got things that they'd rather. It really sucks how much the attention has been sucked away from what's going on in Palestine, because like the killing has not stopped at all. and the war seems to be continuing. It's getting, you know, really it's getting really scary. Anyway, I got to figure out some way to, I don't know, chat. Should I just do a start recording? How about that? We roll back the stream and we start recording. That's what we're going to have to do. Okay, so So if you've been following my content this week, I talked earlier about a content creator on the Mr. Beast team. This is Ava Chris Tyson, who has now got a number of allegations against her, and some of which are, you know, spurious and seem piled on, but some of which are actually very serious and, you know, kind of undeniable, right? The worst of which involve an artist named Shadman, who is, I don't know how better to describe the guy than a lolicon Nazi. That's who he is. And apparently, like, a lot of people supported this guy back in the day. A lot of people looked at his art either for the edgelord factor of it or because they were into it. And one of these people was Ava Chris Tyson, best friend of Mr. Beast, who has now stepped away from the Mr. Beast team because of these allegations. There's more allegations that I haven't really gotten into because some of them are less substantial. What's the word? They're less substantiated, right? And I didn't have time to, you know, verify, but I wanted to go over what I did know, and it's honestly bad enough. It's really bad stuff. So this is Finster, who apparently was friends with Ava, and has something to say about Ava and about the situation. So I thought we'd take a look at you know, what Finster's got to say and see what's up.
Many of you know about the Ava Chris Tyson situation, and if you don't, the main plot line is that she was both publicly and privately talking inappropriately to a minor. If you're someone that looked up to Ava, I get it. 90% of what's out there is just people throwing slurs and lying about things. I get that you want to immediately jump to a defense. I'm obviously not going to be doing that. But from the perspective of someone that used to be a fairly close, understand why I'm distancing myself, and you'll see a bunch of other people distancing themselves too. I don't know if you can tell by the dead look in my eyes here, but I didn't exactly see this news coming. And it's pretty shit. So let's look.
You know, can you imagine, like, this is your friend? Like, yeah, that's really rough.
So everyone's seen this one. I get the defense. It was 2016, edgy jokes, whatever. I know the sort of shit that I said back in 2016 when I was a 16-year-old. So quite frankly, I didn't care when I saw it. It's more that they're...
And again, the video that we watched suggested that maybe this particular tweet, as bad as it sounds, because, like, that sounds awful, was meant in a sarcastic way. That being said, though, you know, Ava, you know, was a fan of the Shadman, the lowly Nazi artist, right? And did seem to be legitimately into the disgusting work that this guy produced.
A lot of tabs on my screen, and you can see how many of them are going to be quite bad. I want to focus on a couple things that I can personally verify, as I don't think anyone really has yet. So what I'm mainly going to be focused on is not the stuff that's just edgy jokes, it's the stuff where they're interacting publicly with someone who's underage. And I believe the youngest...
Got a question from chat here. Is lowly the same as short stack goblins? Yeah, unfortunately, Vosh made that phrase synonymous. And it's something that's been around the kind of edgelord Chan image board culture, if you know what I'm talking about, you know, 4chan and stuff like that. And also, yeah, associated with the far right. So the fact that Shadman is is like a lowly artist with Nazi iconography on his avatar is no accident, right? This is pretty typical of the community surrounding that. You know, Ava herself was definitely an edgelord back in the day, was definitely, and maybe to a lesser extent, you know, Jimmy from Mr. Beast as well. You know, they were, you know, edgy edgelords, and and this is these are the kind of people that she hung out with, right? And it's not just that, like, we're not casting aspersions on her for being friends with suspect people, but she was apparently like a fan of Shadman's art, and even had a inappropriate and gross piece of lolly artwork commissioned for her by Shadman. She's not the only one, and there was a thread yesterday on Twitter going over all the other content creators who had some association with Shadman, and there's a lot, and some of them are people that are fairly well known, fairly popular. There were a lot of people defending Shadman as being, just edgy, and that, what he was doing might be nasty, but it was free speech, right? And yeah, we're talking about drawings of, artistic representations of underage people in inappropriate, age inappropriate activities. I don't know how to say it better without getting demonetized, but I think you catch my drift. And there were too many people. This guy had clout. This guy was apparently a fairly popular, presence on Twitter, and a social media creator. And yeah, on his website there was really gross artwork involving underage people. Not just like drawings of, like, young looking original characters, but drawings of real life people who were actually underage in disgusting situations, including Keemstar's daughter, who was 7 at the time, and it was drawn doing something horrible with Donald Trump as a promise that Shadman made for what he would do if Donald Trump won the election, right? So it's just really gross stuff. And it's horrible that Ava was involved in this stuff. And it was, it was a long time ago. She was around 20 years old when most of this stuff happened. But it's so bad that, like, I cannot, excuse it. I cannot. There's no excuse for this, right? And the only thing that I want to say that I think that maybe people are missing is that Ava was not the only one that was friends with this person, or not friends, but like that was, interacting with this person on social media and giving cover to this person.
And I'm going to go over was they were 13 and the oldest they were 16. I am no mogul male. I don't know when things were when, but let's be real. If it was 16 or 13, it's still pretty f***ing bad. Ava, or Chris, I'm going to just go with Ava, used to have a Patreon page, and Lava was one of the people that donated briefly. Ava's follow-up to Lava was that she said she posted some news for you, please no share, which is cringe. This was also over 6 years ago, and the landscape of what you could talk about on the internet and joke about was different, but I don't think it really ever involved talking to minors like this. Here, Lava posts a screenshot in a public Discord from a Snapchat they got from Chris saying, "Coming for America." Now, to be honest with you, a bunch of...
So again, that one, it looked like just an edgy joke, but it's not the kind of thing that you should be sharing, with, probably your fans at all, particularly like underage people. And, as a member of a content team that had a large part of its following was, underage people, she should have been, she should have had more common, she shouldn't have done that. That's fucked up. The thing that we saw before is a little bit more inexcusable in terms of whatever she was saying about, pictures of herself with in not clothed state. Again, I haven't been over the allegations about Lava and other underage fans of Ava, and so I can't really speak to that one way or the other. Maybe Finster knows more than I do, though.
Videos that were made on this framed things very weirdly, and I was immediately on edge and guarded about believing them, especially in the manner that it was presented. Throwing slurs out there, I've managed to get a few death threats already, which is fun. To someone like me who has met Chris once. These are the people in my DMs calling...
Wait, I thought she said she was friends... so maybe she's friends with Chris. And again, my understanding is that Finster goes by both like he, him, and she, her pronouns, and is gender fluid.
a lot of slurs and myself, so I usually take their opinions at face value. But then I saw this. This is Lava responding in 2018 to Ava, which said, "Does she know about your hentai addiction?" And I had the like Peter Quill fucking eyes wide open shot after he figures out his dad killed his mom. I had this with that tweet because Ava has spoken to me about hentai, which is fine in the context of two adults having a conversation, especially when one of them does work like me. And it wasn't like it was sprung on me either. There was an ask of like, can we talk about this? And I said yes. But under no circumstances should a child have ever heard that. You know, having said that, I don't know how they heard it. They talked a lot publicly, and it seems like a bit privately. Going onto the Drama Alert Twitter, they posted this video.
This ain't true. And this screenshot is Chris Tyson talking one-on-one with him. And at this point, he would have been 16. And here we go.
Now, Lava himself responded to.
Why do they have a what does that creator have a Sonichu medallion in a clear plastic case? What's up with that?
Lava responded to a quartering tweet saying that there were no sexual messages exchanged. I would venture to say if you're talking about hentai, maybe not. I see that as fairly sexual. Now, I really highly doubt that that was ever talked about explicitly to Lava, as Lava's been really outspoken about it. Making tweets saying these videos are massive lies, twisting the truth. Ava never did anything wrong and just made a few edgy jokes. I was never exploited or taken advantage of. Can you do me the favor and comment on these videos and tell them stop spreading lies? The situation takes away from children who are actively being exploited every day online. I am not a victim of anything being claimed in these videos or at all. Talking about the videos that were made on the situation, and then in response saying I'm not a victim, I'm not backpedaling any statements I've already made. Everything I've stated is still very true. Nothing bad happened between me and Chris. People are creating lies around my name. And then he talks about crediting the right videos that need to be taken down, in his opinion. Personally, I believe him, but it doesn't really matter. Most people's first thing is you're a victim, we can't really take your word on this. But look, even if there were no messages like that exchanged, I really highly doubt Ava is a groomer like people are saying. If they're saying nothing happened, I'm gonna...
Yeah, so what I've seen from this Lava situation is there's some highly inappropriate messages that never should have been exchanged. You know, when you are part of a content team, you know that is doing content like Mr. Beast, right, which is content that appeals to a lot of younger people. You have to have better judgment than that, or else you cannot be part of that content team. So, you know, regardless of Ava's intentions, I feel like a lot of the stuff shown is just inappropriate, and you know, just you can't you know, you can't do that.
Nothing happened. But even with what's confirmed publicly, it's bad. There should be no like jokes about nudes or hentai exchanging or a ton of other screenshots between Lava and Chris that I don't think were appropriate. No matter how Lava feels about it now, it doesn't change the fact that it was still weird and wrong and gross. Also, sorry, I'm about to flashbang you. Yeah.
So yeah, this is the stuff that is absolutely inexcusable. And I don't want to hear anybody try to Finster this shit, right? Finster's the content creator who's kind of famous for making excuses for people, you know, being into lolly. And that, in fact, I think specifically the first time that Finster died on Lolly Hill was defending a friend of his who was literally, you know, into this artist, right? And I won't even do the tipster memes. Did I say Finster? Oh my god, don't let me get tipster mixed up with Finster. Look, I'll do the meme just so you know who we're talking about. We're talking about that's tipster, right? Well, and then he went to bat for Vosh with Keffels when Vosh got exposed with the short stack goblin stash tax folder. Right, there was Tipster to be like, I don't see how Vosh did anything wrong, actually. And like, oh my god, Tipster, what the fuck? Anyway.
I'm sure you've seen a ton of this, and I have nothing unique to add. That's a guy called Shadman. Shadman does awful, criminal stuff on the internet. I can't put it any other way. He draws child. It's just quite bad, isn't it? It's not even like, oh, it's a...
Yeah, and he's a Nazi. And he's very, very clearly a Nazi as well.
Character, so it doesn't technically count. No, they drew of a real kid. Keemstar's kid, actually.
Several real kids, yeah.
Did leak some DMs and say, you didn't apologize to me a month ago in private when I brought up your behavior, supporting a cartoon CP artist that drew my 8-year-old daughter in a way. What changed? And honestly, he's putting it lightly that Shadman did that. I've seen the image blurred, and I don't feel comfortable showing it here. It's very bad.
Yeah, that was one of the images that when we watched the video of that the other day, even though it was all blurred and redacted, I still felt gross. I mean, you could see what it was, and the video essayist wanted you to be able to see what it was, see how bad it was, but it's hard to look at. It's hard to look at, right? This is a drawing of Keemstar's daughter with Donald Trump engaged in, I don't even want to say it.
Why people are bringing up Shadman is because Ava had a piece of artwork by him. This was just printed out. I'm not going to show it because this one isn't a real kid, but it's awful. And one last thing that came out was a video was shared, leaked. I'm not really sure of way back in the day that she made a video talking about Jeanette McCurdy from iCarly, specifically when revenge of her was leaked.
How's it going, you guys? So you'll probably see the photos get taken down at some point tonight, maybe tomorrow, because Nickelodeon has that kind of power. But the link's in the description if you want to see them. I mean, I'm not endorsing people to go look at somebody else's private business, but I know that you know, people might want to see them, so it's there if you want it.
Okay, so this is revenge porn. Now, oh my god, I'm trying to think of, did we get a sense for what year this happened in? I think this was when Ava had just started her channel. And so, you know, it's a tiny little channel at this point. We're talking about iCarly, one of the, you know, actors from iCarly having her images shared against her will. It's clearly revenge porn. And so, you know, you get from Ava that she doesn't think this is right, that this is being shared, but she's posting the link anyway.
The rest of the video goes on to talk about how sharing revenge is wrong, but it was linked in the description, which... what? But okay, why am I even making this in the first place? This is easily one of those things that I could just talk about on stream or never mention and just deal with it in therapy, that I was friends with this person. And the reason is me and Ava have known each other for a while. Back around late 2022, early 2023, we started talking a lot more, playing video games, and discussing the possibility that they might transition. And at the time, I was already on estrogen, and so they wanted to know some info.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, I always want to make a point that, like, trans people do not, in fact, all know each other, but Finster seems to know a lot of people.
About it. Basically just to check that her doctors had given her all the information she could get, and I was very supportive, and we continued chatting about transition stuff, just life in general. We unboxed some CSGO knives, and a little bit after that, she came out. Kind of. Where she said, like, I'm on HRT, but, like, I don't know the pronouns yet. And I got a phone call. I was invited to a Mr. Beast shoot out in Tokyo. Now, at the time, oh my fucking god. Dude, this fucking haunts me. Okay, I'll give you context. I was hanging out with someone called Soda at the time that had flown in from the States to meet me, who was another close friend that I had that was in, like, sort of the...
Wait, is this Soda Cat or Soda Poppin'?
And so, we went to Tokyo. We all went. We went shopping and we hung out and we took this selfie. I thought that I was invited...
Simone Pierre, I'm sorry, the big screen went down. The big screen went down.
It pretty much...
And look, we're I mean, this is the last segment. I mean, unless we're only 22% towards the sub goal, so I'm thinking this is going to be the last segment unless something changes in the next few minutes. But yeah, we all just gathered in here because, you know, it went down and it's easier to finish it here. I'm recording a version of this, so I might put this out as a video. You might see a full screen version of this video out. No promises. Again, this is not the usual content that I cover, and this stuff, I find it really gross. A lot of my community finds it really gross, but I do think it's an important issue to cover. And I do think that the key takeaway from the Ava situation is that, like, this is not on trans people. All right? Trans people do not need to defend Ava because what Ava has done is indefensible. But at the same time, all the fucking weird champ transphobes out there, they'll be like, oh, I told you they were groomers. No, That's no okay. Then I guess straight cis people are fucking creeps too because of Dr. Disrespect. It doesn't fucking work that way. Come on.
Fun, but not really. Apparently, see this person in the
yeah. So there's a point. There's a point to going over this, and
This year, on my birthday, weirdly enough, I've made this tweet, which has now since been deleted, but I did take issue with this. But it's worth noting that I followed up with Ava on this, and then a week later she got back to me with a big apology about this statement. But still, I feel like it's important to give context. There's some awful shit about soda that we're going to get to in a second, but she said, finally going to talk about this because it doesn't involve me and I don't know any of the guys involved. I invited someone to Japan because I was going through it mentally. My testosterone and E levels were bad. So I invited the person I was kind of friends with because they had just started HRT and I also had a crush on them. I didn't know that at the time. They asked me if they could bring a friend.
Wow. So Tipster's just finding out about this.
And since it was a Mr. Beast video, I said yes because there'd be some downtime. I met the person 3 times total before I realized they were into each other, and then I left because I felt like I'd been used for a free date to Japan and was kind of left as a third wheel. Never talked to them again except a reply on Twitter because there is one picture of us in the same place. People call me a Now, this is the photo they're referring to, and I get why they made that statement. It is not true. Ava knew who Soda was. I had prior introduced them. It wasn't just, can I bring this random person along? And it was also not someone that I was interested in.
Wait, did I misunderstand this? Was it that Chris had a crush on Finster, or Chris had a crush sorry, that Ava had a crush on Finster, or Ava had a crush on Soda?
What I messaged her about after it came out was saying, I didn't know you felt that way. I would have thought very differently about this trip if I knew. But the part that Ava says where she left fairly quickly is true. I didn't know why, and the reason was given to me that she wanted to go see her kid, which is fair. I've never been a parent. I assume that you probably care about them. I don't know. Also, we have spoken since. I'm not sure why they threw that in, because we made a video together. And in regards to everything involving Soda, Soda was also involved in a different bit of drama, sounds like the wrong word. DMs were leaked between Soda and an actual file, where Soda is role-playing and going along with a pedophile's fantasies. Nothing super explicit, but the phrase, yay, child was used.
Yeah!
I found weird. And shortly after that...
Yeah, that is weird.
Quickly slowed with both of them. Ava didn't want to talk to Soda, brand risk. Ava didn't want to talk to me, brand risk. It didn't fit the branding image of Mr. Beast, which is fair enough. I was told that going into when we did the
Okay, so that's explainable by the fact that Finster does SW, and so Ava does realize that there is that the brand of Mr. Beast is a valuable asset, and that sort of doing content with somebody like Finster would be inappropriate. I just don't see why Ava doesn't realize that having the kind of conversations with like underage people also maybe way more inappropriate.
I was just sort of a standby. I was never going to be in the video because, obviously, I'm not exactly a kid-safe content creator. I'm not exactly PG. It was very quickly and very rightfully at the point where kind of no one talks to each other out of that photo anymore. But that photo does exist, and good God, it will haunt me forever.
But yeah, chat, I think it turns out that the real brand risks were the other content creators we met along the way. No, the real brand risk was for everybody was Ava.
Okay, we have an update. Mr. Beast tweeted, I'm nearly certain a PR team wrote this, but either way. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I'm disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct investigations to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings. I'm going to say there will be no further action, because there never is. I do kind of call BS a little bit. Obviously, the Shad stuff is fairly worrying, and he also obviously kind of knew about it.
Yeah.
From the brief interaction I have had with Jimmy, I really doubt he knew the extent of it. I just don't think he cares enough to ask Chris about their life like this. It's not really something like, you have to have a really specific group of friends to be able to talk to each other about your sexual stuff. It wasn't brought up to me, and me and Ava did talk about NSFW stuff, I guess. And if it wasn't mentioned to me, I doubt Jimmy knew either. But yeah, damn. All this is kind of rough, but to be honest with you, on Dev, I'm recording this, it seems like it's pretty much over. I guess we just kind of have to hope that this doesn't spread, like, some general negativity towards trans people, because this is essentially like the adpocalypse, but for trans women.
Oh my god. Okay, look, this is like, yeah, it already has, and they've been using this as a vector to spread transphobia. And look, the only thing that you can do for it is, like, when you see that shit and somebody's like misgendering, even somebody that's done really bad stuff like Chris, like, don't take it, don't stand for it, right? Call it the fuck out. And if somebody's trying to make this about trans people, call it the fuck out. Because that's the same as like calling out all cis people, all straight people because of doctor disrespect, right? It's not right. It doesn't make sense. And you wouldn't do it if it was a group that was not heavily marginalized already. So that's what we've got from Fenster in relation to the Ava Chris Tyson, Mr. Beast situation. Again, fucked up shit, completely inexcusable. And but you know, everything to do with Ava, and maybe to a lesser extent, you know, if Jimmy knew about it, and nothing to do with trans people. And if you liked this video, make sure to like and subscribe. We're closing in on 5,000. God, I don't even want to talk about subs, but there we go, chat. There we go. There we have it. That is it. Yeah, generalizing about any group is fucked up. And all right, so like I said, I hit record on that. I might put that out as a video. I might not. Again, I find this subject like horrible, but at the same time, it's important to talk about for the reasons that we've gone over. Yeah, I'm a little bit weirded out, chat. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on today, right? We have almost 50,000 views on this short stream, right? When's the stream ending? Well, I don't know. Maybe pretty soon. We got 50,000 views. That is maybe a record. I'll have to look. No, it's probably not. I probably did more with the Destiny video. Not that that's a video that I want to, like, I'm not, that video is not up on my channel anymore for some pretty crucial reasons. And yeah, yeah, we're around 50,000. Well, it's incredible, except for, you know, what's not incredible is this. This is like the opposite of incredible, right? I just don't understand what happens, right? 50,000 views, and we are barely a fifth of the way towards the sub goal. So anyway, these are the subjects that are about to go bye-bye. I'm going to put them away. I might bring some of them back next time I stream. The Destiny losing his shit, though, that's going away. So if anybody was super excited about that, when I end stream, that will be the end of the chance. No, not even close. Not even fucking close. Like, I look, in the words of Joni Mitchell, today was about playing real good for free. And sometimes you do that. Sometimes you do that as a content creator. Sometimes you put your best out there, and you know, you talk about what you think is an important subject. And yeah, this is the result of that. But yeah, no, I was trying to cover Palestine, even when it seems like other people are more interested in the election. They're more interested in falling out of a coconut tree and all that other stuff. I thought it was really important to talk about. I tried to talk about Kamala Harris in relation to what's going on in Gaza, but again, I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I got no explanation, but Like I said, I love you even if we don't hit the sub goal, and don't take it personally. It's not like individually your fault or anything like that. It's just that this was a really bad day. This was a really bad day, and it's close to the end of the month, which makes it even worse for me. But that's for me to worry about. That's for me to deal with. I'm not trying to vent my stress or my anxiety onto you. I do appreciate each and every one of you. And I appreciate all the support that I do get when I do get that support. So again, thank you to Throne Gang. I wouldn't have this cool of a setup, this pretty of a setup, which I mean, like I'll put my setup up with anybody's, right? I might not have a massage table like Fenster, but I still like my setup. I like my microphone, and this is all thanks to the Gang on Throne. So people that contribute to the stream, the quality of the stream, and the tech of the stream. Thank you so much for doing that. For people who are my patrons, thank you. You help me keep going. There's been a few months where I've only been able to pay my rent thanks to Patreon. So again, shouts out to Omega Star, Jules K, Just Julie, Moe Nope, Shaxpie, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity, my fancy weasels over there on patreon.com. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for all the members. There's a premium streamium coming your way, I think on Sunday, chat. Don't quote me, but I think we're going to do it on Sunday. So be looking out for that. And if you've got your membership, you got your golden ticket. If you're a Patreon of any kind, even on the base weasel, the based weasel level, right? Any kind of weasel on Patreon, you got your golden ticket. If you are a sub on Twitch, you've got your golden ticket. If not, might want to think about that before we go into that. It's going to be a deep dive into Tech Bros, and specifically on the vector of JD Vance, Peter Thiel, and then we're going to find out who is Peter Thiel's guru, who is the guy that's connected to like all these people. And what is he about, and how is he connected to Project 2025? And I think the answer will surprise you. So we got that coming up, I think, on Sunday. God, hopefully we'll do this on Sunday. I've been meaning to do the premium streaming for a while, but I think I got everything I need to do to cover that and give you a little extra content. Right, the premium streaming. The idea of it is this, right? There's some things that are important and they're not maybe algorithmically. Like if I put Curtis Yarvin out there, I don't know that I'll get like a lot of viewers, right? But I want to do that content, and I think that if you value my content, you will value this content. So you'll get your golden ticket to what other than there, but for my supporters, there for my financial contributors, like I would not be able to do, because it's just not financially rewarding in any way. But I still think it's really important, just like today's stream, right? Not kind of a financial disaster for me, but still important stuff to cover. And I want to be able to cover the important stuff, especially when other people have seemingly moved on and they're talking about other stuff, and we still got death and destruction raining down on Gaza, and more people losing their lives. So I'm happy to be able to talk about what's important, financially rewarding or not. So that's where we're at, and you're excited for that. Good. I'm glad I got people excited for that. And again, unless saving some like last minute miracle, I think I'm going to close down the stream here. Thank you for all being here. I guess we set a record in terms of I think this is a record for views. I'll have to check. I don't know for sure. Overall views are just I'm almost tempted to stay on to try to hit 50,000. It's really funny when somebody comes in here to troll and they get caught. They can't like control their shit, so they get caught by the filter. So literally nobody sees what they had to say, and then the mods see it and they get auto banned. It's hilarious. It's so funny. I love that. I love that. Anyway, chat. 106 likes, 46 1,670 views. That's a record. And again, let me check one more time and see where we're at. Oh my god, my phone died. I'll have to look somewhere else. See, this is how epic the stream was. It killed my phone. Yo, we're at 4,975 subscribers, so 25 away from that magical 5,000 number. So maybe we'll celebrate 5,000 at the same time as the premium streamium. If I have a lot of confidence. We got 25 left before we get that, so I think we'll get there. Yeah, only 106 likes. Come on. But yeah, thank you mods. Thank you Thumb Gang. Thank you Patreons. Thank you everybody who on days like this, you know, when the dono goal goes down so freaking hard, and it is like actually really important because it's close to the end of the month. I gotta thank the people who did donate. So let me give you shout outs individually, all right? If you donated, right? Thank you, Trevor Iceberg. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. I can count the contributors on my hand this time, actually. Thank you, Charles Martini, and thank you, Shakespeare. The only people contributing today. The rest of you, hey, I hope you liked the stream, okay? I hope you liked the stream. I mean, I don't mean it like you. I hope you liked. I'm not being saucy, Chad. I'm not being saucy. I'm not being salty. I just mean I hope you liked. I hope you hit that like button on the stream, because that is something, and that counts for something. And I appreciate the likes on the stream. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say, not anything else. So I don't want to be misinterpreted. I'm not trying to be like, I hope you liked the stream. No, I just literally hope you hit the like button on the full scale stream and or on the short stream, because that helps me out a lot. But anyway, I'll see you again tomorrow and then on Sunday for the premium streamium. Anyway, thanks mods. You had a lot to deal with today. That was like a lot of trolls, a lot of chuds. And you did so well. So everybody give yourself a pat on the back. And I will House Music Mike, Joe Biden is gone. You are correct. You are correct, sir. Joe Biden is gone. Unbidened by the by that which has come before us. Anyway, chat, much love, and I will see you all tomorrow. Let me figure out the right button to hit to